against our friends from Glamorgan. And just to confirm the slight tweak in the playing times for today because of the time lost yesterday. As you'll see on the board, it is 100.1 overs in the day, and lunch will remain at 1 o'clock, but tea will be at 3:48, and the cut-off time for the close will be 18 minutes past 6. That's to reflect the time lost yesterday. Please welcome our umpires for this match, Paul Baldwin and Naeem Ashraf. In the field at the start of this third day, the Gloucestershire side captained by number 1, Cameron Bancroft. And to resume for Glamorgan, their 4th wicket pair of number 5, Kieran Carlson, and number 41, Colin Ingram.
Well, good morning. What's gone wrong here? Where's the sun gone? We've got our first cloudy morning of the season. I don't think we've had a single start of play so far in the first couple of rounds, which has been under cloudy skies, but we've got that here. But fortunately, no rain at this point. We had a few drops last night, and I think we must have had a minor sprinkling this morning, but the covers were wheeled around and then not put on, so can't have lasted for too long. Welcome to day 3 of Gloucestershire against Glamorgan from Bristol, where Glamorgan resume on 146 for 3 in their first innings, replying to Gloucestershire's score of 546, trailing by exactly 400 runs. Ed Seaborn and Nick Webb with you on the BBC Sport website and the app, and via BBC Sounds, via most smart speakers and all sorts of other outlets. Good morning, Nick.
Good morning. 400 sounds a lot of runs, doesn't it? It is a lot of runs.
Yes. So Glamorgan are going to have to bat. Well, if they're going to achieve a position of relative safety, probably have to bat the day. Matt Taylor bowling the first ball of the morning, and it's defended by Kieran Carlson, and that's the end of the over. So we're going with 1 ball overs today, in case you didn't realise. No, we can't work this out, but this is what's happening. Absolutely what's happening. There are now 100 overs remaining in the day. Not 104, but 100 overs.
It's the 100 for people with better concentration levels.
Well, there we go. I'm sure there are a lot of people who think they should be getting through 100 overs a day anyway. So we lost, what was it in the end? 11.1, although the .1s carried over. So we've ended up losing 8 overs. Anyway, that's the time of tea is 3:48. It's fixed at 3:48, and lunch is at 1 o'clock. So that's your plan for the day.
As Colin Ingram is forwards, playing no shots to the first ball from Ajit Singh Dale from the Ashley Down Road end. Yes, cloudy skies. And we're not expecting any rain according to the forecast until maybe middle of the day tomorrow. So it should be the full 100.1 overs, unless, of course, bad light intervenes again, which I suspect it's quite likely to if it remains clouding. Singh Dale is in to bowl, and Ingram plays no shot through outside off stump to Bracey. Glamorgan will want to keep all the drama out of this, keep it nice and placid, and accumulate as far as they can. 397 is the follow-on target. I don't think there'll be enough time left in the game for Gloucestershire to bat again. As Ingram drives nicely, but scrambling stop at mid-off. It is the first run of the morning. 1 for 6 for 3. Briefly talking to one Gloucestershire spectator who expected that Gloucestershire would bat again anyway, on the grounds that their bowlers might be too tired, but I really don't think there'll be time in the game for that.
No, that's the thing, isn't it? And really, is resting your bowlers for one session likely to make much of a difference? Probably not.
Singh Dale is in to bowl, the bouncer down leg side that Carlson ignores. That is declared an official short delivery by umpire Ashraf at the Ashley Down Road end. The umpires remain where they started and swap ends after the first innings is completed, but that'll be more than halfway through the game. Crowd a bit sparse this morning, to be honest, because it is quite cool out there. As Singh Dale is into bowl to Carlson, who squeezes one down to third man off a thickish and safe edge, and he is underway for the day. 148 for 3 as umpires and fielders swap sides between right and left-handers. Yes, I think the temperature on my car read 11 degrees as it came into the ground about 9:45. Might be a little warmer than that, but if you are heading here, extra sweater, extra layer from yesterday. Singh Dale bowls edged over the slips for 4 runs by Colin Ingram. If you're going to flash hard, and away it went to the third man boundary. It was travelling so fast that Charlesworth at third man had no chance of stopping it, and it was well over the slips. Might be just that Ingram actually played that. Looking at the replay, give him some more credit than I did initially. Looked like an edge, but he may have just gone up and over on purpose, I think. Yeah,
it was always going to be safe anyway, wasn't he, really? Singh Dale's got pace, it was short, it was wide, and yeah, I mean, it's one of those where the bowler might have a different narrative from the batter, but to be honest, he's never going to get out there, really.
152 for 3.
Matt Taylor to continue, and bowling around the wicket to Carlson, who knocks this one away to point, and there's no run. Singdale was really impressive, I thought, yesterday, when Matt Taylor bowled a really tight spell too that led to the wicket of Byron, but it was Singdale who got the prize wicket of Sam Northeast. Of course, you always want one more wicket, but to remove Northeast before bad light interrupted things yesterday, I'm sure would have given Gloucestershire a real boost heading into today. This is down the leg side. There's something on that. Is it glove? No. No, says umpire Baldwin, and to be honest, I think Matt Taylor's wheeled around fairly quickly, so he thinks that it wasn't glove. It looked as if it caught something, but maybe just a little bit of hip Carlson coming across a long way. But yeah, I think it looks from the first replay certainly that if it's come off anything, it's come off body. It doesn't look massively close to glove or bat, but still Taylor nearly inducing that leg side strangle job. 2 slips in place. There are 3 fielders back on the boundary as Taylor bowls wide of the off stump, and that's left by Carlson. And actually again, not bad carry through to James Bracey. I really feared on day one with some of the carry that we saw, but whether it, as we've talked about yesterday, whether it's just a case of a bowling attack which has got a weight of runs behind it, whether it's Gloucestershire do have a couple of bowlers who are quicker than Glamorgan's. Taylor in and bowls, and Carlson plays that one back up the surface. Taylor puts out a sort of dangling hand as if to think about deflecting it, but there's no way Ingram's getting caught out by that. It's picked up by Van Buren at mid-on, but it did seem as though the pitch actually got a bit quicker yesterday, which it's not absolutely unheard of at Bristol, but it is extremely rare, and especially given the fact that Gloucestershire were going to bowl first if they'd won the toss. It would lead me to believe they didn't think this one was going to either, as Matt Taylor bowls and passes Carlson's edge as he comes forward to that one, and maybe just a little bit of movement away from the right-hander as Taylor, as he often does, leaps wide of the crease. Well, he withdrew the bat. It's just a question of timing.
I think he withdrew it a little bit too late.
Yes, that was my first reaction anyway.
Withdrew it when the ball was in the keeper's gloves, possibly.
Wasn't the happiest day at the crease for Carlson yesterday evening as Taylor bowls to him, and that's very much left alone this time as, again, Carlson's taking that big step across to the offside, almost as though he knows that Taylor wants to bring one back in from that angle round the wicket into his pads. So he's saying, well, I'm going to get my pads outside the line of off and then just back himself to clip anything that's actually on the stumps away. But 14 off 57 deliveries, it wasn't your typical Kieran Carlson innings. He wasn't really able to really counter-punch, but still he was there. And he still is there this morning. It's a maiden, I think, from Taylor, 152 for 3.
Singdale into bowl. Ingram has edged that one through between keeper and slip. Not quite sure whether it would have carried. Bracey went sprawling across. It shot between keeper and first slip anyway. It was a genuine edge, and yeah, it didn't quite carry to first slip, hence why Bracey was diving across in an attempt to get a glove underneath it. But Ollie Price couldn't get down in time to stop it, and Jack Bracey was a little too late on it as well, but it was a genuine edge. It's 4 runs to Ingram, moves on to 25, but hope a moral victory for Ajit Singdale, who's into his 11th over. Is round the wickets to the left-handed Ingram, who's playing that one defensively into the covers, and there is no run. I think you have to say that while Singdale and Actor are probably a metre or two quicker than the Glamorgan attack on average. Gloucestershire also bowled with more discipline as a unit. Fernando was expensive, going for 4.5 runs and over. Bashir was quite expensive as well. He went for over 4 and over. As Ingram, well, gets one somewhere in the rib area. I think he got a glove on it. It's deflected away to square leg for a single off either the glove or the very top of the bat. And possibly the glove, due to the fact that Colin Ingram is looking at his hands. 157 for 3 on this cloudy morning here on BBC Sport Online, live from Bristol with Ed Seaborn and Nick Webb. As Singdale back over the wicket for the right-handed Carlson, who's squared up by that one. The ball pops out in front of him safely, not near carrying back to Singdale, but certainly not where he intended it to go. Maybe Kieran Carlson is looking to get a wider variety of tempo in his game, because his century last week came off 199 balls and was probably one of the slower ones that he's scored for Glamorgan. As he plays that one on the leg side up to mid-on, and there is no run. Carlson, known as an attractive attacking cricketer who will go after the ball in most situations, but maybe he's just thinking that he will prosper by digging in on occasions like this. Certainly doing that in terms of his scoring rate so far, but can he survive to get the big innings that Glamorgan desperately need from this match, as Singdale is in to bowl and Carlson fiddles at that one outside off stump.
It's a very strange shot, that.
Yes, pushed at it and then sort of pulled out. Anyway, 5 off the over, thanks to the edge, but Gloucestershire's bowlers just creating moments of uncertainty in these opening few overs. Reminder, if you want to contact us via X, he's Ed Cricket 6, I'm Nick Webb 2017, and that's what I am on Blue Sky. And on gmail.com as well, if you want to email me.
The frustration for Gloucestershire is that there's a fair amount of edge passing and then a couple of edges found, but they just can't yet get this regular fall of wickets going that they probably do need. 17 wickets in 2 days to take. Taylor bowls to Ingram, who plays a sturdy defence to backward point, and that's really been the theme of the game so far. Obviously, the outliers being the 2 marathon jobs from Bancroft and Price O in the first innings. Bancroft's 163 and Ollie Price's 101, but in terms of pure batters, no pure batter in this match so far has failed to achieve double figures. In fact, the only person who's not got to double figures is the man bowling, Matt Taylor, who's bowling now to Ingram, who push drives towards Dent at mid-on, and there's no run. And so, you know, yesterday I thought, if you look at it as a day's cricket, and you saw, you know what, Gloucestershire starting at 368 for 3. You saw over 300 runs, you saw 10 wickets fall. Excellent day's cricket. Taylor bowls, and Ingram again is beaten by that one. He's well forward looking, not at a particularly forceful drive, but just a push drive again, this time through the offside. But Taylor just finding enough movement there, but again, maybe possibly too much. That's done more than enough to lead you to believe as a bowling side that there's something there to use. And this ball's in its 45th over. Yes, we're early on in the morning session. Taylor bowls, Ingram comes forward and plays this on a few bounces up to mid-on. But you know, just despite the fact that there's clearly something in the pitch, and understandably, Matt Taylor, when we spoke to him yesterday evening, said that he feels there's still a bit in it. Gloucestershire have to believe that there is, apart from anything else. But despite that, it's still been the case that most players have been able to be out there for at least half an hour, 45 minutes or so, and as Taylor is in, bowls back of a length, it's chopped into his boot by Ingram as he tries to force it away through the onside. But even though Glamorgan, I'm sure, would like to save the game more easily, if everybody just continues to chip in across 2 innings, then they should believe that they can get there, and that they will get there. Of course, make things rather easier if Ingram, Carlson, Cook, Kellaway, etc. can really hold Gloucestershire up this innings. Ingram looking to drive. It's an unconvincing one that squirts off to the mid-on fielder, Chris Dent. Another disciplined over from Matt Taylor. It's his 5th maiden in his 14 overs, 1 for 31. And Gloucestershire have bowled with discipline. Even Tom Price, 1 for 56. It looks a bit expensive. I didn't think he really strayed too badly, and it is still, if you can get the ball away, a pretty fast scoring ground, because you've got some short boundaries and the outfield is always pretty hard and fast here.
Singdale runs towards us, bowls to Kieran Carlson, who's edging that one down to 3rd man. Wide of the 2 slips, fine of 3rd man, and Glamorgan continuing to live a little perilously on this 3rd morning of the game, with both Ingram and Carlson edging the ball. Might just have carried to a 3rd slip, but there wasn't one.
Yeah, it would have been close. It's a question of how close the 3rd slip might have been standing, because sometimes we've seen the 3rd slip under the helmet. Wouldn't have had a great deal of time to react, but might just have made it.
161 for 3. Singdale again to Carlson, who pops that one up in front of him. That might have interested a silly point had one been there. Not that it's a position you find hugely often in Championship cricket, but Carlson definitely slightly taken aback by that. Goes down the wicket for a suspicious prod and the reassuring word with the veteran.
Just doesn't really have much time to play that flick that he's sort of trying with his defensive shot. Every time he rehearses a really vertical bat defence.
Singdale bowls and Carlson nudges that one off his legs and will run the first one hard just in case there's a second, because it's travelling very slowly. But Charlesworth is able to wander in from fine leg and field very comfortably. Matt on Blue Sky asks about the toss decision. Well, I haven't spoken to Sam North East, but I did speak to Richard Dawson after the first day, and he said, with experience of many years here in Bristol, so anyway, after this ball. As Singdale bowls, Ingram turns it away into the vacant mid-wicket area and wanders through for a single. 163 for 3. Richard Dawson said that if you're going to get any life out of a wicket in Bristol, it'll be first thing in the morning, first morning, and that Ollie Price said Gloucestershire would probably have batted first as well. So it wasn't as odd as it might have seemed at the time, and certainly seemed so at the 368 for 3 at the end of the first day, but Glamorgan just didn't take advantage of it. Singdale bowls and Carlson is beaten by that one. Ball back of a length and getting a nice bit of bounce and through to Bracey, and Carlson just about got his gloves out of the way. So yeah, it did seem strange, and it certainly, in retrospect, isn't great, but Captain Hindsight is a wonderful chap. And if you look around the UK, 7 out of the 9 sides winning the toss chose to field or bowl first. Singdale steams in, and he's got Carlson, I think, getting his bat out of the way of that legitimately. But this is a really testing time for the Glamorgan batters. They are still there. They have added 17 runs, but with quite a few alarms, it must be said, in the opening 20 minutes of play.
Yeah, and also they do have to think, as tricky as it is to negotiate, how many spells like this does Singdale have in him? He's going to need to have, you know, what, maybe 4 or 5 spells like this throughout the couple of days to get the job done. And if Glamorgan can negotiate the majority of those without losing wickets, that's taken away a big weapon. Taylor into Ingram. This is pushed into the covers of the back foot for no run. But it's admirable, even if we think maybe the pitch isn't quite as slow as it looked on day one. It's admirable that anybody, to be honest, can get the ball flying through to James Bracey, taking the ball palms up. But it's just the frustration for Singdale that when he gets a nick, it still doesn't seem to carry. So you start to think, well, what does he have to do? Taylor to Ingram, who runs this one down to deep third for a single, 164 for 3. Because he's got, if he digs it in back of a length, Ingram's edge probably goes over the slips. If he pulls it full, then maybe it doesn't carry. So there's just that, almost, it does feel like there's this one sweet spot where you can bowl it, where we saw, for example, the northeast catch off Singdale's bowling by Bancroft at second slip to get rid of him.
That was a fairly full, not quite full face of the bat, but he was fencing rather than edging, wasn't he, northeast?
It's sort of back of a length, but not short. Taylor bowls a fuller ball this time, and Carlson lets that one go. Yeah, that one actually sort of sod's law a bit, isn't it? Probably if he had edged that one, it really would have carried, as we saw it go through nicely to Bracey, but then those are the ones that don't get edged. And so often you say, well, you've got to pitch it up to get the nicks, but I'm not sure this is a surface where you can really get too greedy and start really bowling it full, inviting drives all the time. This is a little tighter to the stumps, forcing Carlson into a shot. He blocks it away out into the covers. He's still only added the 5 runs to his overnight score, but he looks in determined mood this morning, does Kieran Carlson, that he's not going to just have a flash at one and give it away. Gloucestershire are changing their field and moving the deep square, who has been completely idle, into a short backward square leg. Taylor bowls full outside the off stump. It always happens. It's left alone. Is it really a bluff if that's what happens every time? Actually, almost bluff by, well, I suppose there we go. That's that genuinely is the double bluff, isn't it? And most people say the double bluff when it's actually the bluff, but double bluff would be if he did dig it in towards the ribs. There's 1 ball left in the over, so maybe it's coming here. Taylor runs in and bowls, not towards the ribs, it's a little fuller, and allowing Carlson to flick it away to fine leg for 4 runs. And Carlson wins that particular battle as he moves into the 20s. 168 for 3 at the end of that over. We've had, what, 6.1 this morning, and Gloucestershire yet to find their first breakthrough.
A little eccentric, the field placing there, because they had that man at shortish backward square, and he was virtually in line with fine leg. And then fine leg was beaten on the inside, which didn't make a lot of sense, but hey, it's a Sunday morning, maybe not everyone's entirely 100% switched on. 168 for 3. Good morning to Ian Evans, who's emailed saying, I consider myself an optimist with regards to all things Glamorgan cricket. Singdale is in to bowl. Ingram drives, no run. But I fear that if we lose this match, it may be a miserable county season. We need a big partnership, or it will be a case of waiting for the white ball games again. Yes, it is a little early, despite what some on social media think, to spread doom and gloom. And there are other bowlers who are out injured at the moment, who may change things. Singdale into bowl. Ingram turns it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Thank you for your contribution, Ian.
And also, so far, I'm not saying it's great losing your first two, but so far there's an awful lot of sides beating each other, or, you know, Middlesex look on course probably at the moment favourites to beat Kent, for example. Leicestershire and Derbyshire have really fought well there, and that probably is favourite draw at the moment.
Singdale bowls. Ingram pulls it round the corner, down to fine leg though. He's picked out the man there, and it will just be a single. Yeah, Canterbury Middlesex 246 for 7 in their second innings, a lead of exactly 250 over Kent. So could be a good battle.
Yeah, and Derbyshire, I think, have just lost their 9th wicket, but 361 for 9. Martin Anderson making 100 from number 8 yesterday, just to avoid that follow-on, especially big for Derbyshire.
Singdale bowls, and Carlson flies at that one, flicks at it, doesn't make contact. Thought for a moment he had edged it through to Bracey, but he survives. Here Martin Anderson of Derbyshire saying, and my parents were there as well. Which, of course, you can't expect relatives to be at every day of a first-class season, no matter how devoted they are to you. 169 for 3. Glamorgan flirting with peril in these opening overs, but still surviving. As Carlson edges and is caught at second slip by Bancroft. Gloucestershire do have the breakthrough. Carlson has gone for 22, and that looked to be coming.
Yeah, I suppose so, but it must have felt a little bit for Singdale that it just wasn't going to come. Time and again, beating people, forcing false shots, but actually in the end it's hard to fault Carlson actually for that one. He's had a couple of indiscretions outside the off stump, but I reckon he's had to play at that really, and it's a smart catch from Bancroft down to his right hand side. Of course you'd have said, oh, he had to have taken that one if he put it down, but Gloucestershire are going to have to hold on to their catches. As we mentioned, opportunities haven't been particularly quickly forthcoming, so they're going to have to catch well, and Bancroft has led from the front with the bat, and he's also grasped the 2 opportunities that have come his way in the slips. So Gloucestershire get the wicket just within the first half hour as well, so that's, you know, I'm sure they wouldn't have set a target like that, but you look up at the clock and see that not quite half an hour's gone, and you've broken what could have been a partnership that might have stayed there for a very long time.
It made exactly 50 runs, that partnership between Carlson and Ingram. Carlson's gone. Ben Callaway is greeted with the handcuffs by Paul Baldwin, or the
oh yes,
the bat check device anyway. Yes. Not literally putting him in handcuffs, but does have that sort of.
I was thinking about the ball gauge for a moment there.
Yeah, the ball gauge, I suppose, is more. Yeah. But the bat gauge is probably has to be a different shape, doesn't it? There we are. Odd-shaped handcuffs. 169 for 4. Forget that comparison. Callaway 3 slips, 2 shortish legs, as he's greeted with a bouncer by Singdale that he ducks underneath. One was a backward square leg crouching, the other was a shortish mid-wicket, I suppose. But Callaway was not tempted to play it, and, well, really he's keen to make an impact, Ben Callaway. He's done well to start the season in the team. Got some runs in a warm-up against Glamorgan for the universities, but out for 1 and 3 against Gloucestershire, and although he's bowled tidily, has not been in the wickets column yet, so big game this for young Ben to try and make a mark with the bat.
Oh, can Gloucestershire change the narrative as far as quick wickets are concerned? Matt Taylor to Ingram, first ball, and a solid as you like defensive shot. Just kicking up his heels a bit, getting his feet moving a bit.
Yeah, I think if Glamorgan don't get a partnership from this wicket and the next one, they really will be struggling to meet that follow-on target of 397. It's still 228 runs away.
Taylor goes in now, he's there and bowls, and Ingram cuts and misses outside off stump. It was fairly short and it was fairly wide, but he wouldn't be the first to be out in that sort of fashion. Chris Dent was dismissed to a short wide ball from Ned Leonard in the first innings, and yeah, it's just he was probably both feet off the ground playing that one, hopping a little bit, and just didn't seem to be particularly close to it. And actually that's the sort of one where the Nick probably wouldn't have gone over the slips. As Taylor bowls, Ingram withdraws the bat from it. It's well wide of the sort of shadow defensive shot he's played that time.
Well, this really is a lesson for Glamorgan's seamers in terms of discipline, though, isn't it? There have been very, very few 4 balls, loose deliveries asking to be dispatched.
Yeah, it has been fairly, not universally, absolutely not, but it has, as an overall product from Gloucestershire, it's been chalk and cheese from the first game at Derby. Taylor in now, and Ingram with a push to point. Might be a run there. He's kept things really tidy this morning as Matt Taylor. It's not as though he's just keeping things tight as well. He is beating the bat. There is plenty of encouragement for Gloucestershire outside of just the fact now that they have taken that wicket, and of course then it will be incumbent upon Tom Price and Zaman Akhtar, you would guess, to keep that pressure up. Gloucestershire's over rate was at -2 overnight, but probably nothing too drastic really at this stage. Taylor in now to Ingram, who edges and is short, well short in the end of second slip. Bancroft sprawling forwards, but no chance there. He played it softly enough, did Ingram, whilst it was an edge. It was unlikely to carry on anything other than really the quickest of surfaces, which this isn't.
Proves your point, though, isn't it? It's a very fine margins between those that drop short,
yeah,
those that stick, and those that go over the top.
And again, it's just that one was just that little bit fuller again. Taylor might be about to bowl another maiden here. Ingram is going to see to it that he doesn't. It's a lovely shot. It wasn't much wrong with the ball from Matt Taylor, but it was full, and Ingram presenting the full face of the bat and drives it straight to mid-off and goes for 4. So Taylor's pursuit of a 6th maiden over is ruined.
Can you say things like that more often?
Well, I'm sure Gloucestershire supporters would like me to say that he's about to take a wicket if that effect is to be had, but or about not to take a wicket, I suppose. No, we have no power up here.
Despite the curse of the commentator and people think we've jinxed things, we have no power at all, apart from that powering our various devices. Good morning to Edward Cooper, who was at Sapphire Gardens yesterday to see Cardiff beat Richmond 4-3 in the hockey next to the cricket stadium. 173 for 4 here on BBC Sport Online. Very good morning wherever you're listening or watching. as in comes Singdale, bowls, and Callaway is off the mark, much to his relief, no doubt, pushing it into the leg side. Edward Bevan asking if the pitch is doing more today than the opening 2 days. Looks a little bit faster, doesn't it? Or maybe the bowling's a little bit better.
I would say it looks as if it's doing fairly similar to yesterday evening, and the common denominator is the cloud cover.
Indeed. As Singdale round the wicket to Ingram, who's on the back foot defending a ball that kept slightly low. I posted a picture of one of the many marvellous graphics and paintings around the county ground Bristol of W.G. Grace and Gloucestershire being founded in 1870, etc. Oil Oracle says, it always amazes me how relatively short the life of clubs are. What was around before? What were we doing 300 years ago? Was there no cricket, rugby and football?
It's very puritanical. We're allowed sport.
Ingram is hit on the thigh, pushing forward. There's a token appeal from Singdale and backing chorus.
Well, they banned sport completely, didn't they, during the parliamentary revolt?
That was mid-17th century, wasn't it? So that was the best part of 400 years ago. Well, cricket was around in some forms.
Oh, they were just playing in some...
If you were the landed gentry.
Dreadful old hill in Hampshire, weren't they?
As Singdale bowls and Ingram leaves outside off stump. Yes, early 1700s, I think, is probably just a little bit before those very early reports of cricket or forms thereof being played.
Certainly shouldn't be using your Sunday to engage in such godless activities.
Absolutely. Palm Sunday today. Here's Singdale in a little brighter weather. Bowls and Ingram is beaten. A sizzling spell from Singdale this is, and earns applause from the Gloucestershire faithful. He's got the wicket of Carlson, and he's looked threatening all the time, really, the sort of form that earned him an England Lions call-up. 1-7-4 for 4. Glamorgan proceeding rather painfully. As in he comes again. Bowled to Ingram. Shouts of catch. He was looking to straight drive, and the ball's ended up squirting to Dent in the gully, who went down to make the stop. 174 for 4 at the end of the over. Yes, Gloucestershire have celebrated 150 years relatively recently.
It wasn't quite the celebration, sadly, that the club had in mind.
Was it the first COVID year? Yeah.
Then, I really enjoyed what the club did with the 1870 to 2020, and then the daub of red paint through the year 2020, and
actually celebrated it the final year, even though there was cricket played in 2020. I suppose you could take out the war years and knock it on 6 or 10 years.
Well, I was here to celebrate it, so that's the most important thing.
You were here in the war years.
Maybe in a past life. Taylor bowls on the pads of Callaway. Oh, this is going to be tight if the fielder picks it up, but he doesn't. It was clipped towards Dent at square leg, who had a one-handed pick-up attempt. If he'd done that and then let loose a shine, it had hit, then that would have been the 5th wicket, but there were quite a lot of those ifs that didn't happen.
It was a poor call from Callaway, basically. Ingram started late and I think knew he was a goner if those things had happened, but Dent didn't even manage the clean pickup.
I mean, it's not quite directly to him, but he doesn't have to move a few steps. Never a single. Taylor bowls to Ingram, who chops down late on that one into the onside. Even most of the dot deliveries, I suspect, uncomfortable viewing or listening if you're making it uncomfortable viewing or listening if you're a Glamorgan supporter.
There haven't been many comfortable moments so far this season, to be absolutely honest, and we're in the 6th day of play.
He really did have to keep his wits about him there, Ingram. I don't know whether it kept low or whether he just was caught on the crease by a slightly fuller delivery from Taylor. Next delivery in and bowls, and Ingram with a more pleasant push this time, but he doesn't time it and looks in a grieved fashion towards the bottom of his bat as it's picked up wide mid-off. Backside slap for Matt Taylor from Miles Hammond.
I say.
I'm sure that will greatly improve Matt Taylor's mood, having not picked up a wicket yet this morning. Van Buren at mid-off having a bit of a word. Tom Price, he doesn't exactly look poised to start a spell at mid-on, but I suspect it won't be too long before he's into the attack. Taylor bowls, this is driven straight back to him by Ingram, and Taylor just does a bit of a stare and a slightest of hints that he might be about to gun down the stumps. It causes Ingram to go running away, but he was never really too far out of his crease there.
Both batters turned fairly smartly there, because Callaway also whipped round and put his bat down at the non-striker's end in case Taylor flicked it that way as well.
He did have a good stare there, did Matt Taylor. Ingram 33, Callaway just about on 2, 175 for 4 as in goes Taylor. Bowls a short ball, it's plinked in the air and it's just short. A couple of bounces up to Tom Price. It was looping up there for a moment. It looked like it might just hang enough, but no, Tom Price couldn't get there. Shorter ball from Matt Taylor, and Ingram taking it on, even though there are 2 fielders out on the leg side. Maybe he just, I don't know, did he just try and hit this too far in front of square? No, it's just got big on him. Just couldn't control the shot. Mid-wickets come up inside the circle now for the last ball of the over. Taylor in a fuller ball and watched carefully by Ingram as he shoulders arms. So I'm not sure whether that's friendly or unfriendly from Taylor, but another bit of a stare towards Colin Ingram. He must feel as though Ingram was his man, not just in that over, but throughout the spell. But they haven't managed to prize out the South African yet. 175 for 4, the end of the over. 1 for 44 for Taylor from his 17 overs. I feel he's bowled rather better than 1 for 44.
Quite. Glamorgan have been under pressure all morning. They've lost Carlson, caught Bancroft bowled Singdale for 22. And Ingram has lived on the edge at times as Singdale bowls to Callaway, who leaves outside off stump. Mentioned yesterday that friendly Newport between Wales National County and Cardiff UCCE, both of whom usually boast Glamorgan fringe players. Wales won it by 62 runs. And the Wales side, half centuries for Glamorgan's Callum Nichols and Henry Hurl, who was leading the side. There were 6 wickets for one student bowler called Reeve Evitts, who also got a 50. As Callaway defends the next ball. As for the Cardiff batters, as I said, Evitts got a 50. There's 76 for middle order bat by the name of Harwal Ahmed Wazam, whom I haven't encountered before, and 4 wickets for Alex Russell, the former Northants leg spinner playing for Wales this season. 175 for 4. Singdale into Callaway lunges forward and misses. Thought for a moment there's a little click as that one went through. It must have been bat on pad through to Gracie.
He's got to play at that delivery, and it's pitched up. It's seamed, I think, from Singdale. If you're going to get some movement off the surface at his pace, then good luck, given how accurate he's been as well.
As on his way in again is Singdale. Bowls to Callaway, and that's a shorter delivery that Callaway just keeps his gloves out of the way of, despite some excitement in the slip cordon as it went through.
It's always first slip as well. Nearly always
just clearing the throat.
Ben Charlesworth. He's now looking a little bit sheepish with his arms.
Yes. Well, at least he's at slip. There's nothing that makes you feel more stupid than going up from cover or mid-wicket and then realising that you're the only one on the field. As Singdale bowls, Callaway does well to get on top of that and plays it defensively on the onside. At Leicester, that Derbyshire first innings still going, 379 for 9, 383 for 9, 101 runs in arrears. Be interesting to see how Leicestershire play that one, whether they go aggressively after the setting a target for Derbyshire, who fought back well.
As they could do with Budinger and Rehan Ahmed opening.
Yep, bit of that. As Callaway plays that one defensively up to mid-off, no run. At Old Trafford, Lancashire are 160 for 4 in reply to Northant's formidable 496 all out. Keaton Jennings is on 65 not out. And as we mentioned, the game well advanced at Canterbury. Middlesex now 263 for 7, leading by 267 runs. So it could be a demanding final innings chase for Kent in that game, which is well progressed. Here, Glamorgan 175 for 4 and the first bowling change of the morning.
Yeah, Zaman Akhtar is going to have the pavilion end. Tom Price, you would imagine, the Ashley Down Road end, despite the over 8 being in the minuses, so there's plenty of time to sort that out, and you'd guess that Gloucestershire would want to give their 4 main seamers a good go this morning. So Akhtar will come round the wicket to Ingram, and Ingram's forward blocking this one up to mid-on. I think one thing that we can say through the first round and a bit is that the odds makers who effectively had Lancashire and Middlesex, you might as well already have promoted them. There was no point in anybody else turning up. Looked at some of them. Not sure that's looking great at the moment. Middlesex might well win that game against Kent, and it was a high quality encounter between Lancashire and Middlesex at Lords last week, as Akhtar digs that one in back of a length, and Ingram just about gets on top of that, knocks it down into the ground. There's no run, but Northamptonshire piling up that score at Old Trafford, and you know, as with a lot of Division 2 sides, it has to be said, there's always the question of, can Lancashire force enough results at Old Trafford? It doesn't tend to be a place that gives results easily. Akhtar in, bowls inside edge from Ingram, it's 4 runs. How did that miss? It was an edge that went a little bit down, as well as, of course, down to fine leg as well, and that cannot have missed the stumps by much at all. It's a really fairly fine inside edge, but it's 4 more runs, 179 for 4.
Well placed.
Yes. Oh. Number of times certain England top order batters in white ball cricket especially do that. This is driven by Ingram between point and cover, and they'll take a single as Hammond tracks back, 180 for 4. There's a while when it seemed as though, especially when England were one of the top 50 over sides, remember that? Johnny Bairstow and Jason Roy were absolutely prolific inside edges of the ball.
Don't worry, there'll be another international competition along every year.
Yeah, well, the focus is on Test cricket this year, before we have another onslaught of 3 white ball competitions in 3 years, no doubt. Actor bowls. Kellaway plays this one through wide mid-on, and will take a single there as well. Moves on to 3, 181 for 4.
Yeah, I know it's the big rivalry, England-Australia, but it's rather tiresome how everything in some sections of the media is treated as a warm-up for the next Australia series, even if it's 2 years away. Hang on, you've got to beat the guys who you're playing this summer, or the ladies you're playing this summer.
Round the wicket goes Actor now to Ingram, who steers that one defensively into the offside. Miles Hammond doesn't pick the ball up, despite the ball travelling at no speed whatsoever. No idea what he was looking to do with that one, but anyway, it's 181 for 4. A small matter of 5 test matches against India this summer, with Jasprit Bumrah returning to fitness.
That's demanding enough, without worrying too far up against about Australia in advance. By the way, limited overs international in Cardiff is West Indies against England on the 1st of June. And just after the schools have gone back, there's T20 International England against South Africa at Sapphire Gardens, both the men's events. So Cardiff is due to start hosting England women in the next, I think, year or two. As Kellaway is back and across, defending the first ball of a Tom Price spell that is a no ball. Mr. Ashraf has got over his RSI of signalling no balls. Repetitive strain injury.
That's the other more than admirable thing about Ajit Singh Dale. He's bowled nearly all of his, if not all of his 15 overs from that Ashley Down road end, and he's not overstepped once at that pace.
183 for 4. Tom Price starts again to Kellaway, who works him nicely through mid-wicket, and that will be young Ben Kellaway's first boundary in first-class cricket this season. Little punch of gloves from Colin Ingram as they meet mid-wicket to acknowledge it. 187 for 4.
Was rather a floaty leg stump half volley from Tom Price, which will not improve his economy rate.
Well, there have been a lot fewer of those in the home bowling attack. Glamorgan offered, Price in bowled. So Kellaway, who hits it down into the ground, I think. I thought for a moment it was aerial, but I think it was down into the ground. No run. In Division 1 of the County Championship, they're at the halfway mark at Chester Le Street.
Chester Street.
Where Warwickshire were all out for 325, which was 62 in arrears of Durham. A lot of contributions down the card, but nothing major for Warwickshire. As Kellaway drives to mid-off, and there is no run. 3 wickets apiece for Hogg and Doggett.
Ah, Brendan Doggett.
Sounds like a firm of solicitors, doesn't it? Hogg and Doggett. Before you get to Potts, Hogg and Doggett. Magnificent. Just starting the Durham second innings there. As in comes Tom Price. Bowls. Kellaway slightly squared up, playing to mid-off. There's no run. At Trent Bridge, looks fairly even. Stevens on first dig there. Notts 347. Essex 337 for 8. So should be reasonably like a one innings game at Trent Bridge. They're more advanced than that at the Oval. As Tom Price is in, bowls, and Kellaway is forward carefully. Surrey 253 all out. Hampshire 219 all out. Lead of 34 for the defending champions, who had a troublesome start at Chelmsford but have now taken sort of control of that match against Hampshire. Ollie Pope is out for 65.
Will bring his oval average down then.
Yes.
Even further after the first innings.
Yes, after the many runs he scored against Glamorgan in their last championship visit there. Tom Price bowls. Callaway's flicked that one nicely through mid-wicket. He should pick up a couple of runs here. It's picked up by the sweeper running around the mid-wicket boundary, and they jog back for 2, 189 for 4. Dom Sibley has taken root once more. He's 68 not out. A strike rate of a frisky 52 runs per 100 balls.
Well, he's reinvented himself. I mean, he was playing in the latter stages of the Blast last year, Dom Sibley, and actually did pretty well. I think he's top scored in the quarter-final to send Surrey through to finals day, and he was going pretty well against Somerset in the semi-final as well. Zaman Akhtar continuing, and inside edge onto pad from Colin Ingram. Ouch.
First slip bouncing around enthusiastically, and then saying, "I knew it hit the edge all along." Ollie Price.
It comes to something when you can even see the inside edge so clearly from this far away.
I wonder if it's hit Colin Ingram somewhere inside the pad.
Yeah, I think it might have been an inside edge, maybe onto the inside of the knee, something like that.
Oh yes, he's trying to.
Yeah, it's kicking out
walk it
that
off.
left leg a bit. Yeah, I think that's where it's got him. Oh, not nice, because that's coming at pace as well.
That'll be a bruise.
Oh, no,
Hang on,
sorry,
in
Mr.
my time,
Actor, I'm
in
not
my
ready
time.
yet. Ready to face now. Actor bowls a bouncer. I had a feeling that was either going to be a bouncer or a Yorker. When you've got somebody that has been hopping about a bit, you probably think you'll go for one or the other, but he went for the bouncer. It wasn't the most threatening that he would ever bowl. It wasn't a slow bouncer, but Ingram saw it pretty quickly.
Gloucestershire fans will be interested to hear that Sussex are completely on top against Somerset at 286 for 2, leading by 379, with Tom Haynes not out 136.
They've done very well there of Sussex. As Actor bowls round the wicket, and this is dabbed away to backward point. There is no run. And, you know, I must say I wasn't really sure exactly what to expect from Sussex.
They've done well, haven't they?
Yeah, they did. I mean, they didn't seem like a side that you thought they're just going to go up and come straight back down again. And so often, actually, those sides don't anyway. I mean, Worcestershire managed to stay up last year against the odds. But still, I wasn't sure how they would match up against some of the top Division 1 sides. Actor in, this is worked away towards mid-on, quick single, well run by Colin Ingram. He gets off strike, moves on to 39, 190 for 4. And especially if the bowling attack doesn't have both Seals and Robinson in, then you start to think, okay, there's some good operators there, but will it be enough in Division 1? But so far, well, Sean Hunt 5 for his first in first-class cricket, and Finn Hudson-Prentice with a 4 for as well, and didn't really need Seals too much in the first innings.
Yeah, they have got the two overseas, Daniel Hughes, the Aussie at the top, and Jayden Seals, the very lively and powerful West Indies quick bowler, who did well in Cardiff last year and really looked impressive ahead of international date.
Yeah, Seals probably out-bowled Robinson in the match that Gloucestershire had at the start of last season down there. Actor into Kellaway, lifts everything out of the way of that one. I'm not quite sure whether there was appeals from on-field or off-field there. I don't think it was that close to his glove. Somebody getting excited down below us, maybe. But the one thing you do know at Hove is you're going to get a competitive pitch as well. You know, that is somewhere where, especially if you're running down that considerable slope, you know that those nicks are going to carry. And I think that makes a big difference. Last ball of this Actor over. He bowls now to Kellaway. Kellaway's well forward. One of the best looking defensive shots of the morning. 190 for 4. We're through the first hour of play. Glamorgan have not been rattling along, but Ingram and Kellaway now looking to defy Gloucestershire, who've picked up the 1 wicket. Ajit Singh Dale catching the edge of Kieran Carlson. Well caught to his right by Cameron Bancroft at second slip for 22.
That match between Sussex and Somerset does offer the magnificent sight on the team sheets of a trio of Toms in each side next to each other in the top order, with Sussex fielding Tom Haynes, Tom Clark and Tom Alsop as listed as 2, 3, 4, although I think Haynes actually took the first ball by the look of it. Somerset having Tom Labenby, Tom Abel and Tom Banton. As Tom Price bowls down leg side, Bracey can't take it cleanly and Kellaway calls Ingram through for a bye. 190 for 4. So I'm sure the people writing about that match can get a few Tom jokes in. And finally the scores, the only score we haven't given you has been at Headingley, where Yorkshire are completely on top, but chose not to enforce the follow-on, despite having a lead of 290-ish on first innings.
They're afraid of Worcestershire batting for 2 days and a bit.
Yes, Worcestershire showed they could bat out 200 for the draw at Taunton.
Put them under pressure on the final day.
Kellaway defends and plays Price to mid-off. No run. Yorkshire batting again. They are 147 for 3. And that is a lead of 441. So it's just a question of when Johnny Bairstow feels like declaring, I guess. Maybe in the afternoon session today. Bairstow captaining them as well as keeping wicket in this game. As Kellaway defends, Price back to the bowler. So at least we've got cricket ongoing in all 9 games. And the bad light stoppage last night was the first weather-related interruption of the county season anywhere, as Mr. Seaborn shakes his head ruefully.
Just it would be Gloucestershire. Just would be. I'm sorry, but it would be.
Tom Price to Ben Kellaway, who's forward defensively, pushing to Hammond at mid-wicket. And Gloucestershire would probably be reasonably happy with 1 wicket in the first hour when it was one of the key men, Carlson. But Glamorgan haven't been scoring particularly quickly. 45 runs only added in the first hour. So they still need more than 200 to avoid the follow-on possibility. Price bowls. Kellaway turns that away to deep square. Comfortable single as Charlesworth does the fielding. 192 for 4. Kellaway into double figures on 10. For those Gloucestershire supporters who haven't come across Ben Kellaway, very promising 21-year-old middle order bat, come off spinner, come slow left armour. Did take wickets with both in the One Day Cup last year. Round the wicket is Tom Price bowling to Ingram, who plays that one into the covers. And without wishing to denigrate the change bowlers, they haven't quite been able to replicate the same level of jeopardy you felt was there for the opening spells from either end.
Yeah, I think it's shown partly the quality of those spells, but also, well, maybe just as you get out of that first hour as well, we've had a little bit more sunshine. Well, we really call it sunshine. We've had some watery sunshine, brightness,
yes.
Better word for it. That factors into it. Actor into Kellaway, cut away, and that is going to be 4, I think. Yeah, we didn't have too far to go. Tom Price down on the boundary, but sprawled away and the ball was just hit too hard. Kellaway using Actor's pace against him, and it's 196 for 4. And all this talk of gloom for Glamorgan starting to make their way towards bonus point territory.
Steady on.
Before too long, you know.
Well, they still have to worry about possibly losing 1 point if they don't get to bowl again.
Actor bounds in and bowls, and that's going to be 4 more. It's deflected past second slip, and Kellaway makes it back-to-back boundaries. It brings up Glamorgan's 200. Of course, it's not their first batting point yet, but
should be.
It is it's a landmark anyway.
It's inflation for you, isn't it?
Just for Glamorgan or for everyone?
No, for everyone.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, scoring 200 runs is surely as meritorious as taking 3 wickets.
I'll have to respond. Is in now to Kellaway, and it's a good delivery, which is treated as such by Kellaway. But again, that's middle of the bat defensive shot towards cover. The relentless ball after ball pressure that it seemed to be from Singdale and from Matt Taylor hasn't quite been there yet. And the ball is getting older as well. It's 57th over now. What can Gloucestershire do to conjure up a wicket from somewhere? In goes Actor and bowls, and there's a bit of lift there, but it's well wide of the off stump. Kellaway had a brief rehearsal of a forcing shot through the offside. He's probably better off waiting for the really short wide one to do that too. You can see the reflection of the ice cream van over to my right, but of course it's way over to my left and I can't see it, but
it's there.
It's there.
I can confirm, peering round the corner of the screen.
Not just a mirage. In comes Actor, bowls, and this is tucked into the onside. There's nobody saving the single on the leg side other than mid-on. So even though there wasn't much bat on it, there was enough. And a single added, 201 for 4. Don't think that it's going to be too possible to head off for a trip to it, but it is optimistic in April. Always optimistic.
Back half of the lunch interval.
Maybe.
Once the queue has gone down.
Dunno. I'm very abstemious and wait until the Cheltenham Festival most of the time for mine. Actor is in bowls, and that strikes Ingram on the thigh pad. He might have got a bit of bat on it, actually onto it, sort of squeezed it into himself, but there's no harm, and that ends the over. 9 runs from that one, so just beginning also to accelerate that scoring rate. Glamorgan, not that they have to, but it would help to just get that deficit moving further downwards, and who knows, the most optimistic of Glamorgan supporters would say, well, we might still be able to put some pressure on Gloucestershire on the final day. Looks as though they've decided it's time to resort to spin, with Ollie Price looking as though he's going to replace his brother Tom.
Ollie Price over number 58 of the innings then, before we get to spin. I think the realistic Glamorgan supporter would settle for 397 runs out of this innings and not following on, because if they did get there, it would be relatively late today, and there probably wouldn't be time for Gloucestershire to set up a sort of fourth innings chase in which they would have a chance of bowling Glamorgan out, but Glamorgan wouldn't have a chance of knocking off the runs, if you see what I mean. Ollie Price then rehearses a couple of deliveries towards mid-off, and will bowl to his fellow off-spinner Ben Kellaway, just adjusting his leg side field as mid-wicket, shortish mid-wicket, creeps into just about a catching position, but there's also another mid-wicket saving the single as Kellaway knocks it away, backward of square, fielded by Zaman Akhtar at fine leg, no run. 201 for 4. Good afternoon to David Battersby, who has been in touch on X. As Callaway back on his stumps, watching it carefully, kept low. Reeve Havitts, I mentioned earlier, youngster playing for the Cardiff Universities yesterday, had a rookie deal with Worcestershire and played one List A game 3 years ago. Thank you, David. As Callaway drops it into the offside and trots through for a single. 202 for 4. Also, with regard to the Toms, the 3 lineups, 3 in each lineup in the Sussex against Somerset game. Wait for it. Had to be some fun to have with Toms in a row. As Price will bowl around the wicket, the left-handed Colin Ingram, who is forward defensively. David suggests the Toms can get together, form a club, see where this was going, and sing Wordy Rapping Hood after play. That's probably beyond your sphere of reference, Ed.
I'm afraid that's, yes, I'm sure it's very clever.
As Ingram is forward defending.
No, even James Healy doesn't have a clue either.
No, okay. Tom Tom Club, a group in the early half of the 80s mostly, had a hit with a song called Wordy Rapping Hood.
I'm sure they made a great contribution to the cultural output of humanity.
As Ingram drives to cover and there is no run. You'll probably know the parent band of its driving force, Tina Weymouth, who is the bass player with the Talking Heads, who you're more likely to have heard of. It's a side project. There we are. Ed's completely unimpressed. Good song, I bought it. I might even have a 7-inch vinyl. Remember? No, you're too young for that as well. Vinyl, what we used to buy our records on back in the day before it became hip again about 10 years ago.
Oh yes, very trendy now. Collect it for the art cover rather than the actual disc nowadays. I think Actor bowls wide at the off stump and that's left alone.
That's the trouble. I mean, I've got quite a bit of vinyl from the last few years, which I haven't actually played because I've got it on streams as well. So
it's just what you do, isn't it?
You know, you think, oh, great, I've got that. It's a lovely piece of vinyl, nice piece of artwork, and I haven't actually taken it out of the wrapper.
But I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? Sometimes you do need that physical thing to actually collect. Actor bowls, this is a pleasing straight push from Callaway, but Van Buren Fields at mid-off.
Well, it's a generational thing, isn't it? I mean, my kids don't actually possess any music at all because they can play anything they want on their phones, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. It's maybe just get to a certain age when you start to need those possessions. I don't know. Actor turns, approaches once more into Callaway, bowls, driving and mistiming out towards cover. I was expecting some sort of sat-nav related joke,
no,
but
that could be done as well, couldn't it?
Leave that to
lost their way, found some direction.
People who've
people
got
are
time
actually
and
writing and broadcasting on that particular game down at Hove.
Actor running away from us, bowls now, and this is knocked down to deep third by Callaway. Very neat looking stroke to give him a single. 203 for 4.
I think Adrian Harms, the Sussex commentator, would probably be familiar with Tom Tom Club. But
yes, I can definitely
I'm not entirely convinced about Anthony Gibson, the Somerset man.
No, I can imagine that if you thought my reaction was nonplussed and withering, that what Mr. Gibson might have been able to come up with would certainly eclipse that, as Ingram pretty much plays a mirror image of what Callaway's just done, just running the ball off the face of the bat down to his fielder at deep third and taking 204 for 4. And once again, it's another sort of 10 over kind of partnership, which just, yes, okay, Gloucestershire have had one wicket this morning and it's an important one of Carlson, etc., but Just can never really feel as though they're fully on top. I bowled him! What a ball! Zaman Akhtar produces a searing Yorker out of nowhere, and Ben Kellaway has gone, and it sort of reached that period again where you just felt if Gloucestershire didn't pick up a wicket for a while, it might just go flat. But Zaman Akhtar has speared one underneath the bat of Kellaway, and the off stump is lying flat on the deck. Kellaway goes for 21. It is 204 for 5.
Well, Kellaway just started to settle, really, hadn't he? He looked reasonably at home out there, but it was a fine ball that got him. And just a stand of 35, which he'd had the lion's share of with Colin Ingram. It's been a strange old pattern this innings, hasn't it?
Yeah.
With lots of small stands, 44, 40, then 40, 35, 50, 35. Chris Cook out at 7, and I suppose the last man in the Glamorgan order, of whom you'd say a very big and significant innings can be expected. Certainly had at least one century here on this ground. Remember him batting out the final day in less than necessary but less than fascinating style.
Yes, I can remember as well.
204 for 5. I think even his mum on social media admitted the game had ended in slightly tedious fashion.
Well, that was rather dramatic.
It was, wasn't it?
I mean, we've not seen too much stump flying action this season so far. Miles Hammond was the only victim bowled in the first innings, and that was in far less dramatic circumstances.
As Price begins a new over and Ingram drives through the offside and takes a single out to deep cover, 205 for 5.
Probably does have to be one of the most satisfying types of dismissal when you just land that Yorker. And not only that, but there's some stump action. Not quite cartwheeling it rather sort of it toppled over a little bit like a mighty oak rather than a little matchstick.
Yes.
Anyway.
Out to the ground it went anyway. Much to Callaway's chagrin, as Ollie Price bowls down leg side and Cook gropes for it rather. The ball comes either off his pad or the keeper's pad. Trickles a few metres away.
One of those rather untidy pieces of cricket all round.
Price looping in, bowls. Cook turns it round the corner studiously, but only as far as Van Buren at shortish fine leg. In a sort of catching position, sort of saving one. Price bowls. Cook thrusts his left pad forward.
Little bit of turn. Probably not enough that Cook wouldn't still leave that, but just enough that you can see that there are some footmarks there for Price to aim for.
As that one is driven by Cook and, well, just about stopped in the covers by the diving dent. Characteristic Cook squarish bat on the off drive there. Didn't get him off the mark though. Ollie Price in to bowl. Cook is forward defending. Out on the leg side it trickles. No run. Just the single off the over. 205 for 5. And Glamorgan in peril with that dismissal of Kellaway. I think you can already say it has been Gloucestershire's morning. Glamorgan haven't been scoring too quickly, making progress towards that follow-on target of 397, which looks a very long way away, unless we get 100 from one of these two, basically.
Yes, what is it? Roughly 3 wickets a session, but then if the game goes on all that length of time, Glamorgan will have moved ahead. Akhtar bowling to Ingram, and this is steered away to point for no run. But I suppose it's a, well, it shows you that probably Gloucestershire will need something like 3 wickets in a session if they are top order or middle order wickets for it to be really their session, because they at some point they'll need that rate of fall of wickets to accelerate a bit. So if they can get one more in the 40 minutes before lunch, they might be pretty pleased. Actor into Ingram, who nudges this one to cover, and there's no run. I was told yesterday evening that the forecast for Monday had improved a bit. It still looks a bit sort of, well, it looks more hit or miss than the more consistent showers that were forecast when I looked yesterday afternoon. Actor bowls, Ingram works this one round the corner, sets off for the first one briskly, but there won't be a second run there. Down to fine leg, 206 for 5, but still with those percentages.
Yeah, they're fairly low for most of the day. Percentage of rain on the BBC forecast, only 20-odd% for most of the day.
But you've probably only got to catch 1 or 2, and it's already taking, you know, if that takes an hour out of the game, it feels as though at this point still Gloucestershire couldn't afford to lose an hour. Actor bowls to the right-handed Cook, who gets sawn in half a little by that one. Struck somewhere midships. This ball goes nowhere. I don't think it was off glove, and anyway Gloucestershire don't have any close catches other than the 2 slips. I suppose you could say, well, Actors at the moment got a field mostly for full bowling with the square leg up. Could say to a new man, you might want one more close catcher in there as Actor bowls to Cook, who's in behind that and defending, but Cameron Bancroft has gone for a fairly standard ring, and then the 2 slips, 2 fielders back fine on the boundary.
Yeah, Met Office has got up to 50% at 11 o'clock tomorrow. Slightly more pessimistic than the BBC at this time.
That's actually unusual from my experience. Actor moves in again and bowls, and it's wide outside the off stump, and Cook lets that one alone. 206 for 5, and Actor, especially having got that wicket, there's another searching over. Nothing massively alarming in it, but especially with the new batter in, it felt a bit more potent. And Ollie Price at the moment, 2 overs for 2. As long as Ollie Price is keeping the run rate down, he's certainly doing his job. Just keep that over rate in check, and also just force Glamorgan possibly to think, well, we've got to attack from that end, maybe induce a false shot. But his primary job probably is just to keep things tight.
As he comes in to bowl to Colin Ingram, who turns it gently on the leg side, and there is no run. So Colin Ingram not looking to attack particularly, as he plays another one out into the offside, and there is no run. Just happy to sit in there, put away maybe the odd bad ball, but the problem for Glamorgan is that there have been very few loose offerings from the Shire. Ollie Price bowls, Ingram on the back foot, hits it straight to cover, and there's no run. So it is a question of absolute concentration for these 2 experienced players, as Ingram drives into the offside and will pick up a single out to Charlesworth, deep on the cover boundary. Ingram 39 years old, Cook 38, both on the books for next season as well, so they are maturing well. Ingram with a brilliant season last year, top run scorer, despite sitting out 3 championship games, top run scorer in the country. But looking for his first half century of this season. He scored 32 and 4 in the opening game. Ollie Price to Cook, who drives into the offside. No run to cover. Cook did get a 50 in the first innings against Gloucestershire. Glamorgan really didn't bat very well overall. Beaten by 10 wickets. As Cook pushes at that one, there's a bit of excitement as Bracey juggles with it. He went to take the rebound just in case. Not sure if he got there, but there was a bit of an ooh and an ah from around the bat. 207 for 5. And I don't think Cook touched it, and I don't think Bracey caught it at the end anyway.
It was an ooh from me more because Bracey went lunging after it as though he thought there was something on it, but it looked as if it had snuck right through. But again, it's encouraging for Price that there's just that bit of turn there. He got a couple of wickets in the first innings at Derby in round 1, including bowling Wayne Madsen on the famed Madsen reverse sweep, which I'm sure is a wicket that he would have particularly enjoyed. Actor into Ingram, bowls down the leg side, and that will be 4 byes, I think. Yeah, Bracey sprawled away, but no chance. That really was just speared in down leg and a skidding low trajectory as well. No opportunity for Bracey to save those runs to 11 for 5.
Should be debited against the bowler, that type of delivery.
Quite.
If it's wide of a diving keeper, then should be wides.
In comes Actor to Ingram and straightens up this time and defends. But it is, as we mentioned quite a bit in round 1, but Glamorgan supporters in particular may be wondering what's gone on with Gloucestershire's spin attack. Well, Muzaffar Gohar now of Middlesex, having departed in the winter, so Ollie Price, as it stands, is Gloucestershire's primary red ball spin option. Actor bowls a short ball, Ingram pulls it away through mid-wicket. Charlesworth is quick across the ground at deep mid-wicket, and they're not going to take a second run even. He's done extremely well there as Charlesworth, who is, along with Ollie Price, one of the hot zone boundary riders for Gloucestershire in the T20. 212 for 5.
Middlesex have found a few quid down the back of the sofa then?
Well, yes, it's amazing, isn't it, how all of a sudden they can go from being a county in such deep financial strife to having seemingly enough cash to make multiple signings. Certain former Gloucestershire player Kane Williamson also joining them later on in the season. Actor bowls back of a length, but Cook plays it relatively comfortably out into the covers for no run. Of course, the extraordinary number on the sale of London Spirit has produced some cash in general, but it's still an uneasy relationship.
Some cash. It will produce
yes.
some cash.
Well, I think however much it is, it's going to be a sizable amount. But how much of that Middlesex see? Actor bowls. This is stabbed into the ground and into a massive sort of almost, I mean, it almost looks like a pile of dust to the left of the pitch as we look at it. That will have scuffed that ball something good if it's the desired side for Gloucestershire. Yeah. Sort of a 50-50 chance, isn't it, if that's the side, if they're looking for a bit of reverse action. Question is, has it hit the right side for them? Last ball of this. Actor over. He bowls to Cook, and Cook forces his way towards point. And again, there's no run, so the 4 byes off the first ball, but just the single And the rest of it, Glamorgan trail by 334 at 2-1-2 for 5.
Yep, 397 the follow-on figure. And yeah, talking about Middlesex, you of course think of them as the hosts of Lords, but they are very much the tenants to MCC, and therefore Middlesex don't benefit, I don't think, from being 100 hosts as such. And they've had a few financial disputes. There was a big hole in their players' pension fund at one point. As Ollie Price bowls and Ingram goes for it. Well, that one's comes absolutely out of nowhere. It's over long on, and it's gone all the way into Marker Lane stand for 6. Well, that was out of the blue.
Well, he just clearly thought he was going to bring up his 50 in style.
86 deliveries.
I did wonder whether they
they
would just continue to allow Ollie Price to wheel away, and that's the answer. Got to the pitch of it and walloped it.
Well, I suppose fair play to Ingram in that we certainly hadn't seen it coming, and neither did Ollie Price, as maybe mid-on drift back a few yards. That one's shorter and flatter. That one's not being hit for 6, it's being hit for a single into the offside instead. Yes, Williamson, thankfully for Glamorgan, will not be facing them next week at Lords. I've had enough trouble with Zafar Goa in the past. He won a championship game in Cardiff.
Yes. It was his second game, I think, for Gloucestershire, that particular one, late on in the season.
219 for 5. Cook yet to score. Tries the reverse sweep. He's got off the mark with the reverse sweep. And that one's run away for 4 to a third man. Well, I wonder if these two have had a little chat and said, right, it's not spinning much. We've got to get after Ollie Price and make the most of the temporary relief from the fast bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, it does give Bancroft something to think about if Ollie Price is going to be taken on.
Short leg as well as a slip though for the Cook forward prod, but there's a backward defensive prod from Cook.
And there's also the school of thought that says, well, actually looking at the number of runs to score is important. Can we make a dent into the runs?
Cook comes down the wicket and then defends when he gets there. Well, that was odd. Price maybe saw him coming. 223 for 5. So we don't get a double Nelson to enjoy. Brighter morning now as Cook turns that one wide of short leg. The skipper doing duty there himself. Bangers.
I was thinking last over, he's not got this right, has he? Captain under the helmet. Where's ordering somebody else in?
Where's the youngster? I suppose Ollie Price is the youngest member of the side, but maybe Charlesworth or Tom Price.
He does seem to enjoy fielding there. Bancroft, he fielded there last year as well when Gloucestershire needed somebody. Tom Lace would have been the short leg before.
Yeah, Glamorgan tend to use Eddie Byram, who's not the youngest member of the side.
A bit further back, Tom Lace was always the one who was sent in under there, and well, there was one catch that was taken, I think it may have been in the last game of 2021, where the ball was whacked into Tom Lace's helmet at short leg and ricocheted off to slip and was caught. And Gloucestershire had that exact same thing happen against them earlier on in the season at Cheltenham against Hampshire. Tom Price is having a change of ends and bowling from the pavilion end. The first ball's driven firmly back at him. He gets a hand on it and actually ends up deflecting it just wide of the stumps. Not that Cook was in any danger, because Price took a lot of pace off the ball. 1 for 65. Tom Price's figures. He did have one convinced appeal for LBW yesterday, but his first spell from the Ashley Down Road end Possibly wasn't what he was after. The change of ends do him some good. Ingram flicks this away for a single down to Van Buren on the boundary at fine leg, and he's gunned to throw in. No need to bounce it. Nothing wrong with my shoulder. 224 for 5.
Well, there's the answer about how Leicestershire are going to go about things against Derbyshire, having taken the first innings advantage of 91 runs. They're now 44 for naught in the 7th over with a volley of early boundaries from Ahmed and Budinger.
Certainly be an entertaining pair to watch. That's Gloucestershire's next home opponents. Leicestershire making the trip here on the 25th of April. Journey to Canterbury first for Gloucestershire before that, with Cameron Green set to make his debut there as Tom Price bowls, and Cook just, I think he left that, but he just didn't really particularly shoulder arms at all. He had a brief interaction with the ball, but I don't think it was that close.
It was half a leave, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Played
what that
outside
was.
it,
Yes,
or
played
over the top?
outside the line of it.
Played over the top of it deliberately, maybe.
Strange manoeuvre, anyway. Tom Price approaches, bowls, driven by Cook. It beats the bowler, but won't beat the slide of Actor, who comes across well from mid-off. Perhaps it wasn't the most elegant slide from Saman Actor. I'm not entirely sure that he was intended to slide exactly that way, but he's got a massive grass stain underneath his left knee now because of that.
Well, long way down for these fast bowlers.
He got there. Tom Price in to Cook, and Cook punches that one beautifully through extra cover. That's going to take some stopping. Actors after it. It's pretty quick as it gets towards the rope there, and it goes for 4.
He's booted it another 20 yards as well.
Doesn't help either. Well, he fielded one ball yesterday very expertly with his boot.
Maybe he does have football pretensions.
So most of them do, I suppose, don't they? It was a good shot from Cook, though, and picks up his second boundary in rather more orthodox fashion than his first.
Glamorgan certainly enjoy their football warm-ups in the morning.
228 for 5. Price approaches now and bowls, and Cook guides this one towards backward point, and another tumbling effort there, this time from Hammond, who likes to use any excuse seemingly to crawl along the floor. Catches up with the stationary ball, and there's no run. 228 for 5. Yes, Gloucestershire do this sort of foot volley type thing. I don't even know what the name of it is really, but they certainly get very into it, and ball's allowed to bounce once inside the court, and there's people standing almost right next to each other trying to boot the ball. What could possibly go wrong?
Price in to bowl. Ingram on the back foot defends very gently on the leg side.
Well, they've got to do something, haven't they? You can't wrap him up in cotton wool the whole time.
No, Glamorgan are fairly committed to their full-scale football. As Ingram defends one down to backward point, no run.
Tempting Price by showing a lot of his stumps, Ingram. I think that's why Price jumped in the air, but well, Ingram's certainly not planning on missing one.
So that shorter flatten, Ingram paddle sweeps and gets a single for it, but it wasn't really a great shot, to be honest. It would have gone to leg slip had there been one there. Obviously Ingram knew that there wasn't, but it wasn't great reward for the risk of lobbing it straight up in the air.
Yeah, and actually Hammond didn't do what Carlson had been doing in the first innings and moving immediately with the shot. Hammond stayed put. I think he would have got there anyway.
Price to Cook, faster, flatter. Cook noodles it into a gap at cover point and ambles through for a single, and the helmet is thrown by Cameron Bancroft and not caught by anyone. That won't do the helmet much good. As
Concussion check, please.
Price to Ingram, who drives into the offside, but it's fielded by one of the cover fielders, of whom there are two, as I'm an actor. Actually, there's three if you include the man on the cover point boundary. Obviously looking to cut down Colin Ingram's options as he defends the next ball. 230 for 5. Just a couple of singles off that particular over.
Yeah, and the patience game establishes itself again. Cook on 9. You don't want to be the first top order player not to get to double figures. It's not quite got to that magic 35 mark yet, this partnership, but 26. Gloucestershire would dearly love for that to strike again. He got some serious height on that helmet lob to Bancroft. What on earth was he doing? Just obviously assumed,
just held on to it for a bit too long, I suppose.
Assumed that Hammond was going to catch it. If you want to catch a helmet, in comes Price and bowls to Chris Cook, who drives up to mid-off and looks furious that he doesn't get it away into a gap.
One of those moments where you're flicking the ball around the field and you just hold on to it a fraction too long and it goes straight up into the air and you have to sort of catch it yourself and
throw it behind you.
Just messing around, boys.
There's something slightly bizarre about the way that the helmet falls to the ground and just crashes. In comes Price, bowls. This is punched past a sprawl of Ollie Price, and that will be 4 more for Chris Cook. They've been really severe on anything fractionally short from Tom Price. He's been, I mean, North East hit him for, I reckon, at least 3 boundaries with that back foot drive, and this may be slightly Price's problem in that that's the sort of length that's working quite well for the likes of Actor and Singdale in particular, but it's sitting up a bit more when Price bowls there. So he bowls it fuller and tries to squeeze it past Cook, who gets down exaggeratedly, Vaughan-esque fashion from the 05 Ashes to a ball that I don't think kept quite as low as the gesture would have suggested, but probably that's what Tom Price maybe has to bowl for more than the edge. Just try and target the stumps. He's only got 1 slip in place now. Tom Price is there and bowls, and that's gone past Cook's edge. That's a ball which has just, in contrast to the previous one, it's, you know, again, it's not massive, but it's just enough variation in bounce possibly, and it's on a really ideal line and length, not too dissimilar to the sort of ball that got Byram, for example. Sort of got to play at it, particularly given that the previous ball hasn't bounced so much, so you feel like you've got to cover it even though it was going over the top. Price bowls. Cook has played that one from the crease just in defence out into the offside. And they've got just over half the work done as far as the rest of the overs, or rest of the time I should say, in the morning session, these two, since coming together. Ingram gluing things together this morning with his 53, Cook the latest partner to try to accompany him. 2, 3, 4, 5. Price in and bowls, and Cook plays this one rather awkwardly round his front pad into the onside. Ben Charlesworth picks up, and the Price tandem continues looking for a wicket with this now fairly old ball. There'll be a new ball available within the first hour of the afternoon session, so Gloucestershire will have that possibility to attack with. I'd love to just break this partnership, especially before that second new ball, and then maybe get into the lower order with the new ball. Might be what they'll be thinking, if not discussing.
As Price loops in around the wickets and Ingram steers him Down to backward point where Tether Price does the fielding. Ollie bowling. Tom at backward point at the moment, bowling the other end as Ingram goes for the lap sweep again, and this time plays it rather more successfully, and it will run away for 4 runs. And Ollie Price presumably will now fill that hole in the field.
Looks that way.
I think Ingram's almost flicking it over his own head, isn't he? Confident that he's not going to spoon it up.
She just reminded me, I'm not sure if we've had a court T Price bowled O Price. We've had quite a lot of the reverse, but I don't know.
O Price bowls, C Ingram defends. 238 for 5. Ingram's moved on to 57. Sam Northeast's 50, the other best offering of the day. As Ingram defends on the back foot. Always, as with my journalist hat on, makes you feel better when someone's got to a 50 during a day's play. You've got someone you can respectably ask for an interview. There really weren't many headline acts yesterday. Van Buren's 48 and Northeast 50, the most accumulated by any batter in the course of the day. As Ingram is forward, defending.
No, I think from a Gloucestershire perspective as well, it was just pick on a bowler and
yes,
and
pick a bowler, any bowler. They've all bowled pretty well, and as a quartet, as Ingram flat bats it away towards point, and they'll go through for a single. 239 for 5. Ingram has 58. On the rugby front, Ospreys only but yet so far losing in the European Challenge Cup to Lyon 2018. Late conversion attempt came back off the post that would probably have taken the game into extra time. And big one today down the road, Bath against Gloucester, 5:30 kick-off. European rugby at something of a derby.
Non-stop top-level sport here. What's the delay here? Oh, just arranging the helmets behind James Bracey. Bit of a target for the 5 penalty runs, but one slip for Tom Price. He's bowling round the wickets, and there's a strangled appeal, but that's all it is. As Ingram tries to turn it away. I'm not sure whether there was batter, whether it was just going down leg side anyway, but made a loud thumping noise into the pad, which suggested maybe that there wasn't bat, but I don't think there was a great deal going for it anyway, which is why they didn't really sustain the appeal at all. Price shuffles in round the wicket again and bowling down the leg side. And yeah, no.
The appeal from
no.
cover was particularly interesting there.
Ingram missed it, and well, it was just something to do, really.
It's a good take by Bracey, to be fair, down down leg side, going quite wide and scooping it up.
Really found it particularly from round the wicket this morning. Tom Price has speared a few down there, bowling to Ingram. Here he is now and bowls, and Ingram knocks this one away to mid-wicket, and Bulls gone straight to the fielder, so the 2 steps that he took forwards had to be taken pretty quickly backward. Middlesex almost bowled out now at Canterbury, but they've got over the 300 mark, so it looks as if it might be a tricky chase potentially for Kent. Zafar Gohar has made a half-century. It's those sorts of situations he seems to thrive in. Price bowls, and Ingram plays a very much unhurried defensive shot into the offside. Bengeda's 75 half-centuries, Eskenazi and Zafar. Jack Leaning's taken a couple of wickets for Kent, but yeah, they're going to Gonna have to go some, probably, to make it 2 wins from 2. The feeling seemed to be coming out of Canterbury that they wanted the pitches to be fairly lively, so it could be an interesting game next week when Gloucestershire travel there. Price bowls to Ingram, who pushes into the offside, no run.
Yeah, the trouble is with the current points allocation of 8 for the draw, it's exactly the same drawing 2 matches as it is winning 1 and losing 1, which isn't always the case when it was 16 and 5, but now it's 16 and 8.
Yeah.
It's not as much incentive to go for it.
Or the UCB think tank would say to prepare green-seeming pitches. Price bowls to Ingram, who plays this one up to mid-on, and there is no run. Keaton Jennings is approaching 100 at Old Trafford, 96 not out, but Lancashire at 211 for 6 now in reply to Northants 496, so trailing by 285. There'll be some grumpy Lankies unless Jennings can save them.
The other half of the Price bowling duo will begin his next over in the sunshine now. It's the brightest it's been all day. Having had fairly thick cloud cover, there's a fair percentage of blue sky around. There's someone warming up in the distance at
Van Buren.
Over before lunch,
Yeah,
maybe.
a bit of left arm spin.
As Ollie Price is in to bowl and Cook is poking forward. There's no run. Good afternoon to Steve West in Cardiff, who is correctly convinced that Glamorgan aren't going to win this match, but big difference between another defeat and batting out for a draw. As Cook pushes gently through the offside and picks up a single to Dent, sweeping somewhere in the distance in front of the mound stand away to our right. The pitch is well to our right, probably about half a dozen strips to the right of our commentary position. As we peer down from what's deep third man for the left-hander, Colin Ingram is on strike at the moment, and now he isn't because he's turned that through the onside for a single. 2, 4, 1 for 5, with 2 more overs, I guess, before the lunch interval.
Depends if Van Buren comes on and whips through one very quickly.
As Cook is forward, defending. Yes, depend which end Van Buren's preparing to bowl from.
He can bowl an over in about a minute. Needs the batters to play ball too, of course.
Cook is forward uncertainly to that one, and the ball flies off a thick edge, wide of slip. Picked up at short third man.
Just a bit of bounce.
As Price bowls, Cook back on his stumps, jabbing down on it rather uncertainly. Yeah, Price not quite the height of Shoaib Bakhtar, really did give it a loop, but only the 2 wickets for 120 odd for Shoaib Bashir. And Price well over 6 foot and giving it a little bit of air, but not as much, but getting a bit of bounce occasionally. 2, 4, 1 for 5, and it is going to be Van Buren from the pavilion end, so possibly 3 more overs in 7 minutes to go. Depends how aggressive the batters are.
I think it makes sense from a Gloucestershire perspective as well, because the quicker you get through these overs, the quicker you can take that second new ball, and that again provides a path to some of the quicker wickets that Gloucestershire will need. Van Buren spears one in first up, and it's hopped over his outstretched left hand as well, so Ingram picks up a single down to long on. Big moment up at Old Trafford. Keaton Jennings is out for 96. It's been dismissed by the on loan leg spinner Calvin Harrison, who's taken 3 for 32 for Northamptonshire, on loan from Nottinghamshire. Round the wicket, Van Buren, and Cook chops this away late and close to his body. And straight out to backward point. And Middlesex are now all out, 311. They've been bowled out for. Zafar, the last man to go, for 57. Van Buren into Cook. And a nudge defensive shot won't bring him a run. So Kent will need 316 runs to beat Middlesex. Van Buren bowls, Cook drives forcefully wide of mid-off. Tom Price is herring after it. It's going to need to slide because the ball's got some pace to it. And he gets there. But 2 runs to the total. The Borders playing some tricks on me. The score might be 247 for 5. That's all I can say. They took 2 anyway.
248 on this device.
Ooh. Van Buren in, bowls passes the edge of Cook there, and he bowled actually only a couple of overs in the first innings at Derby and got 1 or 2 to turn and bounce a bit. I think that one bounced, but it did seem to turn. Van Buren to Cook, outside edge, and there is no slip. It might have been past a slip anyway, but it's down to the boundary. Now the board reads 248 for 5 with those 4 to Cook to move him to 20. Wow, there might well have been a chance if there'd been a slip in place. So, well, the decision was made not to have one. And Gloucestershire will be ruining it. And again, Van Buren's bowled 1 over there and provided some threat.
So, Ollie Price starting his over at 12:56. We might see another Van Buren one, unless there's some expert time wasting from these. They're not probably that bothered. Another run scoring opportunity as Ingram is defending this one back to the bowler. And certainly be another over if he does that 6 times in a row. Hammond is in at slip. There are 3 or 4 saving the single as Ingram plays to cover. Actor Fields, no run. Long on is on the boundary after Ingram belted a 6 off Ollie Price earlier on. Long off is 2/3 back. Ingram is forward defending. Cover point is out sweeping. Mid-wicket is out sweeping as well. Bit of an in-out field from the Shire. As Price lopes in, bowls, and Ingram drives gently through the offside. A single by mutual consent. 249 for 5. Can Glamorgan get a batting bonus point before lunch? What excitement. As Cook is forward, defending. Bracey Fields, no run. Last ball of the over, so there will be another one surely before we can tuck into our grub. And Cook defends the final ball of the over. So just a single off at 249 for 5 as Graham Van Buren will bowl the last over. So fairly even morning. Gloucestershire have got rid of 2 top order batters. Kieran Carson caught at slip off Singh Dale for 22. Ben Callaway yorked off stump by an excellent delivery from Zaman Akhtar for 21. But these two doing their best to restore a little calm and stability as the sun comes through. I'll be back the other side of lunch. Ed will take you through this over.
And even despite how rapidly Van Buren can get through and over, he's not going to be able to force another one. This is left by Ingram. First ball through to the keeper. They do have a slip in for Ingram. They had one for Cook. Miles Hammond might have been called into action. Van Buren bowls, and on the back foot, Ingram turns this into the onside. This ought to possibly, at the very least, buy Gloucestershire some leeway over 8 wise for their new ball bowlers when that comes around. Ingram plays this one away and well stopped by Ollie Price, launching his way to his right-hand side, fielding at, pardon me, Zaman Akhtar at shortish mid-wicket. Van Buren once more, and driven out through the covers, and that is the 250 for Glamorgan, with Ingram adding a single to move his score to 62. But Glamorgan have achieved their first batting point and continue to move their way towards the halfway mark as far as the overall deficit. It's still 296 runs, but they've got it under 300 this morning. 2 slips in place now for Chris Cook as Van Buren bowls. It's played with the inner half of the bat, but into a pretty vacant onside. And Cook will get off strike, so his work should be done for the morning. He's on to 21. And the last ball of this morning session, Van Buren over the wicket to Ingram. It's a flighter delivery, and Ingram smothers it away into the offside. And the morning session is complete. Gloucestershire have, I think, got through 32.1 overs in that morning session, so they've certainly not sold themselves short as far as goes at Glamorgan. And as Nick says, the 2 wickets to fall. Kieran Carlson fencing Ajit Singh Dale to Bancroft at second slip for 22, and Ben Kellaway, that ripping Yorker from Akhtar, bowled for 21. But another partnership has made it into the 30s, 40s, 50s. Will the pattern continue? Can Gloucestershire break it quickly after lunch? They may have to. It's not been a bad bowling performance at all this morning from Gloucestershire. Singh Dale in particular charged in with real threat. That was exciting to watch. If you're a Gloucestershire fan or a neutral, but Glamorgan, particularly led by Colin Ingram, continue to defy Gloucestershire. He's got 62, Cook has 21. Nick Webb and myself, Ed Seaborn, will be back in around about 40 minutes time for the afternoon session. Don't go too far.
Information you need to know if you're planning to be with us tomorrow, particularly if you're coming to the ground by car. So access to the Neville Road gate of the ground will be redirected via Kent Road tomorrow due to temporary closure of Neville Road for resurfacing. A road closure sign will be in place on Kent Road, but vehicles will be allowed to bypass the sign for stadium access. So needless to say, please allow a bit more time for your journey to the ground tomorrow, and if there are any further updates we will pass those on to you. But access then to vehicles to the ground tomorrow will be redirected via Kent Road because Neville Road is closed for resurfacing. There will be a road closure sign in place, but access to the ground will be allowed by the workers on site. But please allow some extra time for your journey tomorrow. So a full roster of games in the Championship in this second round. Here are the lunch scores elsewhere. In the First Division, at Chester Street, Durham in their second innings are 54 for 2. They lead Warwickshire by 116, having bowled them out this morning for 325. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire batting in their second innings, 14 without loss. Essex's first innings equals 30, so Notts current deficit is 16. At the Oval, 224 for 2 in their second innings. They lead Hampshire by 258 with 8 wickets in hand. And at home, Sussex 334 for 4 in their second innings against Somerset. The overall lead there is 427. And at Headingley, finally in the First Division, Yorkshire 243 for 4 against Worcestershire. Their lead, also a big one, 537. It's lunch at Canterbury, where Kent will need 316 to beat Middlesex, who have been bowled out on the cusp of lunch for 311. There's a half century there for Zafar Gahar. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 217 for 8 in their first innings, still in danger of being asked to follow up because they still trail Northants by 279. And at Grace Road, Leicestershire 86 without loss against Derbyshire in their second innings. Their lead is 177.
Relying on me and being Indian, and you think seven months for even better. You know what? Pretty much every football fan, except maybe one or two, but even the top fans, yeah. Although it's the nature of the following the football, this season I had 2 first. Oh yeah. And talk about the 2 emotions, 2 poles apart. The first emotion was the regular. I found it after all these years. I found it Bristol back in. We went up to Albion a few weeks ago. you've run this way. I've made a start. I've got 4 or 5. The other one. Yeah.
Dave, and I was looking at Dave Mack. So yeah, so when you said like, I didn't mean to. So yeah, it is. Well, but I was sort of, you know, when you were talking, I was sort of like Dave Mack. Yeah, so
it wasn't the greatest first test. No, I think you've got to go back. That's a fucking stupid question, Pete.
umpires for this afternoon's session, Naeem Ashraf and Paul Bolton. In the field, the Gloucestershire side, captained by number 1, Cameron Bancroft, and receiving for Glamorgan, their 6th wicket pair of number 41, Colin Ingram, and number 46, Chris Cook.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol. Glamorgan 251 for 5 in their first innings, replying to Gloucestershire's 546, and the deficit is at 295, and Messrs Ingram and Cook will look to push that deficit down and continue to make inroads. Gloucestershire 2 wickets this morning, Carlson and Kellaway the 2 victims, Singdale and Actor the wicket takers. There are 7 overs to go until the second new ball is available. Gloucestershire continuing with spin from the Ashley Down Road end. Ollie Price is set to bowl the first over of the afternoon. Ed Seaborn and Nick Webb with you on the BBC Sport website, app, BBC Sounds, Gloucestershire live stream. Here's Ollie Price bowling to Cook. First ball of the afternoon is flicked away through mid-wicket for a comfortable single as Ben Charlesworth mops up in the deep.
Yes, odd pattern to this innings in that wickets have fallen at fairly regular intervals, but minimum stand of 35 and a maximum so far of 50.
Price round the wicket to the left-handed Ingram, who lunges forward and defends. Is this going to be the partnership that breaks it? Still a sort of an interesting spell maybe before the second new ball. What do Glamorgan want to do with it, as well as Gloucestershire? Flicked away through mid-wicket by Ingram for a single. I mean, you'd guess that, who knows, but you would imagine if you were an experienced player such as Messrs Ingram and Cook are, you'd look at that period and think, well, actually we can tick over at 3-4 runs and over, as Cook gets a ball outside leg stump and turns it to Tom Price at short fine leg, so Ollie Price gets away with it a little. You'd think, well, here's actually a 20 minutes or so that we can still score at an okay rate, but without taking too many risks, as Ollie Price over pitches and it's driven, and there's an excellent hand on it. A short extra cover position by Bancroft, which saves 3 runs. They get a single, and that is the 50 partnership, up to rapturous applause from Bristol. I think maybe one person noticed. This is nudged into the offside by Ingram. Quick single taken short of Tom Price at backward point. So 4 runs from the over, and that suits Glamorgan pretty well. Not much risk taken, but 4 more runs ticked off, and another over goes by as well. And well, that is not a move that I had expected, but in a way there was much talk about Ben Charlesworth's bowling at the start of this season, the fact that he was willing and ready to bowl, and we're going to see him bowl for the first time this season. He plies a trade of sort of usually away swingers at around about medium to maybe just fast of medium. I'm sure he would tell you that it is. And James Bracey is standing back to him, so there's maybe a sign even with the old ball.
Here comes Charlesworth then, loping in, and his first ball is turned away gently on the leg side by Colin Ingram for a single down towards backward square. Well, he topped the bowling averages last year.
Yes.
3 maidens, 1 for 6.
1 for 6, I was going to say, I could have told you that. But no, he's...
Can you remember who the one was?
Oh,
or what county it was against?
I think it was Peter Hanscom, LBW. I think it was that
Not
one.
a bad wicket.
There was... The problem is that he also took a wicket against Leicestershire in the One Day Cup, which which might have been that one. I'll have to look it up.
It's all right,
He
it was an
definitely
unfair question.
No, that's all right. He definitely did get Peter Hanscom LBW.
Tall figure of Charlesworth is into Cook, who jabs it straight to cover. 256 for 5. You're on BBC Sport Online with Ed Seaborn and Nick Webb, steering you implacably through the day's action.
Get in.
Yeah?
It was, yeah.
Championship wicket?
It was.
Yeah. Good man. Top banana as Charlesworth bowls and Cook plays no shot outside off stump.
It was it wasn't a sort of a swipe or anything from Hanscom as well. It was a genuine pitched up delivery. Caught Hanscom doing his usual eccentric foot movement, or often lack of it, once the ball's actually delivered, and caught him on the crease bang in front. But he has been a useful bowler in his career when he's been fit and ready to bowl.
As Cook is forward to a very respectable delivery on middle and off, defending on the offside.
But shoulder trouble has really limited the amount that he's been able to bowl in first-class cricket. I mean, he is not. When you look at his first-class record, admittedly it's over 24 innings, and it shows that he's bowled in less than half of the. Well, in fact, he's bowled in well under half his matches.
Charlesworth bowls and Cook drives, but straight to mid-on. Ed Middleton?
Looks like a Middleton-shaped figure under the floppy hat there.
Subfielder.
So, in fact, actually, I was going to say he's bowled in around about half, but of course it's 24 innings in 44 matches, so shows you how limited he's been. But 14 wickets at 35.2, the output.
Charlesworth bowls and Cook drives to wide mid-off, calls through for a single. There is a token shy at the wickets by Tom Price, which misses and is backed up by Chris Dent quite a long way away. 2-5-7 for 5. 2 singles off the over, which was perfectly respectable and on target, if not hugely demanding.
But yeah, he's able to get some away shape as Charlesworth. You know, he's when he first came on the scene and made his debut, he very much was a somebody who would bat more like at 7 and bowl a decent number of overs. But he's evolved into now a championship opener, a red ball opener, as Van Buren is replacing Ollie Price after 1 over, and Cook drives him to a deep mid-off for a single first ball, 258 for 5. And not only that, but he's become a really powerful hitter in the middle order in white ball cricket, an excellent boundary rider as well. Van Buren over the wicket to Ingram, who steers this one defensively out on the offside for Tom Price to field. And it's, I suppose it's an example of just giving a young cricketer some time. Let him evolve. Full ball from Van Buren, inviting the drive, and it's been walloped over extra cover by Ingram, and away it races to the boundary. It was full and it was wide, and Ingram gave it the treatment. 262 for 5.
Bit loopy from Van Buren, who from my point of view, when I've seen him, he's tended to fizz them in and been on the faster side of slow.
Yes, definitely. It does tend to be a little less inviting than that one was. Van Buren bowls. He does give that one some flight as well, though. But again, it's very full, so not really much danger for Ingram, who drives it down to long on, and a single is added. So 4 overs after this until the second new ball, but Glamorgan are doing well to take advantage of this little passage of play so far, as he's middled it in the defence to mid-wicket.
Nearly got one through. If he hadn't hit it, he might have been out.
It was very straight. From Buren in bowls, another flighted delivery, but full and push driven to short extra by Cook, so 6 runs off that over. Wonder whether Bancroft is going to just keep rotating around. He clearly doesn't particularly want to, for example, use up a 2 or 3 over spell of, say, Zaman Akhtar or maybe Singh Dale, and be interesting to see also who gets that second new ball. You'd have thought with the way that Singh Dale had bowled this morning that you might be giving the new ball to Singh Dale. First new ball was Matt Taylor and Tom Price.
Yeah, they should get 5 overs each out of the 4 main seamers as Charlesworth bowls, and that's driven nicely by Ingram, but Dent is sweeping in front of the mound stand, and they'll just get the single.
If that was the attempted Yorker from Charlesworth, or whether it just ended up as a low full toss. He does like to try a Yorker when he bowls. It is a delivery that he quite fancies.
As in comes the next Charlesworth delivery, and it is driven by Cook firmly, but only as far as Tom Price at mid-off. There's no run, so Cameron Bancroft just fiddling through his options. Had a couple of overs from the spinners from the Ashley Down Road end. Van Buren quickly replacing Ollie Price, and now Ben Charlesworth will bowl the 77th and presumably the 79th before the new ball comes, as that's punched into the offside by Cook. Single out to deep cover. 2, 6, 5 for 5, but it does mean that he's got his main seam quartet all rested in time for, as I say, 5 overs each with the new ball, 5 or 6, and that'll take us through until around about the tea interval, with from the Gloucestershire point of view, maximum pressure being applied. Charlesworth in, bowls. Ingram on the back foot, defends to cover, no run.
And also, even in the best case scenario where Gloucestershire are able to enforce the follow on, they will need to keep those 4 seamers fresh for quite a long time to come. So I can see why they've looked at this and gone, okay, we need to just get through this period without using those 4.
Charlesworth in, bowls, and Ingram defends, back to the bowler. Yes, Glamorgan really haven't got away at any point in today's play. It was quite attritional early on. Akhtar seems to be warming up with purpose. 2, 6, 5 for 5, still 132 needed. And if Gloucestershire can break this pair, then they really will be favourites to be giving themselves that option. As Ingram drives gently to cover point, there is no run. 2 runs off the over. 2, 6, 5 for 5. 3 to go until the new ball.
Pretty tidy stuff from Charlesworth in these couple of overs, as you say, not exactly whizzing past the outside edge or something, but it's doing the job in particular that Cameron Bancroft wants him to do, which is to keep things tight, keep the pressure on and the scoring down. It's 2 overs for 4 runs. Van Buren will continue, so it's not going to be a 1 over spell for him. Ollie Price, is he the one that went off for Middleton? I'm starting to wonder. Van Buren in. Oh, good ball. That has just done enough. It's not turned a long way, but it has done enough to beat the edge of Cook. Can't have been too far away, but nice flight. It's quite slow turn, but still, it is turn. Van Buren to Cook, forced off the back foot through the covers, out to Dent on the cover boundary, and a single is added.
Gloucestershire have bowled their fields more effectively than Glamorgan did generally, haven't they? They've managed to get most of the attacking shots going to a sweeper on either side of the wicket.
Van Buren over the wicket to Ingram, who plays that one down into his pad, and then the ball trickles to slip. I don't think it was particularly close to the stumps, despite the fact that James Bracey still has his hands clasped behind his head. But I suppose if Ingram's legs hadn't been in the way, which they were going to be, forward defence this time, no run. But anyway, it's still been Van Buren. If there's been a ball from the spinners to look threatening, this is a bit quicker and played back towards Van Buren, who's having to negotiate the non-striker a little bit there. He was tiptoeing around Chris Cook, and for a moment I thought there was going to be a bit of a coming together, but nope. Van Buren bowls. This is driven back to him for no run. You would think possibly that Cook would win that collision, although Van Buren has played a lot of rugby in his past, and in fact when he injured his shoulder a few years ago diving on the boundary in front of the car park, apparently that was an old rugby injury that he aggravated. I'm sure you can guess what position.
Well, he's probably the size of a scrum half.
Yeah.
Possibly a fly half. He certainly wouldn't be a forward, that's for sure.
I think I'm dredging up anyway. I might be completely wrong. It might have been. It might not have been. But maybe that was just me assuming that it was going to be scrum half. But I think it might have been.
Ben Charlesworth then to continue his right arm seam with third and possibly last over of his spell, as he bowled a short ball that's pulled but not timed by Cook. Too wide mid on, as I was looking for it potentially racing away through mid wicket. It didn't. 2-6-6 for 5. 1-3-1 still needed for Glamorgan to avoid the follow on in this match. As Charlesworth is in to bowl and jabbed it through the offside by Cook. Single out to the sweeper, Ollie Price. And the score ticks on to 267 for 5.
He didn't stay on the field for too long, Middleton, so I couldn't really see who he was on for.
Charlesworth into Ingram, who I thought he was trying to run it down to third man, possibly got a bit too much bat on it. Played it to Hammond at point. And there's no run, so a bit of a calm before the storm that Gloucestershire are hoping to create with the new ball. Only 9 balls deliveries have to be bowled with this old ball now. And Glamorgan not inclined to go after it. Charlesworth into Ingram, whips the wrists on that one, turns it round to deep backward square. It's all very placid at the moment. 268 for 5.
Yeah, they really are hanging a lot of their hopes now on this second new ball, Gloucestershire, and it's not as though the chance will have completely gone if it doesn't work, but they would need a bit of a cascade if it doesn't come off.
Cook pulls away, not ready, or someone moving behind the side screen, or someone just talking a little bit too late in proceedings. 2 deliveries left of his third over. He's in to bowl to Cook, who's forward, defending grittily back to the bowler. Lobbed on to Price at mid-off to possibly do a bit of polishing. It's a little bit late for that.
Also not sure about those left arm warm-ups from Saman Akhtar.
Interesting. Charlesworth to finish his over. Bowls and tries to turn it into a gap on the leg side, but again gets a bit too much bat onto it. So Charlesworth 3 overs, 0 for 6, respectable enough. It's Wild away a few overs of the old ball. Glamorgan 261 for 5. 268 for 5, apologies.
Absolutely decent job in terms of getting through the overs cheaply at the very least, and Van Buren will have the 80th. A reminder that tea is at 3:48. Not a minute after, not a minute before, except it probably will be because it'll be in the progress of an over. Van Buren bowls. This is pushed out to short extra cover for no run. Could have saved some ridicule by saying it was 3:45 and just, oh well, they seem to have played on anyway. In comes Van Buren, and Ingram reaches well forward, big stride, front pad outside the line of off stump, just in case any funky business happened out of the rough. Hammond is still in at slip, and Ingram meets this one with the full face of the baton. Oh, again, but no run. Rattling through this over as usual, and Ingram plays this one slightly suspiciously into the ground. There was no real danger there, unless Ingram had somehow put a massive amount of backspin on it and it had spun off the pitch and back onto the stumps. Not very likely. Van Buren flatter worked through square leg for a single. 269 on the board. Glamorgan very close to the halfway point in terms of the deficit. They have lost half their side for this first innings, but there is the small matter from the Gloucestershire perspective of a second innings work to do too. Two slips in place as Cook gets a shorter delivery, which he cuts away to deep cover point for another single. 270, I think that will be for 5 once we get ourselves sorted. And the 80 overs are up. I don't think there's going to be too much time wasting, in fact none at all. Paul Baldwin is already waving the new ball to the scorers, and Matt Taylor is scraping away at the crease at the pavilion end and looks set to take that second new ball. So Taylor was probably the obvious choice of the 3 who have taken the new ball this season, given that Taylor bowled an excellent but ultimately rewardless spell this morning, but formed an excellent partnership with the ball with Ajit Singh Dale. Taylor's one wicket being that of Eddie Byram yesterday evening. But 1 for 44 from 17 overs. He passed the edge of the bat many a time, but couldn't get one to stick in somebody's hands.
So here goes Matt Taylor with the new ball, bowling to Chris Cook, and he comes and bowls. That's driven through the offside. Cover gets a hand to it, but they'll take a couple of runs there. 272 for 5. Hope not too much of my radio update bled through onto the commentary line. 272 for 5. As Glamorgan in pursuit of 397 immediately, or 546 if they're really lucky. Matt Taylor is in to bowl. Cook drives up to mid-on, scrambling stop there, and there's no run. Singh Dale having to get down and get across. So 2 slips posted for the left arm Taylor, bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Cook at least. 2 slips and 4 saving the single. There's still 3 outfielders. Cook isn't happy, and Mr. Baldwin is not happy, telling someone to
get off,
stop lurking around by the sight screen somewhere, or on top. Oh, possibly on the balcony over the top of the sight screen. Cook settles now and defends on the offside, trickling to Van Buren. And there's no run. Umpire Baldwin giving a few Paddington Bear stares.
Doesn't look pleased, does he?
Come on, we're trying to play cricket here. There's
Messing with our over rate calculations here. We might have to have tea at 3:49 now.
Taylor is in and bowls, and Cook defends to cover. No run. Yes, tea is meant to be fixed at 3:48 as a result of 18 minutes being added to today's play, which was the amount of time before 6 o'clock that was lost yesterday. Subject which got young Ed here very worked up before the start of play. We all thought it was going to be 8.1 overs added. It's 18 minutes added.
Anytime you think you've got things down, all of a sudden it changes.
As Matt Taylor bowls and Cook angles one down into the gully, there's no run. Well, the good folk of the England-Wales Cricket Board have to keep themselves occupied in the winter, and they look through the bylaws and regulations and say, what can we change just almost imperceptibly so no one will notice? I know, we'll have the regulations about making up time tweaked very marginally.
Maybe somebody will say they haven't changed, but I just it feels like every time there's been overs to be made up, it's been done in overs rather than time.
Taylor bowls. Cook drives nicely through the offside. He's bisected cover and mid-off. And that is one of the best shots of the day, I will wager, as Chris Cook leant into that one, timed it nicely. 2.76 for 5. Taylor just maybe over-pitching a little, a touch of width on offer, and Cook hit through it very pleasantly indeed to move on to 35 not out. It's one of these oddities, possibly, well, obviously going with the fact that we've had stands of 35 plus. No batter has got out for fewer than 21. Ben Callaway's the lowest score. As Tom Price will take the new ball from the Ashley Down Road end.
Yep, so they've decided that maybe they're going to do what they did in the... Well, first up, I should say, with Matt Taylor and Tom Price, and then maybe have both the quicks operating in tandem. So Tom Price is in and bowls, and this is driven firmly square of the wicket on the offside by Ingram for 1 run, 277 for 5.
Yeah, it's a little bit counterintuitive, isn't it? As a rule of thumb, you tend to get the fastest bowlers operating first, but Gloucestershire going the other way round, and just depends on the combinations and which bowlers don't mind bowling with a slightly older ball. Not quite reverse swing territory, I suppose, at that stage, but they operated pretty tightly early on then, though.
Yeah, I suppose with the new ball, they're giving it to the two bowlers that they think are going to move it possibly the most. 2 slips in place. Tom Price in and beats Chris Cook there with a ball that is on a length outside the off stump and has just drawn Cook into having a bit of a flirt with it.
Seemed to be a bit of extra fizz in that Price delivery, didn't there? Bent his back into it.
Suppose it.
Little bit of away movement.
Yeah, harder, newer ball. Again, it's just that it's that length that you have to try and hope they nick one, but you're going to get more plays and misses off that length because it's just a little bit less full than you'd probably ideally like to be bowling with a new ball. Price bowls, that is fuller, and it's whipped away firmly, and it's really well stopped by Van Buren up at mid-on because that was bounding away. And even though it's to the side of the square where there aren't practice pitches, there are still some slightly different bounces to be had off the ends there, and there's a little bit of a bare patch beyond where the covers would be as well, so it can't be the most fun fielding exactly where Van Buren is up at mid-on, and he put his body on the line and stopped it. Price is in, bowls driven by Cook. straight to mid-off, and there's no run. But that boundary from Cook in the previous over off Taylor, and then these last two deliveries that Cook has really middled, underlines the problem again, really, in that seemingly bowling very full just doesn't have the potency that it might have on, say, a quicker surface where those little subtle changes in length could produce an outside edge. Price bowls, and Cook is struck on the pad, I think via the inside edge anyway. It's probably heading down, but it wasn't really a concerted appeal. Cook was sort of brandishing his bat a little bit after that one, but well, it doesn't really matter because it wasn't a delivery which had probably straightened enough anyway. Still a few early encouraging signs this over for Tom Price as he bowls to Cook, and Cook plays a slightly skew-whiff defensive shot, but he does get plenty of bat on it as he keeps it out into the offside. So 277 for 5, a pat on the back from James Bracey to Tom Price. It was a good over to start his spell with this second new ball, but Glamorgan 277 for 5 still. The 2 wickets Gloucestershire's output today, and this partnership has bucked the trend and not only got into the 60s but the 70s.
Yep, biggest stand of the innings then for the 6th wicket, with Chris Cook coming in below Ben Callaway. Cook has usually batted at 6 for Glamorgan. It's Ingram on strike and Taylor bowling, and Ingram playing defensively back down the pitch. There's no run. In the other division, 2 games. Kent are 42 without loss. They require a further 274 to beat Middlesex, who are bowled out for 311 in their second innings. So Kent need marginally the highest score of the match to win it. At Old Trafford, Lancashire all out 228. Taylor's in. Bowls appeal for LBW, not out. Ingram struck fairly on the back foot. Didn't get much forward movement in. It was a medium strength appeal, I'd say.
Going down.
Going down, yes. Maybe Mr. Baldwin didn't need to consider that too carefully. Lancashire 228 all out, despite Jennings 96. That's in reply to Northants 496. 4 wickets for the on loan Harrison. Spinner as Ingram defends into the offside. No run.
That shows you can still bowl leggies at Old Trafford, especially. Have they enforced the follow-on is the question.
That hasn't come through on this particular screen as yet. He would have thought so. He would have thought so at this stage of a game, nearly halfway through day 3. Though 268. Well,
you probably got to still enforce it, and even if you don't win by an innings,
yes,
you know, try and chase something on the final day.
Taylor into Ingram, who punches it through the offside. There is now no cover sweeper, and therefore Ingram will pick up 4 runs with a nicely timed back foot punch. And Ingram moves to 78, and the total is 281 for 5. At Leicestershire had a first innings lead of 91, and they are going for it in their second innings. They're 116 without loss after just 19 overs, with Ryan Ahmed swinging merrily. 13 boundaries. Sol Budinger has been out hit. Ahmed 66, Budinger 39. As Taylor bowls and beats Ingram's prod with a ball that didn't get up too much outside off stump. Ahmed and Budinger opened the batting in that brief late chase at Sapphire Gardens last week, when they only needed 51 in 10 overs to earn themselves a day off on day 3. Rare sight of the extra half hour being claimed in Cardiff last week. I can't actually remember a Glamorgan game having gone to the extra half hour on day 3 before in the last decade or so. Taylor bowls, Ingram drives, but off the bottom of the bat, gently back to the bowler, so that one glorious offside shot was the only scoring one of the over. 281 for 5. Ingram has 78, Cook has 35, and Glamorgan need 116 to avoid the possibility or the probability of being asked to follow on.
Where the neutral money would be in this situation. I can be fairly confident that both sets of fans would be pessimistic about their relative chances at this point. In comes Tom Price and bowls on leg stump. It's clipped by Cook through the vacant square leg region. And Charlesworth is out patrolling that boundary, so just the one. 282 for 5.
There's the black comic pessimism, isn't it, for sports fans? Oh, we're not very good, or we're not even as good as that.
Well, it's so fantastically British as well, isn't
yes.
it? You know, it's one of the things that unites all parts of the UK: sporting pessimism. Price over the wicket to Ingram, who tucks this one off his hip out through forward square, and Dent does the mopping up.
You were correct, Lancashire following on.
Yeah, they probably had to, really, didn't they?
By the third afternoon, yeah, you're into that territory, aren't you?
Well, that's going to be an interesting one to watch, given, say, the confidence of most that Lancashire would storm through the second division. And I suppose Yorkshire didn't get off to a great start last year, but went on at least to finish second behind Sussex. Price bowling to Cook, who jams that one defensively to mid-off.
Speaking of Yorkshire, they have declared and set Worcestershire 610 to win in 153 overs.
Sporting declaration, I'd say.
4 and over.
For 150 overs.
Well, they batted 200 last week, didn't they, to get the draw? Worcestershire against... who was that against? Oh, yes, the boys down the road.
See, Jake Libby had a good bowl for Worcestershire. Just wanted to get batting, really. Price in to Cook, who is forward and making extra sure that doesn't breach his defences. Dom Bess got 100, having been presumably a night watchman. Yeah, 107 of 117. So that's what you want to do as a night watchman, isn't it?
Swing the bats.
Give it a go. Maybe he was sent up the order as a quite a pinch hitter, but don't know. Anyway, Messrs. Milan and Bairstow seem to have had some fun before declaration. Tom Price in and bowls, and Cook is jabbing defensively to the bowler.
If you're a follower of the IPL, Royal Challengers Bengaluru have just beaten Rajasthan Royals by 9 wickets, chasing down a target of 174 with 2.5 overs to spare. Phil Salt, the Welsh opener for the Royal Challengers.
There we go. There had to be a connection, didn't there?
Got 65 off 33. Virat Kohli 62 not out.
So Kohli leads RCB to victory will be the headline then. Tom Price runs in and bowls. It's a no ball, which is again defensively played and mid-off field, so 285 for 5.
Apart from in the North Wales Daily Post, where it'll be Salt leads Royal Challengers Bengaluru to victory.
Well, I suppose it's connecting, talking about Somerset and RCB together, the sort of the two cricketing teams around the world where it's constantly, is this the year, is this the year? The RCB have won the WPL but not the IPL. Tom Price in and bowls, and Cook has, I think he has been beaten by that one, judging by the body language. He didn't do a bad job of withdrawing the bat, actually, but he clearly was a little flummoxed by that one, given that there was a bit of a nod and then a waft of the hand to indicate there was a bit of extra bounce. So a couple of overs from Tom Price, but it still even has the slight feel of this morning, really, where Gloucestershire are able to beat the edge, but taking it is the tricky part. 285 for 5, deficit 261.
Yes, it took them a while to get an edge this morning, didn't it? Or one that went to hand, with Carlson well caught off a thick edge by diving Bancroft off Singdale. Matt Taylor into Ingram, who slaps it through the offside past a diving point and picks up 4 runs, slightly short of a length, and Ingram seized onto it, smashed it away. He moves into the 80s. He's 83, 289 for 5 here on BBC Sport Online.
If he has been guilty of one stray, Matt Taylor, it's the occasional short wide one, but it has only been occasional. This innings has been three or four times, and actually he did beat Ingram with a attempted cut as well.
As Ingram dead bats the next one, no more than a metre or so away from him, and walks away from it, so I'm not going to pick that up. Someone else can run in and do it. I mean, in all my emphasis on the 297 figure for the follow-on, which is the most important one, of course we have to tick off bonus points along the way, and Glamorgan are 11 away from a second batting bonus point. Gloucestershire 1 wicket away from a second bowling bonus point, as Taylor is in and bowls and Ingram is forward. Are we being offered a change of commentary at the end of at the end of this over? Possibly.
That looked like a fairly enthusiastic yes. At least enough enthusiasm that we can take it up, the offer.
As Ingram waits on 83 not out, and in comes Taylor, bowls and squirts it away off an inside edge, all sorts of oohs and ahs, but it ends up fairly safely at square leg all along the ground, and Gloucestershire are just having to over-exaggerate the Amdram stuff at the moment to make themselves believe that a wicket is oh so close for them.
You haven't had a great deal of joy against Ingram today, really. There's been no chances that have gone down. Yes, they've beaten him a few times, and had a bit of ducking and weaving to do against Singdale especially, but he has been that presence that you feared that he might be if you're a Gloucestershire supporter coming into the day.
Taylor is in to bowl to Cook, who allows that one to go through outside off stump. No shots played.
As you've mentioned, Cook has certainly shown that he can occupy the crease for a substantial amount of time as well, and there's just, you know, it's tantalisingly there, the prospect of Van der Huchten and then Leonard Bashir Fernando, but Gloucestershire just at the moment can't get there.
As Taylor's round the wicket, left arm bowls, and Cook shoulders arms, has nothing to do with it. 5 runs come off the over. 290 for 5. Glamorgan needing a further 107 to avoid the possibility of following on against Gloucestershire here on BBC Sport Online.
Thanks to Nick Webb, we will have a commentary change in the interim. Tom Price will continue third over with this new ball, 1 for 79. We've got an hour and 20 minutes to go until, no, an hour and 24 minutes to go until tea. Let's get this right. This is really important that we get this right. And Tom Price in right arm over the wicket, bowling to Ingram. He's there now, and Ingram drives sweetly up to mid-off, and there is no run. Hello, Melissa Story. How are you?
Hello, Ed Seaborn. I'm very well, thank you. I mean, being offered a commentary stint sounded like a much more favourable option than going to the gym, so
Yes, I can
I'm never
imagine
going to
that.
turn that down.
But, of course, if you were just coming for a commentary stint, BBC impartiality-wise, your Gloucestershire kit, I'm not sure if that's really up to
I'm just going to
up to
cover up the
BBC
logo
standard,
for
is
the
it?
next half an hour. It'll be fine.
It comes Price and he bowls, and Ingram defends towards the bowler. So how's the rehab going?
Yeah, it's not too bad, thank you. I picked up a side strain about 4.5 weeks ago now, which was very frustrating and quite comical looking back on it, because I think I can pinpoint the exact reason it happened, because I'm surrounded by these quick youngsters at training and it makes me feel ancient. And I think
great.
that bowling session, I just wanted to bowl a little bit quicker. And I just don't advise that, because you end up doing bad things to your muscles.
Tom Price is in bowls, turned into the onside by Ingram. He'll jog through for a single. He's on to 85, 291 for 5. Yeah, well, you get to the tender age of 24 and you're one of the senior players. But that I suppose that's the way with a lot of Tier 2, isn't it? I suppose everybody was saying we've got a really young side, but I guess in a way that's the point.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic, because I guess Tier 2 in the women's structure going forwards is that kind of step into getting players ready for professionalism. So Gloucestershire certainly do have a young team.
Price is in bowls, driven off the back foot sweetly by Cook, past the tumble of point and 4 runs. Cook on to 40 with a shot that we've seen a fair bit this innings. If it's just that little bit shorter, just seems to sit up, and it's a nice shot, don't get me wrong, it's not an easy shot to play, but we have seen it enough, and it's a short boundary, 295 for 5.
Yeah, to have that presence of going back to that slightly back of a length one, but actually just having the importance of the final minute transferring your body weight forward just meant the whole time the shot was just controlled through the covers. Never any danger of it just ballooning up in that point region.
Price moves in and bowls, and Cook is forward to that one, and picked up by Hammond in the covers. So you had you of course, you're still rehabbing, but the squad had an intra-squad game yesterday. How did that go?
Yeah, that's correct. It was at Thornbury, and some good performances actually across the board from the girls. Couple half centuries. I was most excited to kind of see our quicks bowl, because that is certainly one thing about the Gloucestershire women's team.
Price completes the over and bowls, and this is played back to him. So 6 overs gone with this new ball. No joy yet for Gloucestershire, 295 for 5.
Yeah, we've got some really, really exciting fast bowlers. Caitlin Belcher, B. Willis, really quick. And then Chloe Barnard is new to our squad this year. Really tall left armour. I'm really glad in some ways that I've had a side strain, because I haven't had to be facing her bowling in the nets. We're getting me to that point where so far I can face a bit of spin in the nets at the moment. Not quite back to batting properly or bowling yet, but yeah, I fear the day I will be going down and probably practicing my ducking and matrixing to get out of the way of the ball.
Are you on ball by ball?
Let's go for it. Taylor bowls full outside the off stump, and it's driven towards extra cover. You really do rinse me from my. I thought I'd come up and have a bit of a chat, but
well,
here we go.
I thought you might want to do some ball
am
by
I in
ball.
for the evening session as well? I'll come back after the gym.
Why not? I'm sure Nick and I wouldn't say no. No, but as far as I guess you mentioned the pace, there seemed to be an awful lot of spin options to look out for as well for Gloucestershire. Almost everybody seems to be able to bowl some good spin.
As Taylor this time in, solidly forwards as Ingram, just removing his backhand from the bat there. Whether there was that bit of extra pop from the surface, goes into the covers for no run, 295 for 5. Yeah, I mean, it is almost a bit of a trend, I think, in the women's game that most people do bowl.
Yeah.
It's fantastic at training sessions, and I think great if you're a coach, because you don't find yourself on the sidearm too much. But yeah, lots of our kind of batters are spinning options as well. Have really good leg spinner in the team, Boomaker, and it's great, I guess, from our kind of captain's point of view, having all those options. As in comes Taylor, slightly more back of a length, punched away, backwards a point and away for 4 runs. This outfield's so quick with all the dry weather we've had around, and the fielders barely had to move in the end. Scored to 299 for 5. Ingram on to 89. And you've seen more of his innings than I have. Has it been pretty chanceless?
Yeah, it's not been easy for him. He got a rap on the gloves, I think, fairly early this morning from Sing Dale, who's been really impressive. He's bowled quickly, accurately. I mean, he's going at 2.6 and over, but averaging, you would imagine, well, towards mid-80s pace-wise at least, and 2 for 39.
As Taylor shorter ball, ducking underneath it, through to Bracey behind the stumps.
But yeah, he's, when Ingram gets in, that he's got the ability to get those shots away off anything that's just slightly loose, and he's got the temperament to just stick in there. And anybody that comes from South Africa is used to having to face some pretty hostile fast bowling on probably some, dare I say it, quicker pitches than this. So he's quite used to having to get through those sorts of periods.
Taylor outside the off stump, slashed away, but this time finds deep third. Quickly reacts, moving to his left. They go through for a single, and it's the 300 up for Glamorgan. 300 for 5. In the 87th over, Ingram on 90, Cook on 40. I guess for these two as well, having seen that first innings score from Gloucestershire, will know that this is a surface where there's runs out there, particularly if you just give yourself a bit of time. And I just wonder if going through the rest of today and tomorrow, if it just gets almost easier to bat on and just continues to flatten out.
I think that's been the fear for most of the match, even from day one.
Coming around the wicket now as Taylor, full, driven through the covers by Cook. 2 fielders in pursuit, but the ball wins on this occasion. Going to the side of the ground where the car park is. The boundary rope's been brought in quite a bit, but to be honest, even if it had been out by the fences, it would have been 4 runs anyway.
100-run stand coming up with that boundary as well. So, we've been talking about it's been a fairly, well, the rate of fall of the wickets has been quite uniform actually until now. This is the partnership that you felt Glamorgan needed, one really big partnership. Gloucestershire probably needed a spell where they picked up 2 or 3 quick ones, and at the moment it's Ingram and Cook who are providing the big partnership and beginning just to wrestle control away. It's under 100 runs required now to avoid the follow-on as well. As Tom Price bowls and Ingram drives confidently, but there'll be no run to mid-off.
I think, as you can see, these 2 players out there, when the ball is pitched up, they are driving with that confidence and really getting behind it, but playing those booming drives, which, a player's only going to pull out when they can have confidence in the surface, that the ball's not moving around that much, that there's no demons in the pitch. And for Gloucestershire, as you say, they probably needed that flurry of wickets now, but it's just a case of how many dot balls can they build up, but it's not looking easy.
Price in and bowls full and wide, and Ingram forcing drive again, but picks out mid-off. And you feel now that much does depend on this next Sing Dale spell, because he has been probably the most consistently threatening bowler today. Zaman Akhtar produced a searing Yorker to remove Ben Kellaway.
I saw that one. That was fantastic.
A ball that's going to do the rounds, not just on Gloucestershire's socials, but around the country as Price bowls, and Ingram taps that one away into the vacant point area and trots through for 1. He's on to 91 now, 305 for 5. But whether they go as they did at the start of this innings, after Taylor and Price had their first spells, go with Sing Dale and Akhtar, and then you really feel that might be the spell where it really has to happen, even though there's still the best part of a day and a half to go. But but something's got to start happening fairly soon for Gloucestershire, because there's an awful lot more work to do, and 2-4-1 behind Glamorgan would certainly fancy their chances, even if they were forced to follow on, of building up something that could see them to safety. Price into Cook, and this is defended back just to the offside of the stumps at the non-strikers end. I thought we were going to get some clattering action of the bails. That would have been something.
I mean,
the only time the bails have moved today, apart from just that act of dismissal.
I mean, obviously Gloucestershire still with the advantage of Glamorgan trailing by 241, but you do wonder if this partnership can continue to grow. If Gloucestershire want to force that victory single-handedly, they need to get that flurry of wickets. But I wonder whether as a team, or both teams will look at this and look at that final day and say, is there any way we can force a result, or actually are we just happy to say this isn't the surface where a result is possible, we're just going to walk away with this with shared points, and that's the best outcome for us.
Keeper up to the stumps now for Tom Price, and this is on-driven. One of those shots that's going to look great in the nets, but it's straight to Singdale at mid-on.
If I'm batting, that's 4 runs, calling it.
I don't think I've ever timed a ball that well in my entire life. Never mind for it to go for no run. So what are the expectations this year? Are there team goals as well as individual goals for Gloucestershire as far as the individual comps, or in general? I'll give you this ball to think. Tom Price is in, and this is left by Cook, particularly tight to off stump, and well judged by Chris Cook, who's got 44. Milestones approaching for both Ingram and Cook, 305 for 5.
Yeah, we're a very ambitious team, certainly, and that's one thing we pride ourselves on, I think, in being a Tier 2 side. The interesting thing being that no one really knew what to expect from Tier 2 cricket, because obviously the change in the women's structure was announced at the end of last summer, and a lot of the focus was on Tier 1 and working out how to get that done well and get everything into place, because it's the third revolution in women's cricket, I think, in the last 8 years or something, and realistically the ECB need to make sure this one is the structure going forwards. And as a consequence, it felt like Tier 2 suddenly crept up on everyone, and suddenly, I think it was by the 1st of February that the funding came in and everything clicked into place a bit more. But there's a difference between the kind of teams as Jeet Singh Dale comes into bowl with a bit of pace and beats the outside edge of Ingram's bat. Immediately, you can see his role here is just to absolutely charge in, get fired up and see if he can get this breakthrough and spoil what will be a big partnership for Glamorgan. But yeah, so for example, Yorkshire are in Tier 2. They're going to be ascending up into Tier 1 next year. However, for now, they have a fully professional squad because they're privately paying their players. So Gloucestershire and other Tier 2 sides will be going up against a fully professional side, which will be interesting what to expect there, as Singdale side the off stump, punched off the back foot nicely, but the tumbling dive at extra cover keeps that one to a dot ball. 305 for 5. I think certain counties were training more, others haven't done as much training over the winter. Some people got their coaches sorted a lot sooner. So I think people are going into this summer with a lot of excitement and kind of just optimism about the fact that this kind of level of the county game doesn't feel like it's being ignored anymore, which in previous seasons it's very much felt ignored. Shorter ball, pulled. Without timing though, and deep square just trots in from the boundary, underarms it back towards mid-off, single to the total, 306 for 5. But yeah, so the increased number of fixtures, I think we have something like 26 potential fixtures this year, which is cracking on top of, full-time education, full-time jobs, university for a lot of the players. We're all really excited though. It's great, but it's so different from playing maybe 8 fixtures confined to May and June in the last few years. So a lot of care is being going into managing injuries, like myself, and just making sure that, we really bond as a squad, as a Singdale, this time straighter, defended nicely by Cook back down the pitch. Dot ball.
But yeah, it's important to emphasise that, isn't it?
That we are amateurs, and we're being propelled onto a stage this year, which is what all of us have pretty much dreamt of, whether we have aspirations of playing professionally or whether we're actually just happy where we are playing now as an amateur cricketer. But we all want to put in the best performances we can. But, you know, we're going to be playing double headers with the Gloucestershire men's side, and plenty of Tier 2 sides will be doing up and down the country. This one flicked off the pads just to the right of mid-on, who fumbles, allowing the Glamorgan batters through for a single. Score to 307 for 5. One ball left in this over. But I think that's you know, what I think people need to bear in mind when there are these double headers is that, you know, when I train on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I've worked a full day at work. I've rearranged my work hours now so I can work 8 a.m. till 4:30, drive straight to training. I'll be at the ground until maybe 8 o'clock, and we're all putting in a lot of effort, but we are still very much amateurs. As Singday outside the off stump and punch towards point. A good bit of work from the fielder there. Outstretched left hand. Saves a boundary. End of the over, 307 for 5 after 89 overs. Just the 2 runs off that first over back from Singdale. But I think the main message we want to push through is just how excited everyone is. And yeah, we're doing so much to make sure we're bonding as a team, and fitness has been a really big priority for us. I say as I come do commentary to skip going to the gym. I will eventually.
I'm sure you're going to make it to the gym eventually.
I will, and I'll
and you're not going to hold me responsible either.
No.
I'm not going to fall foul of the Gloucestershire physio team.
The Gloucestershire physio team have been looking after me very, very well, so I'm very grateful. But yeah, I mean, even just down to having, you know, safeguarding chats, anti-doping, nutrition, stuff which we haven't really had to consider before about how much protein we're having. I can't ever say I've been a big counter of protein before, but apparently it's something I've got to get into.
Yeah, well, I suppose you've been maybe a bit more used to keeping track of what you're eating than some, but here's Zaman Akhtar starting a spell from the Ashley Down Road end. Cook gets on top of that and plays it to backward point.
I'm actually really good at tracking what I eat. For example, this weekend I have had 2 burgers and 1.5 Easter eggs. So there we go.
How much protein is there in an Easter egg?
The worst thing is, these are dairy-free Easter eggs, so I'm not even sure what's going into them.
Great.
I think it's oil.
Yes.
I've had 1.5 eggs of oil.
Oil and sort of fat substitutes and all sorts of
almonds,
various chemicals. In comes Akhtar and bowls, and this is blocked by Cook into the offside. It's picked up at mid-off. But I mean, we have to talk about it because we need to talk it up as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. Every Gloucestershire women's fixture at Bristol or Cheltenham,
yeah,
that's a big thing.
It's a really big thing, and actually something which, you know, was part of the bidding process when the teams were putting forward their applications for Tier 1, Tier 2 status, was how much time can you offer your women's team at your main ground.
Akhtar bowls, forced away by Cook, but picks out cover, Hammond fields.
And, you know, I know there's a lot of Tier 1 sides who aren't able to host their women's side at their main ground. A lot, obviously, there's different commitments they might have, like men's tests, and, you know, that's understandable. But I think it's a really big commitment from Gloucestershire to say we are playing our games here. And it's great for us because we can watch these games with the men and look at previous fixtures and say, how does this ground play, and get used to it and make it our home. We had a painting session after training on Tuesday of our changing room.
Here's Akhtar bowls. This is clipped up towards mid-on. There's a single added. Cook on to 46.
And this is
me. You didn't have to paint your own mural then?
Oh gosh, I haven't gone and seen that yet, to be honest. All I know is there's a large
come on,
picture of my
you
face.
haven't noticed it as you're walking by.
Well, I will say my dad's changed his Facebook profile picture to him taking a selfie with it, which I feel a bit bad for my sister because his profile picture is now me, him, and James Bracey. So James Bracey is a substitute for my sister in that photo.
Okay.
But yeah, this painting session, I'm telling you.
Akhtar to the left-handed Ingram, who stands tall in defence.
So we had training on Tuesday and went, let's make the kind of away changing room, because it's the women's home one, a bit of our home. We were given some paint by the club and assumed it was just a white paint. I really hope the Glamorgan boys have been enjoying their purple changing room these last 2 days. It's really quite purple.
Okay.
It looks like
So
my bedroom when I was 6, but I love it.
Wow. Okay. Not yellow and black then. I was imagining, you know, the one-day cup shirts that Gloucestershire had a couple of years back, which had the splashes of yellow paint with the numbers in. Actor bowls, it's full, whipped away through mid-wicket for 4 by Colin Ingram. Sped away again, just a little bit full, and turned off the boots through mid-wicket. It's 312 for 5. Ingram has 96. I think I will make way for Nick Webber's. Ingram approaches the milestone. It's 312 for 5.
Yeah, he's batted nicely here, Ingram. He's been around the county game for so long, but as we spoke about, recognising on a surface like this, when it's just an opportunity to get your team out of a bit of a sticky situation after that first innings, but they do still trail by 234, but in a decent enough position, you would say.
They're in the right street now, which they haven't been before. 397 is that follow-on target, and Cook on strike.
As Singdale comes in over the wicket, straight to delivery. Cook pushes back down the pitch. That signature headband, keeping all of the flowing locks back, I must say. This Gloucestershire team, I'll put my hand up and say maybe one of the most stylish teams on the block.
There's plenty of hair around, certainly for Singdale. I mean, that would be a plus for me to have enough hair to be able to flop around.
There's always a trip to Turkey, it's all right. As in comes Singdale. Fuller strikes on the pad, a shout for leg before. An optimistic shout, if anything, as the ball trickles into the onside. They scamper through for a single. I mean, my initial thoughts was it was going down leg, but the reactions of the Gloucestershire slip fielders might suggest it was a bit closer. Yeah,
Cook was watching it, and Ingram was halfway down the track, calling through for the leg by. They was safely home anyway. 313 for 5. Ingram on strike then on 96 not out. Looking for his first century of the season after such a prolific 2024. Faces up to Ajit Singdale from this pavilion end, and Ingram pulls a shorter ball around, but has found the fielder out on the boundary at deep square, Ben Charlesworth, and he keeps them down to a single. I thought for a moment Ingram was going to try and reach it in the grand style since he reached 50 with a 6, but no, controlled hook shot. He moves on to 97, 314 for 5.
You could just tell that delivery from Singdale, really trying to put everything into it to tempt Ingram into that big shot. It got quite high on him, but just controlled it so nicely, rolling the wrists. That's Cook on 47. Singdale bowls to him and just navigated around that front pad on the onside. Fielder at deep square, or field. They come through for a single, scored at 315 for 5. Ingram back on strike on 97.
Yes, Colin Ingram, who had such a prolific 2024, remarkable record of scoring at least a half century in all his 11 championship games, and being top scorer in the country to boot. I think by the end even his parents were putting pressure on him to achieve that record of at least 50 in every match. Got there in the final match against Gloucestershire, where Gloucestershire kindly set up a run chase, but Glamorgan won it. 315 for 5. Singdale into Ingram, drives on the offside, nice shot. Has it pierced the fielders? Yes, it has. Ingram completes the single, but then leaps in the air as he moves on to 101 not out, 170 deliveries, 13 fours and a 6, and a really valuable innings for Glamorgan as they battle to save this game. Exchanges a hug with Chris Cook in mid-wicket. Colin Ingram, 101 not out.
And just a signature way to really get there as well, a shot which he's executed so nicely throughout this innings. There was 2 fielders out there, but the timing, it raced away. Now, having reached that milestone, real opportunity to do as Cameron Bancroft did in that first innings for Gloucestershire and keep going on.
Singdale bowls, and where's that one gone? It's through the keeper, and it's Byes actually. must have come back a heck of a long way. Thought for a moment Ingram had got an inside edge on it, so Singdale causing problems, and that's probably gone over the top and maybe just wide of leg stump, I believe. That really did fizz back. 3:23 for 5.
I'm sure Ingram's slightly relieved that wasn't the ball he was being delivered when he was just short of that 100. But certainly, I mean, that is the kind of impact Ajit Singdale can have when he's just fired in. He's been given that licence within this Gloucestershire lineup, and particularly on a surface like this, just to go in and bowl those fiery spells. I suspect that they won't be the longest of spells, but alongside Akhtar, who runs in now, Gloucestershire continues to search for the wicket. Runs into Cook, who's back with minimal foot movement, pushes the ball towards mid-on for no run.
In talking about the Gloucestershire women's side, I see Glamorgan have pinched 5 of your academy players for the Tier 1 academy outside the bridge.
Yeah, I mean, there's a nice collaboration going on, I think, between the two counties, because we had training a couple of Thursdays ago where we had the Glamorgan Academy and Gloucestershire women did a fielding drill together, and coaches from both sides came out, and David Payne was there as well doing some slip practice with us, so it's certainly good to have that collaboration across the 7 as this one worked towards mid-on for no run. But yeah, I think it's that recognition as well between the clubs that obviously Glamorgan, who will ascend into Tier 1 earlier, we want to make sure that we've got a strong South West and Wales region where we can help each other out, lend players over as and when they're needed. And Glamorgan has, of course, played their warm-up game against Somerset on the Friday as well, down at Taunton. So it's just fantastic as players to be able to get these many opportunities for early season games and working across the county. Shorter ball, slapped away for 4 runs. No protection out on the cover boundary as a spectator gets up on his feet and returns the ball. But it's a 50 for Cook. Raises his bat towards the changing room and heads back down the pitch.
99 balls, 8 fours. Patient stuff for Cook as well. Has waited his moment. He's played enough defensive shots. Glamorgan need a further 70 to avoid the follow-on.
In comes Akhtar again. Fuller, deep in a defensive shot. Here's Cook. Ball dribbles into the offside.
But such is the makeup of this Glamorgan batting lineup. I think if Gloucestershire were to get the breakthrough now, then they might still fancy their chances of knocking over the bottom half of the order for fewer than 70, and that would put a whole different complexion on this game. So it's a really important session now until 3:48, the tea interval.
Turning at the top of his mark as Akhtar, just the one slip in as he runs into Cook. This time slashing the ball through the covers. He played it slightly on the up this time. There was a single shout of catch it. That's another boundary. 2 in this over. Just as we get a replay. It was just that little bit wide. I mean, still controlled in the end. Held the pose. You can see James Bracey behind the stumps just rocking his head back in frustration.
Yeah, these two aren't the tallest, but they both have pretty well-developed forearms to get the power in those shots.
Akhtar, this time straighter. Tumbles in his follow-through, trying to cut that ball off, but mid-on comes round in the end. It's a dot ball to finish. So 8 from the over, 331 for 5 Glamorgan, 92 overs bowled, and so far the new ball didn't do too much at the start, but it feels like any surface like this and the lack of damp weather we've really had around feels that any effects of that new ball are probably mitigated quite early on.
Yeah, the early stages of today's play, when it was at its most overcast, really provided most danger. Glamorgan battled away, only lost really Carlson early on, but you felt early that a wicket was coming any moment. We are still only 12 overs into the new ball, so still Glamorgan not out of the woods yet. And if they get through till tea, there will be a sense of relief in that purple-hued visitors' dressing room. 3:31 for 5 as Singdale is into bowl. Ingram pulls and will get a single down to deep backward square. Was it a choice, or were you just given a load of purple paint?
Just given a big load of purple paint to a group of people who mainly have not painted anything before.
Right.
The worst bit being we got a bit carried away and just started painting the corridor, which is
Right.
also used by the Gloucestershire men's team. So we've actually turned the walkway down the stairs, very purple, a colour which has zero connection to Gloucestershire whatsoever. A bit of Cricket Scotland in there, maybe, but
You haven't got purple away kits or something, have you?
maybe next year. Maybe this is the start of us not being a yellow and black team like every other team in the country.
As Singdale bowls and Cook defends out on the offside, and there is no run. I'm a little surprised that home and away strips haven't been allocated more in cricket generally, in professional cricket generally. Somerset have this bizarre thing with batting strips and bowling strips, which don't quite understand.
Yeah.
Trying to sell both to the kids in the course of one home game.
The bowling shirt this year at Somerset as well, I swear just has a giant red dot on the front, as if people have forgotten what a ball is. So it's kind of them to remind us.
3:32 for 5 as Cook is forward, defending up to Van Buren at mid-off, no run.
We because we did start the painting job straight after training, a few of us were very smart and brought some kind of old clothes to pop on. I managed to remember to bring a spare top, but kept the rest of my Gloucestershire kit on, so the current pair of shorts I am wearing do have an unfortunate purple mark on the back of them from when I fell backwards off the chair I was standing on and slammed straight backwards into the wall, so...
As in comes Singdale and bowls to Cook. Bit of bounce there, but Cook rides it well and turns it to square leg. There's no run. 3:32 for 5. As Singdale wandering back, hair flopping, luxuriant locks, lucky man.
We had a particularly windy media day at times, so I do think for the likes of Singdale, we probably would have had a bit of a disaster with that one. The headband would have come in handy.
As Singdale races in, bowls, and Cook defends to cover. There's no run. The Glamorgan media day, they wanted to have the men's and women's teams doing their squad pictures together, which was obviously a first, but obviously a lot of the women in particular had daytime commitments, and so it was, getting on a bit, and it was half dark by the time the squad photos were taken, but at least they were done by the professionals who knew how to look as though it wasn't half dark. I think I've got one that I took from the side with the moon coming up in the background. Singdale bowls and Cook plays that one comfortably out towards point, and there is no run. End of the over. I've just got a radio bulletin in a few minutes, so this is probably a good chance for me to pass this side back to Ed after a word from Melissa.
Thank you. So Glamorgan, 332 for 5. Gloucestershire hunting for that wicket. There's a nice smattering of people in the crowd today. It certainly isn't the warmest day of the last few, and I think the UK is preparing for a bit of a wake-up call with this next 2 weeks of rain incoming.
Oh no.
We've got so used to it. This is the issue, though. The weather's gaslighted us, I'm telling you. As Actor bowls a straighter one, swinging into the pads of Ingram, flicks it away to backward square, single to the total, 333 for 5. Because everyone got into a false sense of confidence, going, we're going to wear some T-shirts and get the shorts out, just like I've done today. Incorrect. We should never have done that. Get your winter coats back out, because just as the cricket season starts, or has started, the rain will always return. And we've actually got our first game here, Easter weekend, Gloucestershire versus Glamorgan. So if anyone is listening to this and wants something to do over the bank holiday weekend but is prepared to maybe see a bit of rain, then do come along and watch the first of this kind of women's clash.
And come and see some rain as well.
Bowled him! straight through Cook. And the stumps splattered as Actor, well, yet again, just brings that shock factor. It was the Yorker earlier, and this time just swings in, and Cook just looks in disbelief back towards the bowler, holds his hand out as if to say, what can I do there? Because it was a peach of a delivery. 333 for 6 now, Glamorgan, trailing by 213. And that just felt, I know most wickets feel against the run of play, but it really did feel against the run of play.
And it was almost as if he didn't pick it up or something, because he made this strange sort of lunge at it, and it was quite a straight ball. It has jagged back a bit, I think. I think it's probably jagged back a bit more than certainly was obvious, certainly at full speed and from slightly off angle. It's not always the easiest to see what it's done, but I think it has cut back in. But you can see, I can see more from looking at it again why Cook's been just completely befuddled by it rather than live. It just looked like he just missed a completely straight one, but I don't think it was a completely straight one.
No, and sometimes actually, if it had just been a slightly quicker delivery from Actor as well, you can find yourself, if you just haven't got into that position, as we know that Cook would have, because he's played a really good and a very patient innings as well. But actually, when it's just a bit quick on you, you can find yourself almost making that collapsing action afterwards. Almost a mixture of just being beaten by the pace, but also a bit of exasperation, as if to say, all that concentration. That it just takes that one split second where you're slightly behind the mark, and suddenly you look behind you and your stumps are everywhere. It was a pretty dramatic dismissal as well, but certainly one which Gloucestershire need to be getting a bit of energy out of now, because, as Nick said, an opportunity looking at this lower middle order from Glamorgan, that actually, if they can squeeze through a few more here before the tea break, then they'll be feeling a bit more confident, and could even force a bit of a result tomorrow with a lot of potentially aggressive cricket.
Yeah, well, they've got to get these remaining 4 first.
As in comes Actor, full of ball on the pads and flicked away for 4 runs down to fine leg, clatters into the white fencing. And the hands on the head of,
what was that
the
signal?
Gloucestershire. I mean,
It was signalled 1 short and then signalled 4. It must just have been adjusting something, umpire Ashraf, on his shoulder, because I'm sure he was signalling 1 short and then it was 4. Anyway,
I mean,
it was an odd moment, but it was threatening to be a leg stump Yorker first ball, and perhaps he was really going for the repeat dose of Kellaway's dismissal first up.
as into you batter the Guten as this one defends down the pitch. Actor goes down to pick up the ball and just takes that second longer to get back up. You can appreciate he's already into his 18th over and is really racing in, giving it everything he possibly can.
And that's the other thing that we've been mentioning that is against Gloucestershire even from this point. If they can enforce the follow-on, of course that's still giving them a great chance potentially to go on to win the game, but it's a lot of overs for these seamers to get through.
Acton this time with a shorter ball, ducking underneath it. And that one signal 1 for the over. Umpire Ashraf touching his shoulder now on this occasion, but understandably so. 337 for 6.
So Van der Guchten, no mug with a bat by any stretch. You probably would rather have him in this situation where he's having to be a bit more defensive. In another situation where you were worried about 40 or 50 quick runs, that might be a different story.
Actor and Van der Guchten, and this time turns it into the onside. Look to work it more into a vacant square leg region. But in the end, it just drops down. End of the over, comes down the pitch, taps his bat, and Morgan, say 6 down after the wicket and removal of Cook in that over.
But yeah, I mean, I guess it would be a brave move, but one which could be taken for Van der Guchten to say, OK, I'm going to actually try and make a real bid to score a good number of these 60 runs that are needed to avoid the follow-on, and actually by striking some quick runs, by striking a quick 20 or 30, that actually I could really help my team as much as by trying to really bed in and block and go nowhere. But we'll see. I'd be curious to see which way he goes. With Singdale and Actor bowling, it might be a bit harder to go on the attack anyway. Singdale round the wicket bowling, and he's bowled him! He's bowled him top of off. Singdale gets a third, and that is the double strike that Gloucestershire have been looking for all day. And just when it felt as though the second new ball was not providing what they needed it to, they've got rid of not only Chris Cook, but that's been followed in quick succession by Colin Ingram, and that is another beauty. It's taken some absolute jaffers from Gloucestershire today to get these wickets. Glamorgan haven't lost wickets really by playing poor shots. They've certainly had to be got out, and the way that Ingram was batting, you felt it was going to take something pretty special to remove him. He's out for 103, Glamorgan 337 for 7.
And, you know, he played the line of the ball where he thought it was going to go, but it just held its line in the end, and it was a fantastic innings. And actually, I was just going to say that there was probably that conversation needed between Van der Hugten and Ingram in terms of saying, you know, how comfortable are you feeling? How easy is it to face these two quicks? And actually, it might have been Ingram who had said, "I'll be the one who gets the, you know, keeps the tempo going because I'm settled. You just take time to get in." So, to be able to remove someone who's looked so comfortable at the crease at this stage really is a big moment for Gloucestershire here. And with 3 wickets for Singdale now, he'll be eyeing up just a couple more to get 5 at the start of the season. But actually, really good opportunity for Gloucestershire now, and you can just tell from the energy. A few more of the fielders just crowding round, reminding the new batter Leonard of the situation his team is in, and it's that extra bit of pace, something which, you know, from the women's point of view, we have spoken about playing here. Is that,
yeah, I was going to say I was going to talk to you about the parallels there.
I mean, we've identified that on certain surfaces, you know, whether it's in the shorter format or the 50 over, that you do need those bowlers who can just charge in and make something happen on pitches where actually not too much is happening, and being able to identify which bowlers would occupy that role better, and getting the team balance right for when the conditions aren't quite in bowlers' favours. You need people like Singdale who can look at a situation where not much is actually moving and be able to say, I can get this breakthrough.
Ned Leonard to the crease. There are 3 slips in place. Singdale charges in and bowls a bouncer to him. There's an awful lot of effort expended there by Singdale, but Leonard sees the bouncer pretty early and gets down low and ducks it. Leonard's first-class record, 7 matches. It's a bit misleading, really. His average is 11.5. It's one of those things where his average is quite close to his highest score because he's ended up not out a lot of times. So the record isn't really there. In List A cricket, it, again, averages 18.25 there, but it's 4 not outs out of 8. So we'll see. In comes Singdale and bowls. Leonard cuts away. It flashes down to deep third for a single. So underway, a shot of some confidence there, 338 for 7. And in some ways, of course, they would love these two to get the job done themselves, get over the line of that follow-on. But given that there's no top order bat left, could say maybe it's a bit of a shot to nothing in that they know the likelihood at this point probably is that they are going to have to follow on, so why not maybe have a bit of a go. Singdale bowls, striking Van der Hugten on the pad. It looks pretty leg side-ish. Paul Baldwin, don't think, entertained that appeal for too long, despite the imploring nature of the appeal from Singdale in particular.
They've certainly been practicing their appeals over the winter, the Gloucestershire team, because all 3 slips and Bracey with the gloves on, arms outstretched in the air as if it was the most plum shout you'd ever see, but unfortunately not quite the case for Singdale on that occasion.
Bracey still had his hands clasped behind his head as Singdale was back at the end of his run-up as he bowls again to Van der Hugten. There's a very respectable defensive shot.
And from a Gloucestershire point of view, you'd be thinking they'd certainly be enforcing that follow on. They wouldn't have that temptation to go, can we go back for a couple hours and give it a whack and just see if we can add an extra 100 on?
Yeah,
or
no, they just, they can't do that, because you wouldn't actually feel comfortable assuming that there's a full day tomorrow. You'd feel that there was a chance that Glamorgan could chase 350, for example, and they'd still take some time to get the 150 runs or so that they'd need to build that lead up. Singdale in now, bowling. Van der Houten forces this one away wide of mid-off. Van Buren gets the legs moving but can't prevent the single, so Van der Houten will complete the over with a single to keep the strike on 5. It's 339 for 7. And we've had it now. We've got a bit of controversy here. Apparently the paint is not purple, it's grey. Now, this is quite an accusation to make, really. The fact that you've daubed grey paint all over the changing room now, not purple.
It feels as if my character's been coming to question.
I mean,
here.
grey.
Right. Okay. Here's a photo. Tell me that isn't purple.
It's like, is that mauve?
It's just a lilac.
Lilac, yes, okay, maybe I can accept lilac.
The funny thing is, I actually managed to identify coming up here as actor. Comes in to unhook, doing it's caught at first slip. It's the 3rd wicket in quick succession now for Gloucestershire. And suddenly they've flipped this right on its head, because from a situation where Ingram and Cook were just batting along, they looked so comfortable. They've now taken 3 quick wickets. Glamorgan 339 for 8. An actor. Well, it was a nice delivery. It was probably a bit wider, and Hookton would look at that one and say, maybe didn't have to go for that one. But
yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? Because he is an attacking player.
And that is the role you said Van der Houten might come in and give it a bit of a...
Yeah, it's hard. I think Van der Hoogten's somebody. I mean, Nick would be better placed to say that than me. But I would have guessed. I mean, if I were captaining him, I would probably say you're better off just going out and playing your natural game. I know it's frustrating to have got out that way in this situation, but I don't know. I'm sure there are many Glamorgan supporters who disagree with me. I don't blame him for having a go, but of course it always looks bad when you get out flashing at one like that.
It's the mental side as well of, knowing that follow on, and that Gloucestershire will, as you say, most likely be making them bat again, is that a bit of panic starts to set in, even though you know as a batter when wickets falling around you that you shouldn't let it impact the way you're going to play. There is that temptation to go, there's a wider ball, I've got to make sure I get runs for this one, because I can't let the bowling team keep feeling that confidence and building it up. But actually, you now got a pretty jam-packed looking slip cordon and a Gloucestershire side who's absolutely buzzing, because from a position, as I said, where it didn't look like any wicket was going to fall at all, they've now picked up 3 quick ones in this also important spell from Akhtar and Singdale, which was exactly what you said. Having that injection of pace into this lineup has almost just brought this pitch and this new ball alive. Yeah, and it felt as though this is where it had to happen as well. It started to have to happen in this period. It's like this time down the leg side, stopped by Bracey, diving to his left. I think everybody's getting a little bit excited out there now, given that there were some ohs when James Bracey didn't take a ball which had gone several feet down leg side cleanly. Oh, he's dropped a catch. No, he hasn't. Have we got a leg slip going in? Looks like it. Akhtar has got a couple towards that leg stump, so maybe he's... I don't know whether he's seen where Bashir's set up, whether he thinks he might just be able to target leg stump with this. Akhtar into Bashir, outside the off stump. He's defending nicely. Goes towards cover, no run. Of course, he's a tall figure at the crease, Bashir. You've got to be pretty tall to have a release height like that. But I think it's a good move to bring in the leg slip, because you mentioned Akhtar can bowl that a much fuller length, which actually, as a batter, you get lured into that false sense of security of just flicking it off your pads and then suddenly turn around and remember there's a leg slip in as Actor into Bashir, who drives past point. Deep third comes around to field. They get through for a single.
I don't think they were too determined to come back for a second run there.
Score to 240. 240? I took off 100 runs off them. 340 for 8. Deficit of 206. Just very quickly, finally, on the paint as well. Whilst coming up here, I did pop into the women's bathroom, and it looks as if they've found our buckets of paint somewhere and they've started doing the job in there as well. But they haven't finished anything.
It's quite Rothko-esque, that
it's like going into the Tate. As in comes Actor, this time on his tiptoes. Is Leonard, dabs it into the onside. Again, they get through for a single. 341 for 8. What are these two going to be saying to one another out there? They saying, let's give it a whack. Saying, let's give it time. Let's saying, God, did you see the colour purple in the changing room? That was lovely.
It almost matches our helmets. Not quite. Oh, Actor's coming round the wicket, so it's at least looks as though we're going to get some gin music, but no.
It's this time worked out towards square.
It's always the bluff.
They do come back for 2 though on this occasion. Score to 343 for 8. 96 overs gone, I think, unfortunately. Before
that might have to be
any of my coaching and staff tune in and go, wait, why is she not doing any of her physio? Then I might come back afterwards, but I might be lying unconscious on the gym floor out of exhaustion. So you never know.
Well, you better
learn.
I think surely that would be bad physiotherapy if they overwork you to such an extent that you're lying on the floor, doing it on your own.
I'm just going to watch the stream on my phone.
So okay, well that. Okay,
you can go and join Melissa in the tea interval, lads.
You've removed some of the veneer of this being an extremely hard-working session to just being you deciding to do whatever you want to do at any given moment. Ajit Singh Dale is running into bowl to Leonard, quite an open stance, and Singh Dale tries to fire it through the defences there. There is no run. Oh my word! I haven't got a clue what all this stuff is. So Melissa is just showing me her gym schedule.
Oh.
A broad jump and is that like Stuart Broad celebration?
A celeb appeal.
Oh no, we've got like a full-on. Oh my lord, no. You no, go and do that somewhere else, please. So Singh Dale continues and bowls to Leonard, who steers this away past third slip and down towards the boundary, but there is a sweeper in front of a small group of particularly close together spectators down there.
Huddled together for warmth.
Particularly socially distanced, but thank goodness we're past those times. Leonard on to 344 for 8. So hands the slightly dubious pleasure of the strike at this point to Shoaib Bashir, who's on 3 as well. Picked up a few runs here or there though. Any over that they can survive, potentially an over that doesn't have to be survived by Glamorgan if they are to be forced to follow on. 202 runs the deficit. It takes something from here to avoid it. In goes Singh Dale, bowls to Bashir, who's well forward and plays a very textbook forward defence as it's picked up by Van Buren at mid-off.
Yeah, we are talking career best performances if Glamorgan are to avoid the follow-on from this situation, having been sitting pretty at 333 for 6 to lose 3 such big wickets in the space of 6 runs really has pretty much killed off their hopes, I think.
Bashir waits as Singh Dale charges in, bowls a shorter ball. It's fended off by Bashir, but he's actually got a fair amount of bat on that as it's gone all the way out to deep backward square and a single is taken. Of course, still just whilst we understandably, I think, focus on the overall match position, there are still 5 more runs to be scored for another batting point as well.
That's important in itself.
Yeah.
But I don't think Glamorgan would have settled for that before the start of play today, and certainly not early in the afternoon when they seem to have. Well, they saw off the first 2 spells with the new ball from Price and Taylor, but the change bowlers have done devastating stuff.
Singdale into Leonard, who's well behind that one and defending away towards mid-on. And whilst there is, I guess, the temptation also to keep Singdale and Actor going whilst their tails are up, if the follow-on's enforced, then they're not going to get a great deal of a break in terms of when they might have to come in and bowl again, and then they've got key top order wickets to be looking to take. So what does Bancroft decide to do? In comes Singdale bowls. This is stroked pleasantly by Leonard to dent at backward point. That is the end of another over. There are due to be 44 overs to be bowled today, but I have to say, if this cloud cover remains, there was a patch around about lunch where it looked as if everything was clearing away, but it's very much greyer skies now, and if it's like this in a couple of hours' time, I cannot see us getting 44 overs today. Now, Ben Charlesworth looks as if he's going to bowl.
Well, they're obviously listening to in terms of not exhausting the main 4 in this first innings, and got confidence that Charlesworth can help to mop up the last couple of wickets. But that spell of 3 wickets in quick succession, it really has been the virtually the first time that's happened in the match.
Yeah, 3 consecutive overs.
So, can Charlesworth keep the pressure up and remove Bashir, who drives back to mid-on, and there is no run.
A fully to start off with from Charlesworth. Perhaps he was going for the surprise factor. It was fairly high full toss as well.
It was rather more over-pitched than I thought it was.
We know when they're being over waist high, it was just a knee-high full toss.
As Bashir gets that one off a thickish and safe edge, down to third man for a single. 346 for 8. Glamorgan 4 runs away from a third batting bonus point, but still 51 runs short of avoiding the possibility of following on. And plenty of time left today. 43 overs after this one. Charlesworth bowls, and Leonard chops down on that one at the last minute, hits it straight down into the ground. The ball trickles in the direction of point, so it wasn't coming back in onto the stumps, but he certainly wasn't in full control of that effort. And the background vocals from the slips tried to emphasise that point. 346 for 8. As Van der Hoogten is in bowls, and Leonard drives expansively. Thick edge down to third man, and just the single is taken.
Just a brief moment when it looked as though Matt Taylor might be about to go toppling over backwards.
I thought he'd messed that one up because he lost his balance as he fielded it. But
has he been drinking? No, I'm sure he hasn't.
Managed to not to take it over the boundary rope with him.
Oh, the floodlights are coming on. Ominous signs at 23 minutes past 3.
As this one is smacked into the covers by Bashir, but he really didn't time that one at all. I thought he'd got a crunching cover drive away to the boundary, but not really timed, and it's just a single. 348 for 8. The bonus point is 2 runs away. The bonus point for Gloucestershire is 1 wicket away, as Charlesworth is into bowl, and Leonard produces a nice cover drive, but again it's fielded at deep mid-off, scrambling back, and again they just take the single. 349 for 8. Last man Fernando, well, he managed 0 not out and 1 in his first outing for Glamorgan, and I think he is very firmly the number 11 sort of guy.
It's not Nahid Rana-esque, though, him of the 19 consecutive first-class innings without scoring a run. Bangladeshi international. Fantastically exciting fast bowler. I think we saw a bit of him at the Champions Trophy, but
it takes something to be
batting-wise,
that
it's quite
incompetent,
yes, exactly.
really. You'd think he'd have got an edge by then.
I did watch some of his innings, and it is fair to say you could see how it happened, because the distance that the ball was being missed by was considerable.
Really?
But
was he backing towards square leg at the time?
Yes, and playing a sort of a cover drive to a ball short and wide outside the off stump sort of thing. But anyway, Singhdale will have another over, and Leonard is not looking like a man who's ready to do any such thing in terms of backing away. He's getting very much firmly in line, and if it's full, he is looking to be as impenetrable as he can be, and so far he looks as if he's ready to apply himself as best he can. And this is Leonard and Bashir looking to defy Gloucestershire for as long as they can. Singhdale in now, bowls and goes past the edge of Leonard. That time he was staying fairly leg side of the ball. It wasn't a real backing away, but it did expose quite a lot of that off stump. Just about missed it, but there we go. You've just got to survive any way you can. And there is just something still, actually, in terms of variability off this surface. I think that one looked as if it was heading more towards off stump than it ended up being. Singhdale bowls a bouncer, and Leonard's seen those well so far. Gets down and has nothing to do with it.
There's a man posted in a leg slip, leg gully position, just in case he does fend at it.
Yeah, he certainly got licence to dig one in. It's not possibly going to help in terms of any twitchiness that the umpires might have light-wise. We'll at least have the reading from yesterday evening to go by. We can't see those four-pointed shadows yet, but you can tell that the floodlights are having some effect. Singhdale bowls, tries a Yorker. It's well directed, but also well met by Leonard. And Singhdale, I suppose, again, only got a certain number of bullets left, and there's another one used up. 21st over of this innings. It's been magnificent, 3 for 53, but there's more work to be done. Still less than half the wickets required taken. Singhdale in now, bowls, and Leonard's beaten, and Bracey drops the ball behind the stumps. But Singhdale again, just another one to reminisce on and think back ruefully as he walks back to his mark.
He is beaten by speed there.
So it would sort of come to something if they'd, in the end, they'd broken the Cook-Ingram partnership so quickly, in quick succession, and then held up by the 10th wicket partnership. Singhdale bowls another short one, and Leonard, he does leave that periscope up a little bit as he ducks, but it's nowhere near the ball. And it's a maiden from Singhdale, but it's another over gone by. 3:49 for 8, still 1 run shy of the next batting point. Glamorgan, well, in theory, Gloucestershire have got 11 overs to take 1 more wicket, but they would certainly want to wrap things up sooner than that.
Yeah, with the possibility of a bit of disruption tomorrow, every over slipping away. I suppose they've got 42 possibly tonight, if the light permits. But basically any over that Glamorgan can hang on is a very small step towards safety.
And moves them closer to safety in terms of runs, possibly tomorrow as well, assuming we get full amounts of cricket in.
Here's Charlesworth then, starting a new over from the Ashley Down Road end, bowling to the tall figure of Shoaib Bakhto, pushes it Bashir, who pushes it nicely into the offside and wanders through for a comfortable single, and there at least is the consolation of a third batting bonus point for Glamorgan. The 350 is up in the 100th over.
I suppose the question is this sort of 350 for 8, is that closer to what the first innings par might have been?
Charlesworth bowls and Leonard drives, but straight to cover, no run.
You know, will Glamorgan say, okay, we've batted pretty well here, but the problem was that we just didn't bowl well enough? Or would they think, actually, you know, would we have liked a few more runs even? I don't know. It'd be interesting to hear what's said at the end of the day, possibly. On
Yeah,
that.
Bancroft's knock separating the sides effectively, really. As Charlesworth bowls and Leonard gets on top of it well, plays it down into the gully. Hammond fields, and there is no run. But Gloucestershire have just bowled far more tightly. The four main seamers have bowled far more tightly than Glamorgan's four main seamers as a unit. I mean, Van der Hoogten and Ul Hassan, respectable. A couple of wickets apiece, going for 2.5 and over or thereabouts. Charlesworth in. Leonard, in dramatic fashion, jabs down on it and hits the ball hard down into the ground, sinks to his haunches, and indicates to Bashir that maybe that one kept a little bit low. I'm sure Bashir could have seen that for himself from 20 yards away.
It's also when you get used to being camped on the back foot as well, and it did keep a bit low.
Charlesworth in. Bowls. Leonard swings and gets an edge and will get 4 runs as looking for the third man. There is none. And Leonard moves up to 9, and the total is a 3-5-4 for 8. And now a third man is posted. Horse, stable door, bolted. The stable door's been bolted after the horse has bolted. As that one is forced off the back foot, but straight to mid-off. So Ned Leonard has 9, Shoaib Bashir has 7. 354 for 8. Always confuses me, that phrase, because bolted could come in either place, couldn't it? It's shut the stable door after the horse has bolted, isn't it? But it could be bolted the stable door after the horse is
shut. No,
bogged off somewhere. If one's allowed to say bogged off on the BBC on a Sunday. Tut tut, wash my mouth out. 354 for 8, still a frustrating 43 runs away from avoiding the follow-on. Glammy, as Matt Taylor returns to the attack from the pavilion end.
Sort of felt they probably had to make this move, Gloucestershire, and that's at least something that this 9th wicket partnership has done. It's forced Taylor to have to get back up and get ready again. He's bowling from around the wicket to Bashir, who turns this one off his thigh down to fine leg. It's another run. The 9th wicket partnership, I mean, you know, it's not at the level where it's desperately annoying yet for Gloucestershire, but still, any runs when they felt as though they were pretty much through after dismissing Van der Hoogten will feel irritating.
Yes, it was a bang, 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 wasn't it? One brings 3.
Which is, yeah, as we said, just almost came out of nowhere. But as Taylor bowls and beats Leonard outside the off stump, but I guess, you know, harp on about it, but you felt that maybe it would have to come from a sort of spell with Singdale and with Akhtar, with that extra pace, just getting something out of the surface that probably at even just a few clicks slower you might not get. But now Taylor will be hoping that he can just continue to mostly bowl full and straight and prize out these last 2. In now to Leonard, he bowls, and Leonard pushes this one away to Singdale at mid-off. I wonder how long the Charlesworth, I'm not going to say experiment, I think that's a bit harsh, but how long they'll stick with Charlesworth before thinking maybe it's time just to say, right, we're going to have to go back to Tom Price. I wonder if the umpires would also take tea. I suppose it's going to take some minutes even for the switching around, so probably be within the 10 minutes of the tea interval anyway, as Bashir turns it into the onside towards mid-on. So there would be a little bit more of a break than just the 10, but then I suppose it'd be the 10 and then the 20 fairly soon. I think if these 2 wickets are taken quickly, the umpires will take tea, and then I guess there's also the possibility of the extra time added on if Glamorgan lose another one before tea, so actually Gloucestershire could be in the field for a bit longer.
You're confusing me now.
Yeah, so there's all sorts of possibilities. Taylor is in, driven pleasantly right into the ground. A crowd catch, but there's no such thing in the county championship. Nobody has ever fallen for a bump ball in the history of the county championship in the crowd. Only in the blast.
Yeah, they're not well lubricated enough, the crowd, on a sedate Sunday afternoon. And they're probably a bit too chilly to be necking too many pints.
Lubricated with caffeine and hot chocolate, possibly. Taylor, last ball of his comeback over. He bowls to Leonard, and this is worked into the onside, but where Bashir's going, because there's definitely no run there. He has to turn tail and flee. Van Buren didn't pick it up cleanly anyway, but Bashir would have been back, so another fairly quiet over goes by with 1 run from it, but more good work being done by Leonard and Bashir. Continue to defy Gloucestershire, and indeed Charlesworth has been taken out of the attack. 5 overs for 15, and Tom Price is preparing to bowl. I don't know, is that just an adjustment of the bails from umpire Ashraf, or did he take a light meter reading? Anyway, looks as though we are set to continue, even if there were a meter reading taken, but there's not really any breaks in this cloud again. In fact, I mean, I'd say it looks actually darker than it did at this point yesterday. I suppose floodlights weren't on, so that bears that out.
Indeed, any port in a storm for the Welsh cause in the course of this match. They'd be off before you can say light meter. Tom Price then to try and knock over this brief 9th wicket partnership, bowling to Bashir, who turns one down to fine leg for a single. 3, 5, 6 for 8. Glamorgan, both batters on 9, not out, and that little 10-minute spell in the second half of the afternoon session really has been against the trend of everything else that we've seen in the game, really, in terms of wickets falling. As Price hustles in, bowls, and Leonard defends that one into the covers. These two will, of course, know each other pretty well from Somerset. Leonard having joined on loan at the back end of last season, and Bashir being on loan now for what's scheduled to be a 3-match spell. Hasn't really done much with the ball, just a couple of wickets, but he'll be a Glamorgan hero if he gets them past the follow-on target here. Leonard punches that one into the leg side, and there's no run. 3, 5, 6 for 8, the wickets today. Carlson went for 22, Callaway for 21, and then a big stand of 129 before Cook fell for 56. Ingram in the next over for 103, and Van der Hoogten in the over after that for 5. Price in, bowls, and Leonard plays this one up to mid-on, fielded by Dent, and there's no run.
I didn't particularly know what to expect from Ned Leonard's batting. I went through his stats when he first came out, but you just can't really get anything from them because there are so many not outs, but he certainly looks pretty tidy.
As Price is in bowls and Leonard is up on his toes, and he came in at 9. I'd say it's probably a number 10-ish in most sides. Not a duffer, but you'd expect him to know which end of the bat to hold, and maybe put 1 or 2 blows away, but not for a substantial contribution. Let's hope I'm entirely wrong from the Welsh perspective. Gloucestershire will be looking to finish this off PDQ as Leonard flicks one off his legs down to Singdale at fine leg. Go through for a single. 2 runs off the Price over. 3-5-7 for 8. Glamorgan a frustrating 40 runs short of forcing Gloucestershire to bat again. Tea at 3:48, 7 minutes away.
Who could forget?
Probably only 2 overs for Glamorgan to hang on, especially if they meet for a long chat in mid-wicket between overs.
Yes. Well, it's you could see the difference in the way that Leonard and Bashir have not been jumping about too much the last few overs. Whether Matt Taylor thinks, well, at least maybe stick in the odd bouncer just to stop that sort of thing from happening, because Leonard's just propped onto the front foot and driven it, albeit for no run as Hammond stops at extra cover. But all of a sudden there's just a sense of actually confidence from these two that actually, you know what, not being disrespectful, but these two are of more of a pace that we actually fancy a bit more than Singdale and Actor. Taylor wasting little time as he runs in now and bowls on a good length, and Leonard takes a hand off the bat but has kept it down well into the onside. I don't know whether it's quite got to the stage where Bancroft might think, well, maybe let's try and tempt them into something off the spinners, give Ollie Price an over or 2. It's probably too close to tea now for that sort of thing. He certainly had a bit of a chat there with Taylor and a rethink. There's a shortish mid-wicket, there's a deep square, there's a long leg. Taylor bowls a short ball. Actually, that was probably what the field suggested, but it wasn't a particularly nice one for James Bracey to have to deal with. It hit the surface, died, and went almost sideways on Bracey, but he tidies it up and saves further runs. Singdale geeing up Taylor. Gloucestershire being frustrated by Messrs Leonard and Bashir. Taylor is in now and bowls edged and wide of the solitary wide slip and down to the boundary. So 4 more runs and more frustration for Matt Taylor, whose figures read 1 for 73. Just adding yet more pain onto the annoyance of having bowled well but only picking up the 1 wicket. He'd have probably needed a 3rd slip to have had a chance there, because he's almost at 2nd slip anyway, Bancroft, but launching himself away to his left couldn't get there. 361 for 8. Taylor bowls and prodded on the bounce back to a rather frustrated, quite forlorn looking figure of Matt Taylor, but there was a moment there he just took to to ponder the injustice of life, the universe and everything. And
yeah, I mean, these two,
Be a fast
Tom Price and Matt Taylor, have not bowled as their figures suggest, really. They've played a fair part in putting on the pressure.
Particularly Taylor with Sing Dale this morning, as well as yesterday, as this is tucked by Leonard towards mid-wicket and fielded there. So the over is completed, 361 for 8. I think Luke Charlesworth was on the field for maybe just that one over. Van Buren is back out on the field, a whole 3 minutes to go before.
Come on, you could have waited
break.
for that. Whatever it was, of course.
Well, perhaps they were hoping for the extra half hour to be taken. You are starting to see some shadows already cast by the floodlights, just starting to creep in even now. Let Tom Price continue.
Probably last before tea then, as Price bowls and Bashir squeezes us away towards third man for a single. All contributions gratefully received to the Glamorgan cause. 362 for 8, 35 runs away from what may be safety in this game.
Of course, and you just reminded me, I haven't mentioned it. James Braithey, oh dear me, James Braithey. James Bracey's other half has led a raising of £600 in the Southmead Hospital raffle yesterday.
Tom Price bowls, Leonard's drives. When has that one ended up at fine leg? I was looking maybe into the hands of one of the leg side fielders, but an inside edge down to fine leg, which has been quite a well used position in the last few overs.
£600 plus donations to Southmead Hospital, and she's running the London Marathon for that as well, so congratulations.
Fine effort.
That raised yesterday.
363 for 8. Price in bowls, and Bashir comes down on that one in exaggerated fashion and defends it back past the bowler. No run.
I think he might have hit that twice, of course. Not deliberately so, but I thought he hit it into the ground, and then has that come off the top of his bat again, or is that just an illusion of the angle?
It's come off something, whether that was bat or pad, and he's booted it down the wicket inadvertently. Anyway, it's a dot ball, and he's still there, which is the important thing as far as Glamorgan are concerned. But Price out to try and change that as Bashir drives to mid-wicket. And there is no run. 15:47 on my devices. So with 2 balls to go until tea, this should be the last couple of deliveries. Unless, of course, Gloucestershire take 1 wicket, in which case play should go on with 9 down. Price is in to bowl to Bashir. Nearly was 9 down as he's swiped in the manner of a number 10 or even 11 at a wide one, and was lucky not to get a tickle.
It's sort of my impression of Bashir from having watched him bat with England, and of course most people have watched Bashir bat more with England than at county level, but you know, he can look quite solid and quite, you know, there's definitely some ability with the bat there, but then there's also the ability to play just a sudden waft out of nowhere that you just think, where's that come from?
In comes Price for what should be the last ball of the session. Bowls, and Bashir drives it back to him, fielded in his follow-through. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of your afternoon's entertainment here on BBC Sport Online. Leonard has 15, Bashir has 10. Glamorgan need 34 runs to avoid the possibility of following on and potentially to save this match, but a dramatic spell mid-afternoon in which Salman Akhtar took 2 wickets and Ajit Singh Dale 1, got rid of Colin Ingram for 103, Chris Cook 56, Van der Hoogten for 5. And as things stand, Gloucestershire are probably favourites to have that option of the follow-on. Glamorgan 183 runs behind They're 363 for 8 at tee.
Just to recap the position over access for vehicles to the ground tomorrow, because Neville Road is going to be closed for resurfacing. So access to the Neville Road gate here at the stadium will be redirected via Kent Road tomorrow. The road closure sign will be in place on Kent Road, but vehicles will be allowed to bypass the sign to gain access to the ground. So Neville Road closed tomorrow for resurfacing. If you are coming to the ground, please allow a little bit of extra time for your journey. You'll come towards the ground via Kent Road on a diversion, and then you'll have to ask the workers directly to let you through the closure on Kent Road to get access to the ground. Anything further we hear on that will be updated via our social media channels. Other schools elsewhere around the country, some grounds are at tee, there's a rain delay at one, but most are still in play. At Durham, in the first division, Durham 145 for 6 in their second innings against Warwickshire. Their overall lead is 211. At Trentbridge, Notts had a first innings deficit of 20 against Essex. They're 134 for 2 second time round, so the overall lead they're 114. It's raining at the Oval where Surrey is playing Hampshire. Surrey 282 for 4 in their second innings. The lead is 316. Tea at Hove where Sussex are 501 for 7 in their second innings against Somerset. They lead by 595, and in fact they have declared there. The target for Somerset is 595, lead 594. The Somerset target 595 to win when play resumes. And finally in the first division, Gloucestershire are 62 for 2 against Yorkshire, chasing 602 to win. Yorkshire declared their second innings on 315 for 4. Elsewhere in the second division, at Canterbury, Kent are 131 for 2. They needed a further 184 to beat Middlesex. At Old Trafford, Lancashire following on against Northants are 45 for 1. They still trail by 223. And at Grace Road, Leicestershire 205 for 5 in their second innings against Derbyshire. Their lead is 296. If you paid your match ticket today but are interested in becoming a Gloucestershire member, then there are various packages available from associate member at just £29 all the way up to Premier Club member. If you wish to discuss your options for that, which include white ball packages, T20 packages, full membership, do visit reception in the club office and talk to Nat or James. They can give you all the details and sign you up.
Absolutely. But it was nice when it was.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we did enjoy last winter program.
Yeah, last thing you want is your chairman coaching it. I tell you that.
End of the first half, Martin says, "Good fun, the boy is a bit hard." But
There's still a lot of unanswered questions.
yeah,
Exactly. I said to Steve.
we can never improve. Well, you can change when you go on holiday.
The meeting, we won't be having the 8th.
No.
It would just be the Mark saying, oh, well, that'll be all right, because if you don't go on, you don't go on, you don't go to the 8th of March.
Yes, it must do, particularly for the stuff.
Please welcome back our umpires Naeem Ashraf and Paul Baldwin at the start of this post-tee session. In the field, the Gloucestershire side captained by number 1 Cameron Bancroft, and resuming Paul Glamorgan, the 9th wicket pair of number 29 Shoaib Bashir and 22 Ned Leonard.
Well, the evening session about to commence, and the hopes for Gloucestershire really resting on taking these final 2 Glamorgan wickets within the 34 runs that Glamorgan require to avoid the follow-on. If Glamorgan can score those runs, it makes the chance of a Gloucestershire result seemingly next to impossible, and who knows, may even be able to put Gloucestershire under some pressure with the ball. They've had to go back to Ajit Singh Dale from the pavilion end, running in and bowling the first ball, and Leonard is behind that one and playing up to Van Buren at mid-off. Ed Seaborn and Nick Webb still with you on the BBC Sports site and app and via your smart speaker and on the Gloucestershire live picture feed. Singh Dale approaches now and bowls, and there's an inside edge on to pad. There was a fair amount of stump winking at Singh Dale, but it was not in the end brought into play as the inside edge went to safety.
Yes, and it is good to see Gloucestershire, like Glamorgan, providing us with a real-time feed of the pictures that are being broadcast to the nation, so we have a fair chance, we have a fighting chance of having as good a view as those of you watching at home.
Singh Dale 3 for 53, running in and bowling. It's just driven by Leonard wide of mid-off. They'll take one. Leonard doesn't look as if he's sprinting for the second run, to be honest. Bashir, surprisingly enough, seemed far more keen, but it is a single. Leonard to 16, 364 for 8.
Yeah, that was a long single. I thought they might push for the second, to be honest.
Bashir certainly wanted it. I know Van Buren's fairly quick across the ground, but there was never really a thought of a second run in Leonard's mind. 1 run closer though. Singh Dale to Bashir, short and down the leg side. There's an inquiry from Gloucestershire, but I'm not sure it's especially convincing, and it hasn't convinced umpire Baldwin.
Yes, Bracey hurled the ball up in the air then. The celeb appeal from behind the stumps.
It was one of those sort of, yeah,
it did go a long way, which might have led some to believe that it had been deflected on the way through. If he'd got hold of it, it'd been in the flats.
Still not the easiest light conditions either. Singh Dale bowls another short ball. It's fended off by Bashir, loops in the air and falls well short in the end of the on-rushing keeper and slip. I think that has come off glove. In fact, now I'm certain it's come off glove because Shoaib Bashir's taken his right glove off. That was not pleasant for Shoaib Bashir.
It was a difficult ball for a batter of any status, let alone a number 10.
Exactly. I mean, he's been routinely troubling top order batters like that. Singh Dale today. Wickets of North East, Carlson and Ingram. 3 prize wickets in that middle order. He bowls once more to Bashir, and it is on at more of a good length this time. Bashir has put the previous delivery out of his mind and is able to keep that one down comfortably enough. 364 for 8. So another Singh Dale over goes by, and they're still forcing more overs now out of Singh Dale and Akhtar. Okay, they've had the 20-minute tea break and be hoping they can wrap these 2 wickets up. They have another 10 minutes, I suppose, and then perhaps Taylor and Tom Price might take the new ball anyway, but it's all overs in these bowlers' legs and just continuing to demand more and more extra pace. And venom to try and grab these 2 wickets, and then they're going to have to take some wickets, no doubt, in the second dig.
Actor back at it then from the Ashley Down Road end and bowling to Leonard, who defends on the offside, and there is no run. So overall this has been a reasonable batting effort from Glamorgan, a century and 2 half-centuries out of the top order, but that just shows the size of the task that lay ahead of them when they began facing 546 on the board. It looked, when Cook and Ingram were together, as if the follow-on would be easily avoided, but not so, as Leonard is bowled, stump knocked out of the ground. Actor celebrates. Glamorgan 9 down for 364.
Yeah, you felt that it was going to need to be the extra pace of one of these 2 to do the trick, and another straight delivery doesn't bounce masses, it has to be said, but then Leonard is also camped on the back foot, expecting the delivery that is dug in, and that's what that extra pace can do. And well, there we did see some jumping, stumping, as Leonard has his off stump uprooted, and Zaman Akhtar is, well, he's the one that's now got the chance to make it a 5-wicket haul, when it was Singhdale who looked to have the best chance not so long ago.
Yeah, a bit of a battle between the 2 quickies, keeping a little bit low, as you say, and a bit of extra pace from Akhtar. These 9th wicket pair had hung around for 10 overs, adding 25 runs. They're all valuable for Glamorgan, but surely only a matter of time now before Gloucestershire complete the job. As Asitha Fernando, 33 runs to avoid the follow-on. Guy with a top score of 30, but he is 27 years old and has a lengthy first-class career, so he's had plenty of opportunities. And as a chat with Shoaib Bashir as to maybe what the ball is doing, what the bowlers are doing, and the best way of going about things. Fernando didn't impress with the ball in this match. He's got a chance to redeem himself in unlikely fashion, but 33 runs for the last wicket seems very improbable indeed, with Gloucestershire's bowlers with their tails up. And possibly 30-odd overs to bowl at Glamorgan in the second innings this evening. Here comes Akhtar to bowl at Fernando, who dabs it into the offside and will get off strike. No ball called. So 3.
Whoa. And then, sorry, there's all sorts going on, because it was needless right at the stumps at the non-strikers end, and Dent had to sprawl to back it up. That would not have aided Gloucestershire's cause if that had got through. Already 3 runs off the ball.
So 30 needed from the last wicket pair now, and you get the feeling that Bashir is going to have to score most of them. Will he swing the bat in an effort to get there quickly? Akhtar bowls, and Bashir has got that one away somewhere towards square leg. It's trickling over the boundary as Singhdale charges round, and a wild swing of the bat from Shoaib Bashir, and he's got 4 runs from it.
Can't. Well, okay, Akhtar's having a laugh. What else can you do, really? Because it was a one-handed flail from Bashir, and I mean, it never makes you feel great. We've just been hit for 4, and the batter's staring at his bat, trying to work out exactly what part of it hit.
Akhtar is in again to Bashir, and he dabs that on the offside, thinks about the single. It isn't there as Akhtar comes charging down the wicket to field himself. 3-7-1 for 9 Glamorgan, so Gloucestershire have 7 out of the 8 available bonus points for this game. Glamorgan have 3 with the bat to add with a 2 with the ball. They have 5, might lose 1 on over 8 if the umpires are not feeling kind. Bashir tells them to wait, that he's not going to face up when the field is still moving around. Point comes in to save the single. with 2 legitimate balls left in the over, and that one's floated up over slip. Didn't know much about that, and they have gone through for the single, possibly off the glove. It's a single down to third man anyway. But Shoaib Bashir, bless him, is getting in line. He's being brave about things, but he is not dealing particularly confidently with the short pitch ball, and this gives Zaman Akhtar the chance to complete a potential fifer with 1 ball against the number 11, who drives to mid-on, albeit from a position not entirely in line. 372 for 9. Glamorgan need 25 runs to avoid the follow-on.
Well, it might not be especially entertaining for Messrs Bashir and Fernando, but you can't help but be entertained when you've got fast bowling at tail enders. Of course, you never hope for injury or anything like that, but it does make for exciting cricket, and especially when Bashir is looking to try and score, because he thinks he's, well, as you say, he's got a chance to become a hero here. If he can whistle a few away to the boundary, then avoid this follow-on. He'll have done a great service for his county. Bancroft is wafting his point a bit deeper. They're allowing a lot of singles here, and there's only the 2 slips who could catch a sort of a potential pop-up off a shorter delivery. Singdale bowls it. It's a short ball. It's uppercut in the air, but it's going to go fine of the fielder at deep third, but they've run the single. So Fernando will be on strike.
Stand by your pads.
Well, it's nothing if not eventful. He got a pretty decent amount of bat on that uppercut. I thought that... I mean, it always looked as if it was going fine of the fielder, so he never looked as if he was getting out to it, but he wasn't far off picking up another boundary. Bashir to 16. 24 required to avoid the follow-on. But Fernando on strike. Singdale rushes in, he bowls, backing away Fernando and slaps it over extra cover. 1 bounce and for 4. Well, that's a shot of some aggression and, yeah, showing a pretty good eye, actually. Singdale smiling about it, but if he hits a few more like that, I think the smiles will disappear. It was a straight ball. He played it from
somewhere near the umpire,
almost off the strip, but it was a handsome shot. Lofted extra cover drive. 1 bounce 4.
Well, yes, he is a good pace or 2 back, isn't he, Fernando, by the time he's played that shot?
He's already gone past his existing first-class average, which I think was a tick under 5. Singdale races in, bowls, backing away is Fernando, and no idea even how to describe what he was trying to do there. He flailed the bat at the ball and missed it, and it goes through behind the stumps.
This is not going to end happily for Glamorgan, I suspect. I mean, surely he can't repeat that 5 times without seeing his stumps pulverised.
Well, it's interesting, because in the last round of matches, I think Jack Morley came in with a batting average of first-class cricket of about 3.9 and proceeded to hit 2 4s and a 6 against Gloucestershire. Admittedly, he wasn't facing fast bowling like this. Singdale in, bowls, backing away, pulling at it and missing is Fernando, and he's ended up being able, because of his swivel, to stare directly at James Bracey as he takes the ball.
Yeah, Singdale followed him there with that ball. Surely he's just better off aiming it off stump.
You'd think so. He's got a field set for some catches on the leg side, but I think it's probably full and straight time. 377 for 9. Singdale bowls full, and it's sliced away. 1 bounce out to deep backward point, and again they've run the single, so Bashir seems to be quite happy to allow Fernando the strike. Unless Bashir can take a single off this last ball. It is 378 for 9. And now 19 required to avoid the follow-on.
I don't think my nerves can stand much more of this.
Bashir on strike. The field is still set pretty deep. Singdale bowls to Bashir. It's a good Yorker. It's flicked away. He's got the single down to fine leg. So Bashir keeps the strike. 3-7-9 for 9. Singdale bowling to a number 11 in that over. We've been here before. But
yeah, my blood pressure's not great.
Admittedly, it's not quite 5-9-2 to win in the final session in day 4, but we've got drama. It is 379 for 9.
Where's Jamie McIlroy? Where's Mason Crane? More to the point, Mason Crane is out injured.
Well, Bashir's the loanee for Mason Crane.
Yes, he's the sub. So
not
he's
doing
the
a bad standing
the
job
sub
at the moment.
Crane, who got 40 odd in that match. In comes Actor, try and finish the fun. Bowls a short ball and it's pulled away, and that has gone for 4 runs down towards backward square, bisecting the 2 fielders on the ropes. And Bashir's pull shot is maybe not quite that recommended in the textbooks, but it's been effective so far as he moves on to 21 not out. And Glamorgan on to 383 for 9. They need another 14 still unlikely runs off this last wicket. Gloucestershire still favourites to have the option of the follow-on, which I'm pretty sure they'd take. As Actor is in to Bashir, swings at another
Wide.
short one, and it's
Wide.
given us a wide. It is. Now it had, well, I didn't think it was that high on Bashir, but umpire Ashraf ruling that was overhead high.
I must say, I thought that it was. I think, as you say, he's tall, Bashir, but that really did balloon as it bounced.
384 for 9. Next delivery is a push and run. Oh, Fernando could be run out here and isn't. As the bowler tried to pick up swivel and turn in one move. And Glamorgan then have pinched a single off what was actually the second legitimate ball of the over, and handed it back to Asitha Fernando.
Well, it was a chance, real chance there for Zaman Akhtar. It wasn't the easiest of throws. He sort of had to pelt it a little bit sidearm, but if he'd hit, that would have been it.
Actor is into Fernando, backs away again. Where's that one gone? Somewhere into the leg side. Fernando's on his knees. It's a scrambling stop by Dent at wide mid-on. This is an absolutely extraordinary period of cricket.
Is he after a shot being named after him? Because I've no idea what that was. It was a one-need whip
drag
to mid-on.
drive. Yeah. 12 needed, 1 wicket needed. Actor in to bowl to Fernando. And the ball is...
that's hit him on the head.
Hit him on the head, is it? It's bounded out to cover. And Fernando is going to have a concussion check and possibly a helmet removal. The replay on the stream shows that Actor follows him. Fernando doesn't look unduly perturbed, but that was a number 11. Trouble is with Fernando, he's giving the bowler 3 stumps to aim at absolutely every time, so an off-stump Yorker is going to get him.
Yeah, I suppose it comes back to, for example, when we used to have those bowl-outs in T20s a couple of times to decide tied matches, and actually almost when that's the only target that you've got and you think, well, surely you should just be able to hit off stump every time, but those bowl-outs proved that even for the pros it's not the easiest thing just even to hit a wide open set of stumps.
No, but the bowlers generally, or several times at least, have been looking to follow the batter and induce him to spoon a catch.
No, I know what you mean, definitely. Yeah.
No play going on at the moment because Fernando is having A replacement helmet, I suspect, and B, a little check to make sure that he knows what day it is and who he's playing for and who he's playing against.
I'd imagine that the language barrier doesn't make that the easiest, but I'm sure they will have agreed something before.
Yes,
the start of things. I'm sure they have to by protocol.
He claims not to speak enough English to do an interview. But Glamorgan still need 12, and Gloucestershire still need 1 wicket to have that follow-on option. And there are 33.2 overs potentially remaining today. 2 will be taken off for the change of innings. That is, if the light persists. It's not too bad at the moment. They've left the lights on, and the cloud is at a height at the moment where it's borderline whether you'd actually need the lights on, but this delay is not going to help Gloucestershire's chances of getting through these overs, as Andy Gorvin, who'd brought on a couple of helmets for options. And has Fernando picked one of them, or is he? Yes, he has got a helmet out there. As Glamorgan just making sure that he's all right to carry on. It is quite a lengthy delay. Gloucestershire having a couple of huddles.
Yeah, I don't think Gloucestershire are making anything of this, but I've got to say, and obviously it's absolutely paramount that the amount of time is taken to get things right and get the helmet set up and all that. It does seem to be taking rather longer than most of these checks take, but whether there's an issue with maybe Fernando's helmet particularly, because I mean it'll have to be changed.
Well, there are a couple brought out.
Maybe he doesn't. Has he brought more than one helmet?
Perhaps he doesn't like the 2 that were proffered. It is a lengthy discussion going out in the middle, and indeed another helmet is being brought on. Thank you to Dr. Hignell, who has reminded us that last time Gloucestershire enforced the follow-on was in 2019, in the only first-class match played so far at Spitty Park in Newport. Last time Gloucestershire enforced the follow-on here was 1960.
Gosh.
Before I was born. Before Dr. Hignell was born. Before Ed Seaborn was even thought of.
I think it's probably before
don't tell me before his parents.
It will be before. It will be before my
Go
parents
away.
were born.
You're far too young.
Not by much. I hasten to add that was their birth years. But
right, Fernando has got a helmet to his liking, and now someone's wandered off with Bashiro's helmet by mistake.
Dear, this is getting comical now.
A full range of helmets being proffered by Messrs. Gorvin and Root, the 2 12thers.
Well, we've come full circle here, because in that match in 1960, opening the batting for Gloucestershire was one Tom Pugh.
Ah, yes, we were talking about him just the other day with the danger of that partnership that he had with Tom Graveney being broken, but it wasn't.
Sam Cook and John Mortimer taking 5 and 3 respectively to knock Glamorgan over for 149 second time round, bowled out for 103 in the first innings.
Right, we're back with it. Glamorgan 385 for 9. Fernando's comical induce continues, and not for long, because Actor has hit the stumps. He has got his 5. Congratulations from all his teammates as Fernando is bowled the ball after his excessive checks. Actor 5 for 85. Well bowled.
And interestingly, I think Cameron Bancroft was making a signal to the umpires that actually led me to believe that maybe Gloucestershire were going to have a bat. but we'll try and confirm that. But anyway, you have to say the odds were probably on that right after the ball that plunked Fernando, and well, what do I know, apparently it wasn't that difficult for Zaman Akhtar to fire one in and hit off stump. That's an impressive 5 from him. I think Akhtar and Singh Dale have really in this innings shown why so much is thought of them and hoped for them, and it is for Akhtar actually consecutive years where he has picked up a 5 in the opening game at Bristol, because he also claimed one against Yorkshire in the first innings last year, where he grabbed the headlines by removing Messrs Root and Brook in fairly quick succession. So 5 for 85 for Akhtar, 3 for 61 for Singh Dale. As we mentioned a bit, the figures don't exactly flatter Messrs Taylor M and Price T, 1 for 73 and 1 for 89 respectively, but they certainly did do their jobs in terms of backing up Singh Dale and Akhtar. Ollie Price got through 9 overs for 28, Van Buren 5 overs for 18, Charlesworth 5 overs for 15. Don't think there was anything about the decision yet, but I don't know. I couldn't exactly see what signal Bancroft made, but Gloucestershire sprinted off in the manner of a side that weren't particularly expecting to be sprinting back on. And if they haven't enforced the follow-on, then that leads me to believe that they must be fairly confident that this cloud is going to clear this evening. You would have thought that the follow-on would be enforced. Perhaps it's just a question of interpreting hand signals and body language. It's the light roller that's being used, which again...
They have enforced the follow-on.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no surprise,
I was going to say, just for a moment, you wondered, but yeah, it's
the lead 161 on first innings.
There was, I really was scrabbling about to try and come up with what the plan might be if the follow-on hadn't been enforced. So play will resume in 8 minutes' time, with Glamorgan trailing by 161 runs. There will be 31 overs in theory to be bowled this evening, but the light has not got any better really in the last few minutes. We'll see how... Thank you. Just to clarify. Thank you. We've got 31 overs remaining. 385 all out Glamorgan, 5 for 85 for Zaman Akhtar. We'll be back in 7 minutes' time to bring you the follow-on for Glamorgan as they trail by 161.
At the start of the Glamorgan second innings, please welcome back Paul Baldwin and Ian Ashraf, who are our umpires for this match. Gloucestershire side captained by number 1 Cameron Bancroft, and the opening pair for Glamorgan in their second innings, number 27 Zayn Ul Hassan and number 97 Eddie Byron.
Glamorgan's openers have made their way out to the middle to start their second innings, with Gloucestershire taking to the field. It has to be said that to the eye up here, it looks pretty much as dark as it was yesterday when they weren't playing. There might just be some slightly brighter skies on the horizon that are possibly just influencing Messrs Baldwin and Ashraf, that they can get going, but the floodlights definitely look as though they're having a pretty considerable effect, and the not only shadows are being cast by them, but again it's just that look that it has when the floodlights are really taking over. But Matt Taylor is preparing to bowl the first over. Glamorgan trailing by 161. Zayn Ul Hassan is on strike, and Matt Taylor plays Ul Hassan plays a ball from Matt Taylor off leg stump out into the onside, and there is no run. In theory, 30 overs now and 5 balls to be bowled this evening, but I'm not imagining it's going to be too long before we see that light meter come out of the pocket again. It's pretty gloomy. We're unable to see perhaps the area that would be best to see as far as the light's concerned, as far as what's coming, as Ul Hassan flicks this one to mid-wicket, and there is no run. But from Gloucestershire's point of view, even if we lose the rest of the day, they do still have a chance tomorrow of trying to force something. Of course, they'd love some wickets this evening, but they've bought themselves just that chance with Zaman Akhtar and Ajit Singh Dale taking those wickets through the afternoon, as Taylor bowls, and swaying out of the way is Ul Hassan, as that's dug in on a length outside off stump. Zaman Akhtar claiming a fifer, his second with Gloucestershire, in addition to the one that he took for England Lions last summer. And Ajit Singh Dale 3 for 61, those two providing the extra pace that felt as if it might be necessary. Taylor is in, and a full ball is driven by Ul Hassan up towards mid-off, and again there is no run. Fifer against Yorkshire being Akhtar's first with the county, but I think the 5 for 32 was the innings where he took those wickets against Sri Lanka for the Lions. In goes Taylor and bowls, and that's let go by Ul Hassan outside the off stump, raising the arms to let it go by. 28 for Ul Hassan in the first innings. Byram made 23, as every member of Glamorgan's top 7 past 20. And if they can do a similar thing here, okay, might not be the prettiest, but they will start to steer their side towards safety. But still 161 to knock off before they can start to move ahead in the game. Taylor in, and bowls is driven aerially, and it falls short of mid-off. Spooned rather, as Ul Hassan looked to drive, but lands short of Van Buren, who, had they had that more sort of floating extra cover mid-off fielder that you sometimes see in other situations, might have been a possibility, but it was hit quite straight actually, and in the end well short of Van Buren. But already something there for Matt Taylor. It's a maiden over for him to start off this second innings, and Tom Price will bowl from the Ashley Down Road end, as Singhdale and Akhtar get what breather they can. Although possibly also, if they were to run in and start banging it in short now, that That might force the umpire's hands a little.
Yeah, there's maybe a little bit of higher cloud around at the moment, but it's getting towards the borderline, and maybe they would be better employed pitching it up. Glamorgan 161 behind, following on. The first time they've had to do so in Bristol since 1960. As in comes Price, bowls and past the edge of Byram's bats, though. As ever with Byram, you have to throw in the caveat of he may have played inside that one deliberately, but he does retake his guard from umpire Baldwin, who has swapped ends to have the slightly longer walk to the Ashley Down Road end towards the flats. Glamorgan 161 behind on first innings. As that's down leg side, Byram follows it rather, but doesn't make any contact, and Bracey makes a good diving stop. If Gloucestershire do win this match, they'll have earned it the hard way, really, having 108 overs in the field and then having to back it up. And quite often, if you have delivered that many, the captain will look to bat again to give the bowlers a rest, but they run out of time, I think. As that's played into the offside, they'll go through for a quick single. There's a shy at the stumps at the non-strikers, and Chris Dent misses. It's a no ball, I think.
Yep.
So that's 3 on the Glamorgan total. Or 3 to get the Glamorgan total going. But that was a rather tentative single.
Yeah, I can see why Dent decided to go for the non-strikers then, because there was more to aim at. Whether it might have been a tighter thing at the strikers' end, don't know. You'd have to see it again. But he only had one stump to aim at there, so it would have been probably less likely that he hit.
So Ul Hassan is on strike in the gloom, pushing forwards, got a long way forward, and the howl from Price and Co dies away quickly.
Yeah, there's a little bit of swing there. I mean, you'd have thought there would be some, but then the previous new ball that Gloucestershire took didn't really seem to do very much at all. It was mostly raw pace that got the wickets to see the back of first Cook, then Ingram, and then, despite a brief hold-up, the rest.
Here comes Price, bowls through lowish outside off stump. Ul Hassan plays no shot. The shadows are now fairly visible around about the sort of levels that took the players off last night at 18 minutes to 6. But they certainly would have to hang around, because the light levels are going up and down a bit as in comes the next delivery, and it's turned around the corner by Ul Hassan to get him off the mark. 4 without loss, 157 runs in arrears. Now, just working out how long Glamorgan really have to bat to save this match. If we don't lose time to weather. Was it 31 overs today, was it?
It was, yeah, so 29 more.
29 more after this. 96 potentially tomorrow, as Byram plays one defensively up to mid-on. If they're scoring at roughly 3 runs and over, obviously they could get 100 plus into the lead. 150 into the lead, so that might get them safe by this time tomorrow, say. As the umpires are going to have a look at the light levels.
I think they're going to tell Gloucestershire they've got to bowl spin.
Byram and Ul Hassan have had
not
enough.
Even that.
Not even that. 4 without loss after 2 overs are Glamorgan. the option is not offered to an offended-looking Bancroft, who is, as is only right, as every captain ought to do, is in the umpire's ear and saying, what are we playing at? But unless there's some improvement from here on, Byram and Al-Hassan is only too glad to trudge off the field. Glamorgan 157 runs in arrears. Potentially 125 overs left in the match, but we will be losing them now.
Yeah, and still very much a question as to whether we'll get all the 96 overs tomorrow. The one thing that does just confuse me sometimes is the way that umpires will sometimes offer the fielding captain the opportunity to bowl spin. Now, we don't know, of course. Bancroft might have said, I don't want to bowl spin, but I would have thought that you would have given it at least a little bit of a go to try and stay out there, give yourself a chance.
Yes, you've got two spinners who've already bowled today. You've got two credible spin options, so yeah.
So what confuses me is when umpires decide that it is a possibility to bowl spin, and when they don't offer that possibility, and it seems as though they haven't offered Gloucestershire that possibility. There doesn't seem to be any sort of clear, point. And given the fact that it was okay to start this innings and start it with pace, that's what, the light hasn't suddenly deteriorated massively over those 2 overs. It does make it a little bit hard to fathom, but there we go. The one thing that I would say is I was almost actually surprised that it was good enough to start rather than the fact that we've gone off now, because it looks as dark as it was when they went off yesterday. So I'm not surprised that the light reading wasn't good enough. And
there are too many negatives in that sentence, Ed. It's got my head in a spin.
Well, anyway, what I can tell you,
it's probably just a double negative rather than a double bluff.
Is that yes? Well, I've bowled the full ball instead of the short ball, despite putting everybody back on the leg side. The covers are being. I'm not sure they're going to be put on because the stumps haven't been taken out of the ground, but I think the covers will maybe just be poised on the outfield, possibly just in case.
I don't think the rain's going to be a huge problem.
I don't think it is raining either, because I can't see any umbrellas up from the spectators that are still in, but we have this ongoing, and it won't be the last time, frustrating occasion of being in a cricket ground with no rain, with floodlights on, but not playing cricket. Where's the pink ball, please? I know there's people that don't like it. I know there's people that will say, well, it's not fair, but there's an awful lot that isn't fair about cricket when it comes to playing regulations. We should be playing cricket when we can play cricket. That's just my opinion. Anyway.
Ed Seaborn on his soapbox, ladies and gentlemen. Glamorgan are quite delighted to be in the sheds at the moment, and will be doing their best to get the torches out and convince the umpires that they should stay in those sheds. But this quite possibly isn't the end of the action today, so do keep these channels open, and we'll be back if there is any more play today. Glamorgan 4 without loss. Following on, they're still 157 runs in arrears here on BBC Sport Online.
next season, they just shot over away. What a reaction. We're going double relegation. Yeah, we've done it all before, haven't we? No, I keep it. You stay here? No, I never liked it. I think we still, I'm with you, still like
As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, the umpires have indicated that there'll be a restart, and that restart will be at 7 minutes past 5. 7 minutes past 5.
And a word for BBC Sport Online listeners and Gloucestershire stream viewers. We are going to restart in a couple of minutes as the cover's being taken off and the umpires have summoned the players back very shortly.
Well, out come the players. That didn't take too long, and apparently we have not lost any overs. So we lost some overs at the start of play, having done nothing, and now there's been a stoppage, and we've not lost any overs. So Glamorgan are 4 without loss, and there's just a hint of non-floodlight related brightness out there now, whilst all we can see are pretty dark grey skies. There must be a little bit of brightness behind us, and this is always the thing sitting here in this commentary box at the pavilion. You get a great view, but unfortunately you can't see where the weather's coming from, because it always comes from over our left shoulder. Well, always, nearly always anyway. Matt Taylor has the ball in hand. We've had 2 overs of this Glamorgan second innings. They're 4 without loss, trailing now by 157 runs. And not only can we play, but Gloucestershire can bowl seam. In comes Taylor with 3 slips in place, bowling now to Ul Hassan. He's there, and Ul Hassan blocks this one into the covers. Hammond does the fielding.
Yeah, it's a break that will aid the bowling side, you feel. Gives them a few extra minutes rest from their labours, and forces the batting side to break their concentration and get their brains switched on and their muscle reflexes tuned once more.
Yeah, you'd have thought they'd exchanged quite a few 10-minute rests for no overs lost, Gloucestershire. Taylor bowls, squeezed away to point by Ul Hassan, excuse me. Got to that stage of the day. I haven't had any sedatives or anything, I promise you. 1 run apiece to the Glamorgan openers. We had 1 new ball. And for now, Gloucestershire looking to their new ball pairing to provide some breakthroughs and take the wicket-taking pressure, as it were, off Singdale and Akhtar. But that is a beautiful shot from Zain Ul Hassan. It was just that bit fuller from Taylor. He stamps in frustration on the area that his front foot landed, but Ul Hassan really did meet that one exquisitely. It goes between mid-off and extra cover and away to the boundary. I think a helpful spectator has reached over the area where the T20 dugouts, I think, will be, but aren't seemingly there yet to lob it back in. 8 without loss. And getting ever brighter as Taylor approaches now and bowls, and Ul Hassan with a pretty tight leave. Perhaps not quite as tight as the one from Ollie Price off Zain Ul Hassan's bowling, if memory isn't failing me from day one, but that was certainly in the tighter category.
Yes, when the ball misses the off stump and is then taken by the keeper going down leg side, all right, it is a left arm bowler bowling over the wicket to the left hand bat, but it's still as an angle.
Taylor in and bowls, and there's a leave again from Ul Hassan, a bit further wide this time and also further back of a length.
Well, Glamorgan in a position where really they have to play naturally, as it were, because obviously they can't dig in and just defend. They've got to look to knock off this deficit and get the lead as far as they can.
Yep, scoring the runs very much helps their match position. Taylor into Ul Hassan. This is clipped away past mid-wicket. Akhtar tracks back and keeps it to a single. 5 from the over. 9 without loss. Glamorgan. I mean, it's almost a bit pointless because you just don't know how many overs Gloucestershire are going to get in here to say how many would they like before the close, because not so long ago, with everything seemingly fairly set in, there was a thought of, well, you know, almost anything beyond naught is a bonus, because they weren't expecting to get these overs, although of course the deficit is now being reduced as well.
Yeah, agreed though, because if you look at the situation in mid-afternoon, Glamorgan reached 333 before the 6th wicket fell. At that point, 60 odds to go to avoid the follow-on, and 2 batters well set. Gloucestershire have done really well to get the follow-on at all. As Price bowls and Al-Hassan drives, but gets it very much off the inside half of the bat. He was looking through mid-off and ended up dragging it to mid-on. It was a bit wide, and he certainly didn't hit that where he meant to.
It's a sort of a slow pitch shot, really, isn't it?
9 without loss.
Drive to mid-wicket.
A bit brighter again. As Price bowls, Al-Hassan leaves outside off stump. Now you can see a bit of shadow from the pavilion, from the brightness in the sky.
Get the sun cream out.
But which way is it coming, did you say, from over our shoulders?
Yeah, sort of over our left shoulders usually.
So
where
that
it
grey
comes
stuff
from.
ahead has happened, has it? Okay. Pretty murky over the flats, but improving, at least for the time being, and improving Gloucestershire's chances with that. As Price is in to bowl, Al-Hassan drives through the covers, will get runs here. In fact, he'll get 4 of them as he's timed that one nicely enough to elude the chase of Van Buren from mid-off and Hammond from cover. Glamorgan move on to 13 without loss, which is 148 runs behind.
He played 2 or 3 of those in the first innings. Al-Hassan particularly off Tom Price, and it was sort of a turn and a, oh, here we go again look from Tom Price, because he thinks that's the sort of delivery he probably does need to be bowling to try and get him driving, but he was happy to drive.
In the end, Price got him. Oh, as Al-Hassan said, I just copped a good ball. As Price bowls and Al-Hassan drives again, this time straighter, and a good scrambling stop from Van Buren makes it a dot ball.
He's obviously trying to catch some sun. He's not even wearing a cap.
Gets a high 5 for his pains.
I think this is pretty much for 5:15 in April, proper sunshine.
It'll do the Shire anyway. 13 for naught, Glamorgan. Battling to avoid defeat. As in comes Price and bowls, Al-Hassan turns it away down towards square leg. I thought I'd gone fine on that. Struggling to see the square leg fielder through the corner of the box, but it was Charlesworth who's lurking out there behind the umpire. 14 without loss, Glamorgan. You're on BBC Sport Online. So they've done a fair bit of bowling, the Gloucestershire unit. First 4 seamers, all having 20 overs or more under their belts. As Byram defends that one back down the wicket. And there is no run. 146 for 3, Glamorgan overnight, 40.5 overs at that point. So Gloucestershire delivered a further 67 overs exactly in the Glamorgan first innings today. And they have another 27 overs to try and make headway this evening. 14 for naught, 147 behind.
Plenty happening elsewhere in the County Championship. Every ball of every County Championship game available on the BBC Sport website and via the app. And the live text service still going strong with updates of all the key moments around the country from each fixture, as Taylor begins his 3rd over, bowls a full ball, which is up to the bat, forcing Al-Hassan onto the front foot. It's played defensively for no run. Kent look on track to win pretty comfortably at the moment against Middlesex at Canterbury. That chase looked tough at the start, but I suppose that's where having Zach Crawley at the top of the order can help with. Okay, he made 58 and hasn't gone on, but getting a start like that in that sort of a chase is very important. Cut away by Ul Hassan, crashed to the boundary at deep backward point. Taylor just dropping a little short and wide, and Ul Hassan has not missed out.
Yeah, a couple of wickets in successive deliveries for the man formerly of this parish, Safa Goha. But since then, Compton and Muyeye have taken it on in fine style, adding 135 so far.
Yes, that would have been an attractive watch. Muyeye 76 not out from 87 balls, 8 fours, 3 sixes. Kent need 90 to win with 8 wickets in hand. Looks like 2 from 2 for the Spitfires. Taylor to Ul Hassan, who lifts everything out of the way. Lancashire, well, it's a full-on just battle for Lancashire seemingly to survive. They are 91 for 1 in the 44th over against Northamptonshire, still trailing by 177 runs. Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon at the crease after they lost Michael Jones in the first over of their follow-on innings. Northamptonshire still bang on top. Taylor into Ul Hassan, who defends more of the inner portion of the bat, but still plenty of bat on it, and it goes into mid-wicket area. There is no run. Leicestershire seem to have gone very aggressively after setting up a game against Derbyshire. 261 for 7 in the 59th over. That's a substantial lead of 352 runs, but they do seem to have just reined things back in a little bit with Messrs Van Beek and Green not batting quite so quickly as some of those that came before them. Taylor bowls and Ul Hassan beaten. There's some away shape there that goes past Ul Hassan's edge, and Matt Taylor yet again sees ball pass edge. I think if he does take a wicket here in the next few overs, I think we might see a fairly exaggerated celebration from him, because it's just been one of those days. He doesn't have a wicket today, but it certainly isn't for the lack of quality being sent down. Taylor in full and straight, but kept out by Ul Hassan. 3 overs for 9 for Taylor. Glamorgan 18 without loss. In Division 1, the game between Durham and Warwickshire. Durham 212 for 6, leading by 274, so it could be another exciting final day finish. Must have been something interesting happening there, because David Beddingham's come in at number 8, but is 45 not out. And Ben Rain on 68. Could still go either way.
A few comments on X, Greg Lewis. For a short time we dared to dream of avoiding the follow-on, that is. Neil Thornycroft. Not sure if the Glamorgan openers fancy this job. They'd probably be rather in the pavilion. As Byram plays and misses outside off stump. And Neil also said, great to see what getting a century meant to Kingram. Could easily be a bit blasé. Yeah, certainly Colin Ingram, I think, has a good sense of perspective in that he knows he's towards the tail end of the career and is determined to milk every moment of joy he can out of it. Certainly when he got a maiden double 100 last year, there's a huge celebration. Tom Price is in to bowl. Eddie Byram drives. Good scramble. Oh, good scrambling half stop by Graham Van Buren that has saved 3 runs. The ball cannoned away behind him. He's in a little bit of pain with that stop, as he got down well to his left at mid-off.
He had a little bit of a back issue in the first game at Derbyshire in the first innings. I think it's something that he's just having to manage, really.
Yeah, he might have had a bang on the hand there,
yes,
I suspect, or jarred
true,
his wrist going down, something of that.
Seem to be clutching it now.
19 for Glamorgan, following on. In comes Price. bowls. Ul Hassan leaves through to Bracey. Singh Dale down in front of us at third man clearly has visions of being in the attack fairly soon.
Maybe there's a case of saying, OK, I know you've given us a lot, but maybe whilst Gloucestershire know that the light is OK, better get him in whilst that's the case.
Yeah, there's no point in hanging on to your fast bowlers if there is the possibility that things will finish early. 25 overs from 5:21 is quite ambitious, really. We're pushing 7 o'clock, 10 to 7 anyway. As Ul Hassan defends up to mid-off. And in April, with cloud around, you wouldn't expect the light to hold until 10 to 7, really. 19 without loss, 142 in arrears are Glamorgan, who got within 12 of the follow-on figure. Looked as though they were going to skate there at one point in mid-afternoon, but Ingram, Cook and Van der Hoogten fell to Actor and Singh Dale in 3 successive overs, and despite a few swings of the bat from the tail end, they were always up against it. As Ul Hassan is up on his toes, defending grittily out on the offside. And there is no run. Ul Hassan has 15. He's faced by far the majority of the bowling in these opening overs. 29 deliveries received to Eddie Byram's 7. But I guess Byram won't be complaining about that if his younger partner is doing the work successfully. The last ball then of the 6th over of the innings. Price right arm around to Ul Hassan, who gets one away on the leg side, trickles towards square leg. They'll go through for a single. 20 for noughts. Glamorgan 141 in arrears. Nice and bright though.
Yes, well now this is very much unquestionably full on sunshine. So perhaps there are some, well, you'd have thought so, because that's roughly the direction that the weather's coming from. You'd have thought we might get some more blue skies coming our way. There's not a massive crowd in it, has to be said. I think maybe even a few of them might have decided that enough was enough about 20 minutes ago, but they're going to be missing some cricket, and who knows, maybe some exciting cricket as well. Here comes Taylor and bowls, and with a hop but no shot. Ul Hassan lets that go by. Nottinghamshire 198 for 3 against Essex at Trent Bridge. That's a lead of 178. Hasib Hamid doesn't seem to be in any sort of a hurry really to set some sort of a game up. He's 78 not out from 155 deliveries. Half century for Ben Slater as well. Still plenty of directions that game could go in. Taylor bowls, and this is squirted down to fine leg by Ul Hassan, so Byram will get some strike. This over at least 21 without loss. Ul Hassan moves to 17. Surrey, you'd have thought, would think about declaring at some point this evening, unless they're bowled out. Maybe have a little bit of a go at Hampshire. They're 329 for 7, leading by 363. Dom Sibley, his match tally finished at 205 after he was dismissed for 105 in the second innings, having been stranded on 100 not out in the first. Jamie Smith made 84, Ollie Pope 65. Taylor in, and Byram flicks this away for 4 through backward square. Nice piece of timing. I was looking down towards fine leg thinking he'd just rolled his wrists on it and been happy enough with a single, but no, that has been placed beautifully. So 25 without loss. Byram moves up to 6, and a result at Headingley where Yorkshire have beaten Worcestershire by 504 runs.
That escalated quickly.
It seems to have done, yes. I haven't looked at that score for too long, but Worcestershire have been bowled out for 105 in 37.1 overs in their second innings. So Yorkshire 456 and 315 for 4 declared, plays Worcestershire 162 and 105. And Worcestershire's 2 innings combined barely lasting the time of Yorkshire's first innings, which was only 101.2 overs. Taylor in and bowls, and Byram comes across that one and works it towards mid-wicket. There's no run. That sounds like a different bark from yesterday. George Hill took 4 for 23, and, well, gosh, Yorkshire were even able to have some fun with Adam Lyth taking a wicket in the one over that he bowled, so I'm sure they will be Gaga Hoop. The Bairstow era didn't start magnificently at Southampton, but it has started well at Headingley. Taylor bowls a bumper, and Byram just squats really underneath that. That looks like one of those exercises that Melissa Story was having to go through.
I didn't see that. Was she doing some in the commentary box as well?
Demonstrating. There was one called a Copenhagen that I noticed.
Eating a Danish pastry?
Anything to do? Well, I was thinking sort of riding a, you know, Duke of Wellington, riding a horse. I don't know.
Okay.
No idea what one of those is. I don't want to know either, really. Taylor bowls, and Byram just runs this one away off the back foot, but straight to Chris Dent, backward point. 7 overs bowled, 25 without loss. In the match between Sussex and Somerset at Hove, Somerset are 80 for 2, requiring a further 515 to win. Sean Hunt has removed both Somerset openers, having taken his first-class 5 for in the first innings. So 7 so far in the match for Sean Hunt. Vaughan went for 11, and Dixon without scoring. Toms, Lammonby and Abel at the crease on 33 and 34 respectively, looking to try and see Somerset through to the close without further damage, but then they're going to have to bat tomorrow really just to survive.
Glamorgan trying to survive till the close. Ul Hassan runs one off an angled bat down to Ajit Singh Dale, who has finished removing Sweaters in time to do the fielding. 26 without loss. Singh Dale giving it some in his warm-up, swinging both arms vigorously, taking some liquid on board, waving to a stray member of the crowd. The Slough-born paceman.
I've seen his mum and dad about today.
There's Price bowls. That's a nice shot from Byram on the leg side for a single, because Gloucestershire have very unsportingly got a sweeper out in front of the mound stand in the form of Charlesworth, and it is a mound stand that is 99% vacant at the moment.
You can see most of the mound, really, can't you?
Yes, there's half a dozen people in there.
Yes, there's about 3 people in 80% of it, and there's a few more people clustered around closer to us.
As Ul Hassan is beaten by that one. Big appeal. They fancied that. They're not getting it. Paul Baldwin unmoved by the entreaties of Tom Price.
To look at that again to be sure. Well, it's back leg. It's quite high. It's straightened. I mean, there's almost a question of whether it's actually straightened too much. It's certainly worth a shout, but you can see why it wasn't given.
Ul Hassan remains there on 18 not out. Price on his way in. Bowls. Ul Hassan drives through the offside to add insult to wounded pride. Picks up 4 runs. Nice shot.
Yeah, almost every time Tom Price has really tried to pitch it up and give it the maximum chance to swing, Ul Hassan has picked him off. I think it was a ball more on a good length that he nicked through to the keeper in the first innings. And that's not really a half volley, but Al Hassan is quite happy to trust that he can drive it still.
31 for naught. Next delivery is again driven, but this time to the scrambling figure of Chris Dent in the gully, and there's no run.
Probably happier to see that particular drive, and well, I suppose you've still got 130 to play with. It's just a question of how many runs are you prepared to gamble, and actually it seems as though Bancroft isn't prepared to gamble too many more runs because he's putting a fielder out at deep extra cover. I suppose if he's not going to take a catch at cover, you can see the argument maybe.
Price in again, bowls. Al Hassan thinks about putting it into that gap, but Dent is there, anticipating, eagle-eyed, to swoop on the ball, and Gloucestershire hurrying round, even though we've got a bit of bright weather at the moment. They know it might not last, and they want to give themselves every opportunity as bowling as many of the 23 overs that theoretically remain as they possibly can. Glamorgan have knocked off 31 of the deficits. They trail by 130.
So the trigger has been pulled. Singdale is returning. It's a 4-over spell for Matt Taylor. Just wonder how many more overs at full pelt has Singdale got in him, or perhaps he's not been at full pelt. I don't know. It's certainly he'd certainly love to be able to bowl at not full pelt and bowl the way that he has today. 3 for 61 in 23 overs in the first innings. Gloucestershire will need something similar from him if they are to push for this first potential victory at Bristol since September 2022. Round the wicket goes Singdale and bowls, and that's let go. First up by Byram, who does not have to play at that one. The over rate -1, so not really anything too drastic. Gloucestershire will, I'm sure, have to bowl some spin at some point tomorrow anyway, but they may be able just to rattle through the pacemen this evening. It doesn't look as though, whilst there's potentially some rain about tomorrow, it doesn't look like an entire day's washed out, as this is driven by Byram forcefully towards point, and Chris Dent called into action again. So Singdale trying one that's just a little bit more pitched up.
Steve West makes an interesting point that I'll have to try and get a definite answer to. What happens if a number 11 fails a head injury assessment? Can they bring on with concussion? Can they bring on a new batter?
Yeah. Singdale bowls, cut away by Byram. It's in the air for a time, down towards deep third. It will be one bounce to the fielder. There were cries of catch, but I don't know if that was seen particularly well anyway, but I'm not sure he would have been able to get there. I think it's Charlesworth down there. 1 run taken, 32 without loss. So it would be a match referee situation. Can we bring in like for like?
Yes, but Fernando's probably the worst batsman in the squad, to be fair.
It's never going to be quite like for like, is it? I suppose. Chance to get Andy Gorvin into the game. Singdale digs one in a little bit shorter, and Al Hassan sways out the way.
And would he have only 2 minutes to get out there if?
No, I'm sure that wouldn't be the case.
If he were called on.
Yes.
Yeah, Glamorgan
I don't think Shakib Al Hassan is out there.
Glamorgan had an odd one where Douthwaite was came on as a sub instead of Callaway, who had concussion.
Singdale approaches and bowls, and Al Hassan has in exaggerated fashion lunged down to defend that one, but I don't think he was in quite as low a position when he actually played it.
And although Douthwaite was judged as comparable ability to Callaway as a batter, because Callaway is a spinner and Douthwaite was a medium quick bowler, Douthwaite wasn't allowed to bowl in the match.
Oh, I see. Right.
Glamorgan didn't really have an all-spinner, all-rounder option to come in.
I think thankfully certainly none of the games that I've done I can recall a concussion sub being needed. Singdale bowls. This is glanced expertly down to Charlesworth on that deep third boundary. 1 run is taken, and Al Hassan will keep the strike again, so he will continue to face the majority of the bowling. Glamorgan not looking too troubled at this point at 33 without loss, and Gloucestershire are going to go to some spin. I was wondering about potentially another burst of Zaman Akhtar, but they're going to have a twirl with Ollie Price. I suppose there are 2 left-handers there. We're thinking in terms of, I'm not even going to say the word, but Ollie Price is turning the ball away from the 2 left-handers. We have seen a little hint of turn today, but it has been the quicker bowlers and the really quicker bowlers that have provided the majority of the threat. Still just the one close catcher for Ollie Price, so nobody under the helmet and 2 fielders back on the boundary, 1 on each side.
So Ollie Price to bowl from the Ashley Down Road end, as he has in this match, and Al Hassan is forward, turning his way on the leg side, and there's no run. First innings, Price came on in the 58th over first, so he's on much quicker than he was in the first innings. 9 overs, not for 28. But he has contributed, of course, considerably with the bat, with a century for Gloucestershire, as they established that firm grip on the game in the first day. As Byram turns one on the leg side, they think about a single, but Dent is there quickly, and they rethink. 34 for naught, 127 behind. As Price bowls, turned away on the leg side by Byram, single.
He has started grunting, Ollie Price. I thought to start with, was that somebody from the crowd? But Tom Price tends to grunt as he bowls. I don't remember Ollie doing it quite so much, but he seems to be doing it now.
As Price bowls, and Al Hassan is forward, defending, playing it down into the gully. There's no run. Bonus points from this game. Gloucestershire 7, Glamorgan 5. Glamorgan -1 just about on the over 8, so they'd like to bowl again at some point. As Al Hassan is forward defending. Back to Ollie Price.
Looks like Akhtar's just putting some boots on down beyond the boundary. Luke Charlesworth on as a substitute fielder at the moment at deep cover.
Price in, bowls. Al Hassan is forward, defending on the offside. There is no run. 2 singles off the over. 35 for naught. 126 behind.
So whether that's a short-lived spell for Ollie Price, I don't know, but Akhtar is coming back on the field. Actually looks as if it's Ben Charlesworth who's jogging off, so they're doing a little bit of rotation, but anyway, Akhtar is back on the field, and I don't think he was off for too long, so he will be able to bowl soon. But Gloucestershire for now going with Singdale and Ollie Price, and maybe they fancy pace and spin as the combination. Singdale to continue, and Byram to let that one go. So 23 overs Singdale got through in the first innings, and well, I think there's going to be some necessary ice baths at the end of play. I'm not sure that the Gloucestershire players are going to be the quickest up for interview this evening. I think we could certainly understand that. There's been some hard work in the field today as Singdale bowls. This is played pretty late by Byram, who he didn't quite tuck his bat behind his front pad, but he played with the bat late such that it was almost, the shot was played sort of level with the space between his legs, if you see what I mean, but still no way through. Floodlights continue to beam for no reason at all other than the fact that they can't turn them off now. Singdale bowls and full ball is pushed into the offside for no run. And that's another day of the allocation used up, so we've used up 2, and at this rate we're not going to have them available for any more championship matches in the season, because it's 14 days, did you say, or 15? 15 days. I never quite remember. But they've used up 2 of those. 7 blast games, 2 internationals. That doesn't leave much left. Singdale in now and bowls, and Byram drops this one down to deep third, where Van Buren is now fielding. And a single. Byram up to 10, 36 without loss. There's been a few periods in this game so far where Gloucestershire have just looked as though they might be searching a bit for a wicket, but so far they've just about managed for the most part to find a wicket from somewhere just when it's looked as though Glamorgan might be taking this away. Singdale is in, and that one was not very pleasant for Ul Hassan. He defended it, but I suspect that was one of those where the bat let him know that he didn't find the middle of it. A horrible jamming vibration feeling as he wrings out his left hand. Bad enough when you're facing somebody not bowling substantially over 80 miles an hour. Shudder to think what it's like. Well, literally shudder to think what it's like.
You would be shuddering.
In goes Singdale now and bowls, and well, that's probably a bit of a relief for Ul Hassan because he doesn't have to play a shot at it. So another tidy over from Singdale, but Glamorgan are doing a good job of negotiating these overs so far. I mean, there are still 20 overs
20
theoretically
overs
remaining.
5:44.
Well, I know we
pushing
said
7
it at the
o'clock
time.
if we stay on, but
I still can't believe we didn't lose any overs for the bad light.
well, if any England management are watching, certainly Actor and Singdale have done their bit. If they can fashion even a chance of victory on this unresponsive pitch, then they're doing something right. As Byram looks to turn on the leg side and gets it off a slight leading edge, but safely. This is Ollie Price continuing from the Ashley Down Road end here on BBC Sport Online. Ed Cricket 6, Nick Webb 2017 on X. As Price bowls, Byram stretches forward. 10 off 23 deliveries now for Eddie Byram.
I suppose still discounted entry, so fancy some late Sunday.
Yeah, if you're near the ground.
Evening cricket.
As Byram tucks that away on the leg side for a single, 37 for naught. News from the wider cricketing world. The ICC is forming a task force to support displaced Afghan women cricketers, including a dedicated fund to provide resources for players. Since the return to power of the Taliban, Afghan women have been prevented from taking part in any sporting activity. As that one's knocked away on the offside by Ul Hassan, no run. And most of their best cricketers have found refuge in Australia, so they will be given some support to continue with their careers there. As Ollie Price is in to bowl, and Ul Hassan drives to short mid-wicket, no run. And certainly there will be those who say that the the ICC ought to be taking further action against Afghanistan and preventing their men's team from playing when the women are facing such conditions. As Ul Hassan drives into the offside, it's quite a long run for Akhtar round the cover boundary, and they're comfortably able to come back for a second run. 39 for naught at the end of the 12th over. 19 theoretically remaining, which is probably more spectators than that, but not many more.
It was a trio of fantastic people who received the MCC's Spirit of Cricket Award this year for their work in assisting the Afghanistan women's cricket team in being able to take refuge in Australia. You sort of wonder whether finally just things like that eventually seem to trickle their way to the governing body, as this is hit in the air down towards deep third, but it falls short again of Charlesworth down there. I must admit it was a bit hard to track that ball as it was banged in short and wide, and Byram just threw his hands at it. It must have been in the air for a bit of time. There was a cry of catch again. That's twice that's happened, where the fielder down there has gone sprawling, and, well, once gone sprawling and once had to just watch as it fell short of him. Probably have fallen into the bonus category if a wicket had been had that way. 40 without loss. Singhdale bowls and beats Ul Hassan, who's holding the pose of a wonderful looking defensive shot. The only slight snag was that he didn't hit the ball, but well bowled by Singhdale once again, and still, okay, it's not much, but Gloucestershire have got to believe that just that little something every now and then is enough. But that deficit down to 120, and once Glamorgan start to go ahead, makes that task of Gloucestershire so much harder. Left by Ul Hassan this time in the bright April sunshine at 10 to 6. Who'd have thought it?
As Gloucestershire's hashtag goes, the weather has become glorious.
Yes, we know to get that in, don't we? The hashtag become glorious, but it should really become glorious, shouldn't it? Really, because they did they not become glorious in September last year? Singhdale bowls, short ball dug in, and Ul Hassan, well, he swayed sort of out of the way of it, but it's actually been signalled a wide. Okay, I must admit, I thought, okay, he didn't have to sway too much, but I suppose he's not the tallest, Ul Hassan, so umpire Baldwin has advised umpire Ashraf to signal a wide, so it's another run. 41 on the board. Well, it's not hard to blame Singhdale for that, really, because you don't always know exactly how short it's going to end up at the batter, as this is let go again. Bracey sort of takes it over towards the leg side and exaggerates it, hoping that Ul Hassan might just look round and think, oh, maybe that was tighter than I thought it was, but I don't think it really was.
If you're heading here tomorrow, access to vehicles via the Neville Road gate will be redirected via Kent Road because of resurfacing works on Neville Road. So if I'm late, that's my excuse.
You might have to walk all the way round the ground. This is whipped away with some flamboyance by Ul Hassan, who lifted the back leg and flicked it away dismissively straight of mid-on, and it's gone for 4. So it wasn't really a classic on-drive in terms of a vertical bat, but it was really quite stylishly put away. And Zain Ul Hassan moves along to 30, Morgan to 45 for no wickets, continuing their more than steady progress. Singhdale in and lifting the bat and the gloves away from that one. to complete Singdale's third over for 9 runs in this spell. 45 without loss, 13 overs bowled, and still 18 remain. Wins today for Scotland and Bangladesh in the race to join the 2025 Women's 50 over World Cup taking place in October. It would be quite the story if Scotland could make the 50 over World Cup as well as the 20 over. Still all to play for in that competition. A bit sorry for Ireland, really. They've been competitive, I think, in all their matches, and look as though they might be thwarted.
Here's Ollie Price in now bright sunshine. Bowls to Byram, who works it to mid-wicket for a single.
See the venues for the Women's World Cup. It's they're playing at Tiruvananthapuram, which is right on the very southern tip of India, and then at Mullanpur, which is a new ground they've built in the north.
Forward goes Ul Hassan, defending to mid-wicket, and no run.
Nothing like
it's a fair way
like
between the two, I take it.
Easy logistical task, is there?
Let's hope the groups or whatever are kept in one place rather than teams having to go back and forth. As Ul Hassan drives into the offside but doesn't really time it, and there's no run.
I assume there are flights between such places, or maybe flights would be arranged, but yes, well, they're certainly taking it to all corners.
Price is in to bowl, and forward comes Ul Hassan to defend. Where can Gloucestershire find the vital breakthrough in this second innings from a rather weary attack, having delivered 107.5 overs in the first innings? You often find that when sides are following on that maybe only 50 or 60 overs have been bowled, but Gloucestershire having to earn their corn as they bring in a leg slip for Ul Hassan, who stretches forward and kills any possible deviation and rehearses that he liked it so much. 46 for naught, which is slightly more than they managed in the first innings when the first wicket fell on 44. Price bowls, Ul Hassan drives into the offside. Bancroft fields. There is no run. Single off the over. 46 for naught, and the remaining crowd see their team's efforts frustrated for the time being. They have realised, due to a quick bit of work by our screen operator, that they are on the screen and on the stream. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, displaying the stash as well. Oh yeah, they're on the phones now. I mean, look, I've been on TV. Well, not quite, but in a way.
YouTube.
Singdale starts his fourth over of the spell. This is driven very controlled fashion by Byram, and he's just split the gap between backward point and cover, and there's no stopping it. It's quick across the ground, and it's not a long boundary. And the 50 partnership for the opening wicket between Ul Hassan and Byram. They fell 6 runs shy of that mark in the first innings.
And of course that is their first 50 partnership of the season, given that they were split fairly early on both occasions. First time round against the Foxes.
Yet another 50 partnership. Ul Hassan has faced far more deliveries than Byram and scored more runs. Singdale in, and Byram leaves alone. Surrey have now declared at the Oval at 342 for 9, setting Hampshire 377 to win. Hampshire just beginning their chase at 3 without loss, with Mark Stoneman and Fletcher Middleton opening the batting for them. Kent 53 runs away as Tawanda Muyaya has reached his century. 102 not out from just 113 deliveries. Singdale bowls, and that one seemed to come back in towards him. Maybe it was just over the top of the stumps as well as wide of them, but Byram just briefly had to really stretch to get out of the way of that. Ben Compton's also approaching 100 for Kent. They've made really light work of that, considering that they've only faced 58.5 overs and lost 2 wickets in pursuit of that target of 315 to win. And there's another reason why sides like to bowl first. Singdale bowls left by Byram as Singdale from over the wicket sends that one across the left-hander. Lancashire have lost a second wicket. Keaton Jennings is out for 49. So back by 145 at 123 for 2, and with one of their main men gone. Josh Bohannon's still there on 64 with the night watchman Anderson Phillip at the crease.
That sounds like a man whose name is round the wrong way, doesn't it?
We've got potential for Anderson Phillip and James Anderson. Singdale bowls, full delivery, pushed out into the covers for no run. Trinidadian, I believe, Anderson Phillip, if I'm
something
not
in that
mistaken.
part of the world. Yep, born in Trinidad,
Yes,
and has
thank
played
you,
for them.
Because I wasn't getting there. Like, the page I'd chosen didn't have his place of birth on, which is a bit frustrating.
That's the generation gap. I went to a physical source. Ed went online.
Physical source 1. Cut away, or forced away off the back foot, or attempted to be by Byram, and somehow that's ended up back at the bowler. So there is no run. 50 for no wicket after 15 overs. Leicestershire 291 for 8, but are sending that lead up towards 400 despite losing some wickets. Van Beek out for 25, but they've still got, I mean, they've just got such an absurd batting lineup. Ben Green coming in at number 9, with Ben Mike presumably coming out to join him about now, and Tom Scriven at 11. Ludicrous.
He was strong enough last week in Cardiff with Chris Wright as the only registered tail ender. As Price bowls, Ul Hassan drives, cover fields. Not that you do register as a tail ender, but you know what I mean. Although actually he finished up batting at 10 with Rishi Patel at 11, because Patel dislocated his thumb as Price bowls and Ul Hassan stretches forward. But Wright had galloped on to 74 not out, so Patel was willing to bat just in case Wright could thrash his way to a maiden century, but he couldn't. As Price bowls, Ul Hassan steps back but doesn't time it and forces it back to the bowler, so ball doesn't particularly seem to be coming on to the bat very well at the moment, even though it is only in its 16th over. As Ul Hassan drives out towards cover, ambles through for the easiest of singles. 51 without loss. Ul Hassan to 31, having had roughly 2/3 of the strike in these opening stages. Byram on strike with a slip and a leg slip lurking, and Byram plays that one comfortably away out to deep mid-wicket. Single taken out towards the main scoreboard. 52 for naught. Last ball of the over before I do a radio update, in all probability. And it's bowled by Ollie Price to Zain Ul Hassan, and Ul Hassan deflects it wide of slip and will go through for a single. 53 without loss. Glamorgan trailing by 108.
It didn't seem to bounce a great deal there. It was well short of slip. Oh gosh, he's not hit that with much batters, Ul Hassan, and there was certainly a fair amount of, certainly off stump, but also possibly middle available, so just about showing that there is something for Price to work with, but it's not much, because and even if there were turn out of the foot marks, it would actually almost be easier for Van Buren as the slow left armour, with the two left-handers there to try and access them. Ollie Price just really bowling for the one that possibly keeps low, or maybe a fraction of extra bounce. Van Buren is actually loosening at mid-on, so maybe they will be giving him a bit of a go, but for now it is Zaman Akhtar replacing Ajit Singh Dale, so a change in terms of the pace end. Akhtar, I think, has had wickets in the first innings from both ends, so the man who claimed the 5 foot, what can he do this innings? Starts off with a ball on the pads and it's turned away, just rolling gently out to Singh Dale, who trots in from deep square, 54 without loss. So Gloucestershire so far have claimed 7 wickets, but they need 10 more, and with the deficit at 107, they are surely going to have to chase something as well to force a result tomorrow. Akhtar into Byram, and this is turned away wide of Van Buren at mid-on, and another single can be taken. Bad light has now stopped play at Grace Road, with Leicestershire leading Derbyshire by 382, so Derbyshire certainly going to have to go some tomorrow to get that. Nottinghamshire now 231 for 5 at Trent Bridge, having lost Hasib Hamid for 92 and the Centurion from the first innings, Kyle Farina, for 3. As Akhtar bowls a full ball and Al Hassan comes down on that in defence. So 211 runs is the Nottinghamshire lead, and all of a sudden goes back to Essex, looking like they might just be able to push for victory on the final day. Somerset are now 98 for 4 at Hove, requiring, for what it's worth, 497 to win. Akhtar bowls, a little bit of bounce there, catches the shoulder of the bat of Al Hassan as it's gone down into the onside, well short of the mid-wicket fielder. Sean Hunt has all 4 wickets for Sussex, so he's got 9 in the match and all 4 in the second innings. Tom Banton 6 and 0 in the match. So that's cricket for you, I suppose. Now a very short mid-wicket in place. Akhtar bangs one in short, and Al Hassan has nonchalantly bent down and stooped underneath it. So a short mid-wicket, a deep square, a fine leg, hoping for possibly something popped up in the air off a shorter ball. A mid-off, a mid-on, a cover, a backward point, and a fielder down at a deep third, and just the one slip, sort of 1.5 slip. Akhtar bowls, who's tried that sort of leg raised whippy on drive again, has Al Hassan, and not got it away. Van Buren fields 2 off Akhtar's first over. Glamorgan trail by 106, 55 without loss.
The flamingo drive, maybe,
yeah.
One leg. So 55 for naught. That's the last BBC Radio Wales bulletin of the day, duly dispatched to the airwaves. 14 overs remaining.
Singh Dale seems to be having a breather. Not surprised. Ed Middleton is jogging onto the field to replace him. It's a weary trudge from Singh Dale around the boundary. He's got a fair way to go before he gets even to the pavilion.
Here comes Ollie Price then, and Byram is forward defending. The leg slip has gone now. Hammond, legs splayed, standing at slip. There's also a deepish gully, a shortish backward square leg for the top edge sweep, a shortish cover. Byram plays into the onside, but intercepted by Dent, and there is no run. And the umpires tend to be fairly generous to players who are just a bit exhausted. As Byram plays it to deep mid-on and calls Al-Hassan through for a single, and that is safely achieved.
It's one of those things where it's where the game is now, isn't it?
Yeah, Singdale could no doubt claim he had some sort of minor ailment that requires temporary treatment. As Al-Hassan drives to deep mid off, and they'll take a single. I don't think I'd particularly be enamoured of Ollie Price's squawks as he bowls. And it's not as if a spinner is providing the grunt of effort that could be forgiven to a quick man.
Perhaps not quite Shane Warne-esque, but certainly very audible.
As there's an appeal there, as Byram tries to turn it down, the two fine leg, the ball hits the stumps at the non-striker's end. Byram is safely home, and the ball spins away but is backed up. The middle stump came out. That's Van Buren, I think, with the throw there, was it?
It was.
There's an appeal. Was it given a leg by in the end?
It was. It was also missing leg considerably.
And Byram was almost past the wicket by the time the ball plucked out the middle stump, but it was a good throw from 30 metres away. Bang on middle stump at the non-striker's end. 58 for naught. Last ball of the Price over nearly York's Al-Hassan, who chopped down in almost comical fashion there. Managed to dig it out from underneath his bat somehow, or from underneath his nose. 58 for naught then, Glamorgan. The deficit is 103 runs, and 13 overs remain this evening. Glamorgan won't care if they don't knock off too many more of that deficit, as long as they don't lose too many wickets. I guess they might accept one down, but these two at the moment are looking reasonably secure. I hesitate to go any further than that.
I think they're looking very secure. In comes Actor around the wicket and bowls, and Byram knocks this one down into the ground, and there is no run, no really clear-cut chances so far. A couple of balls that have been hit in the air off cut shots, but not masses in terms of ball beating bat. And you know, this is the issue. You push so hard for the first 10. What have you got for the second 10 on a surface that it really is a little bit like extracting blood out of a stone for these pacemen? Actor in, and this is driven away by Byram out to cover, and there won't be a run. But a pleasant bit of timing from Eddie Byram. There's certainly a thinning out in the car park, and a few gulls wandering through the vacant spaces, hoping for some tidbits left behind, as Actor digs one in a little bit shorter. Byram rides the bounce, and it's pushed away into the covers, and there is no run. It's developed into a pretty fine evening. Wouldn't really have seen this coming only, what was it, about an hour and a bit ago.
It was about 5 to 5 they went off, wasn't it, for 12 minutes, I believe, and it looked pretty murky at the time.
It's cleared away pretty rapidly. In goes Actor and bowls a shorter ball, and Byram, he's had to duck pretty low for that one. That was one of those shorter ones that just didn't really get up a huge amount, and Actor again There was one bouncer from Singdale that was called a wide. You almost just have to bang it in where roughly you think you should, and the pitch is going to decide exactly at what height it comes through at. And I think Glamorgan have been pretty disciplined about not trying to take that short ball on so far. Actor bowls, and a wide delivery is let go. From memory, it was a bouncer in the second innings at Cheltenham that got Byram to have a pull. It might have been DeLange who was bowling at that stage, but he's certainly not shown any inclination of doing something similar here. And there's been no wickets, which has surprised me a bit. There's been no wickets along the lines of just kind of a chip to a fielder or something like that yet, as Actor bowls steered into the ground, and well played by Byram. It's a maiden. Actor, I think that's his first maiden of the match, actually. I don't think he had one in the first innings.
No.
58 without loss, but he'll take the 5 wickets for certain. 5 for 85, and certainly with the definite footnote of not much there for him. Really impressive from both Actor and Singdale today, in particular, to give Gloucestershire some sort of a chance.
As stepping away, Ul Hassan forces into the offside, takes out a single to sub-hatted Ed Middleton, the substitute fielder, in the glorious evening sunshine. As Byram pushes forward, the big appeal, Price down on one knee, pleading. Umpire Baldwin, cold-hearted, keeps his hands firmly together.
Well, they certainly can't do any more with their appeal. I mean, he's hoping that that's straightened, but I don't think it has. It's not far off the sort of delivery that he's hoping for, but he just needed it to straighten a bit more, I think.
Byram pushes forward, gets that one off the middle of the bat, out on the offside. Trickles towards Bancroft. It wasn't as bright as this last night, but certainly the sun did come out sometime after we were packing up and I was making my way to the car. As this one's dispatched through the leg side by Byram. They might come back for a second. No, Ul Hassan doesn't fancy it. And quite rightly so, because a good throw comes into the non-striker's end. 60 for naught.
It's not quite that late September situation where if the sun's out you're playing, and as soon as it goes behind a cloud the light's too bad.
Price to Ul Hassan, who forces it through the offside, beats the diver Bancroft. This time they will fancy a second, and Middleton doesn't ping the throw in, just loops it to the closest fielder to the bowler. 62 without loss. Ul Hassan on to 37, and his high score last season I believe was 35. As it drives that one into the offside, and there'll be another single for the former Worcestershire Academy player, born in Pakistan but very much a West Midlander from the accent anyway. 63 for naught after 20 overs.
Well, Gloucestershire need one of those Zaman Actor bolts from the blue. Had a couple of them in the first innings.
Yeah, he's provided a few lightning bolts, hasn't he, Zaman? Ul Hassan had 3 matches opening the batting at the start of last season, and 3 in the middle order. Initially opened with Billy Root when Eddie Byram was out injured, then missed 1 match, and then got another 3, but couldn't retain a place thereafter in the championship side. But certainly he's having a happier match than he did first out at Cardiff.
4 of his 5 wickets in the first innings bowled as well, and 3 of them with stumps being uprooted, so I'm sure as far as the highlight reel goes for Zaman Akhtar, I think he'll enjoy this 5 for. Round the wicket he goes to Ul Hassan, and that's left alone. Although I suppose when you're comparing it to his other 5 for here, removing those England players in Root and Brook, that one will be right up there as well. But his Yorker that snuck underneath the bat of Kellaway and the ball that just jagged back to Chris Cook, what allowed Gloucestershire from a position as Ul Hassan dabs down to deep third for a single, from a position where it really looked as though Ingram and Cook might just be taking Glamorgan to safety. You always felt there was the possibility of things being opened up when that partnership was broken, but it didn't look as if it was going to be broken until Cook had one just come back off the pitch seemingly at him and crashed through. Cook out for 56. That partnership, the largest in the Glamorgan innings, as this is driven back to the bowler for no run. Been steady partnerships until that point, but 129 put on between Cook and Ingram took Glamorgan to a point where they would certainly have had hopes of avoiding that follow-on. They didn't get too far off in the end, with Messrs Leonard and Bashir providing some late runs as Akhtar bowls, and ball which has not got up whatsoever outside off stump. If that had been a straight one and had done that, then we might have had a sort of chest before wicket appeal from Gloucestershire, because that was on its way down as it passed Eddie Byram, and I don't think Zaman Akhtar particularly wanted to laugh as Byram did, because it's not going to be a great feeling for a fast bowler when you've just run in as hard as you can and seen that happen. Akhtar is in, and this is tucked off the hip, and this might go for 4. It will do. Another sweet piece of timing. He's played a couple of those now, Byram, which have just looked like gentle turns into the onside and have sped between deep square and fine leg. And yeah, one of the rare occasions where Akhtar's just strayed in terms of line, and Byram's there to pick him off. 68 without loss, so Glamorgan now trailing by just 93. It was Akhtar who removed the tail as well, but Ajit Singh Dale more than playing his part earlier on. Over the wicket comes Akhtar and played into the ground for no run. It was Singh Dale who struck to remove Ingram the very over after Chris Cook was out, and that in the end the double strike that allowed Gloucestershire to enforce the follow on. However, not had any joy since doing so, with Glamorgan's opening pair still at the crease. 21 overs in, 10 still remain, but 68 without loss, and these two already getting fairly close to knocking off half of the rest of that deficit.
Van Buren is to purvey his rather quicker left arm spin, quicker compared to Ollie Price, that is, quicker and flatter, from the Ashley Down Road end. Is that Charlesworth limbering up in the distance?
It might well be. Yeah, I think so.
As Van Buren, who bowled just the 5 overs in the first innings, will try to unsettle this pair. Zainul Hassan pushes forward. Defending. Bracey comes out from behind the stumps and fields. 93 is now the deficit. Van Buren bowls. There's no shot played. There's a big appeal for LBW. It's not given. Zain Ul Hassan looked to have got a decent stride in there. He definitely didn't play a shot.
Nobody mentioned Brett D'Oliveira.
A very eccentric LBW decision against the Worcestershire player the other week. If you haven't seen it on social media. As another ball is played out by Ul Hassan. Just a slip in terms of close catches, though mid-wicket and cover are both fairly close in on the drive. Ul Hassan comes right forward, smothering any potential turn.
He's taking all the pace off some of these is Van Buren. I'm sure Ul Hassan will be expecting quicker ones as well, but he's really floating it up there.
And he comes, bowls. Ul Hassan drives, will pick up a single out to deep cover.
6 championship wickets last year for Van Buren at 47. He got through 70 and change in terms of overs. Doesn't bowl these days as much as probably would have done when he first arrived.
As he bowls again. Byram guides one away gently towards third man and will pick up the single. Actor is the fielder, and that's the end of the over. 2 singles off it. Glamorgan 70 for naught, trailed by 91. And looking at some of the Gloucestershire seamers' averages for last season, they were must probably wish they played most of their games away from Bristol, because the pitch here can't have helped guys like Actor and Singh Dale, who put a bit of extra pace on the ball and don't get much assistance from the surface.
Yeah, and I think it's borne out by the 2 games that Gloucestershire did win last year at Northampton and at Lords, which were probably on 2 of the quicker surfaces that they played on all season. Sussex probably being another of them, and Scarborough, but the bowling wasn't the issue at Scarborough in particular. Ben Charlesworth is to have another spell. Bowled 5 overs for 15. Tidy enough stuff in the first innings, and here he comes round the wicket. He starts off with a short wide ball, which is cut away, diving effort on the boundary, and that's a really smart piece of fielding out at deep backward point. Ish. I was hoping you were going to tell me with those binoculars who the fielder was, Mr. Healy. No. 71 without loss.
Gloucestershire.
Is there a substitute on? Yes, it is. It's Luke Charlesworth. I thought it might have been. It looked a bit like him, but then I thought, was he actually on the field? Ben Charlesworth bowls. This is driven and getting his body behind that. You can tell that's Hammond just from the way that he's rolling around on the floor now. There's no run. Rolling on the practice pitches. Oh, he doesn't have the yellow socks on today. They're sort of look like a pea green number.
Disgraceful.
Well, exactly. I mean, doesn't everybody know that lilac is the new colour of Gloucestershire cricket? Charlesworth bowls is left outside the off stump. No, it's not grey.
I think you better explain that one for listeners who have just joined us.
There earlier, we had Melissa Story on earlier, who was telling us that Gloucestershire's women were let loose with a can of paint in the away dressing room, which is going to be Gloucestershire's women's home dressing room.
Okay, so where does the away women's side change?
Well, in Gloucestershire's home dressing room, I assume. But, so Glamorgan's current dressing room is an extraordinary shade of purpley grey. Charlesworth bowls. It's full and driven firmly by Zain Ul Hassan out to extra cover, and there is no run. To be honest, one of the other pictures that I was shown, I could see the grey far more. But anyway, a curious choice of colour. Of course, the seats at the Seat Unique Stadium. As Charlesworth bowls, and there's a shout for leg before wicket here. He has come a little bit across his stumps. What's that come off? If it's bat, then it's pretty obvious why it wasn't given, but it's not. It's given as leg by is probably still going down the leg side, you would think, but it's 4 more to the total as it speeds away. Yes, that's not coming back.
That's a very leg side strike off the pad.
So as the problem is when Gloucestershire had 2 such LBWs given at Derby, they probably think that something is due of them in that regard, but nothing doing. 2 wrongs don't make a right. 75 without loss. Charlesworth bowls. He has come even further across this time as Ul Hassan, but gets a ball on off stump and prods it away.
He did get a fairly marginal one in his favour with the ball, didn't he, Zain Ul Hassan, when Tom Price was given out?
Yes, there was that one as well. 75 for no wicket. We've still got the best part of half an hour left in the day's play. Gloucestershire are not really obliged to hurry through these overs. The over rate says +2 on the board, but with Van Buren bowling, there's a fair chance that it's going to be over sooner rather than later, or sooner than it might be anyway.
Just an email from Yorkshire.
Oh.
As Van Buren
Mail
is in the bowls and Byram tries to drive and completely mistimes it. 504 run victory, the largest margin of victory ever in a county championship game, it says here.
Ever?
It runs, I presume, without an innings being involved. Forward comes Byram, a rather optimistic appeal as the ball runs to short mid-wicket.
Pretty sure it hit the bat anyway. Never mind the fact that he was about 2 stumps widths outside off.
So that's what it claims. Whether it's ever for Yorkshire, it doesn't say that. Byram drives into the offside. We'll pick up a single out to cover point. Harry Brook and Joe Root have been made available to Yorkshire for only 1 championship match before the home international summer. That'll be against Warwickshire on May the 2nd. As Van Buren bowls, Ul Hassan squirts it out into the offside, fielded by Actor at point, and there's no run. It then qualifies it by saying Yorkshire's heaviest ever runs win.
Oh, there we go. Well, but what else would matter other than Yorkshire's highest margin?
No one else counts. Ul Hassan drives, but doesn't get hold of it, and Bancroft intercepts at cover, but Root and Brook just playing 1 championship match before the international summer. Come on. Come on. Out of a block of 7. As Ul Hassan steps back and tries to club that through the onside, but doesn't get it very far. Just a few signs that Ul Hassan's getting a little bit frustrated, which he doesn't need to be. They're going along at 3 runs and over, and Eddie Byram has a little chat with him, maybe saying, calm down. We don't need to do anything but hang around and poach the odd single when we can. 7 overs remain today. Can Gloucestershire get the breakthrough in that time?
The bright sunshine is just dimming a fraction, so sort of underlining really that we do need to have some sort of sunshine at 6:30 to stay out. Charlesworth round the wicket, he bowls, it's short and helped round the corner by Byram. He's got some time to make sure that he does keep it down. As Charlesworth digging one in, 77 without loss. They're just playing in 2 other championship fixtures, still going at the Oval and still going at Chesley Street. But we have a second result. Kent have beaten Middlesex by 8 wickets at Canterbury. Charlesworth bowls, keeper up to the stumps, but he tries a short one, which is helped round the corner by Ul Hassan this time, but again picking out Tom Price at fine leg. 1 run taken, 78 without loss. So Ben Compton finished 124 not out. Tawanda Muyeye finished 125 not out. And Kent 2 wins out of 2, 38 points. They don't have a single batting point, but that's the way to do it. Charlesworth round the wicket bowls and defended up to mid-off by Eddie Byram. There is no run. Batting points are overrated when it comes to promotion. It's all about the bowling.
It's quite the way to do it, isn't it?
Yeah, gosh.
Bath
Style.
33, Gloucester 19 is a half-time score in that European but local match.
Split loyalties, I'm sure, amongst the listenership. A forward defence from Byram goes back to the bowler. So close of play at Leicester, 291 for 8. They are leading by 382, so there is a possibility they could declare overnight still. I think you only need to give, is it 10 minutes notice, something like that, I think, isn't it? You need to give 10 minutes notice in the morning.
Yeah, you don't tell the opposition, do you? Keep them guessing.
Of course not. Lancashire close at 126 for 2 at Old Trafford. Charlesworth bowls, it's a short ball, it's pulled away, and that has gone for 6 between Singdale and Tom Price down at fine leg. I think Singdale pretty much signalled 6, except it was probably more, I can't see it.
Yeah, I thought initially his arms were in the air as where the heck is it?
Yeah, that's I think so. We sort of put his arms up almost as if we were signalling 6, but then it was umpire Baldwin doing the same to signal that it had gone over the boundary. So 84 without loss. Ingram hit the only 6 of the first innings. Charlesworth in across his stumps, but just nudging short of short mid-wicket, and the over is at an end. 84 without loss. As I say, Lancashire 126 for 2 at the close at Old Trafford. They trailed by 142 runs. Anderson Phillip blocked out 28 balls as the night watchman.
Well played,
Good
sir.
effort. And mentioned that Yorkshire 504 run victory at Headingley against Worcestershire. Somerset 125 for 4 at the close, with Sean Hunt having claimed 9 so far in the match. He's on for all 10 in the second innings. What an effort from the tall Sussex left armour.
Yeah, England's first international commitment is the test against Zimbabwe at Trent Bridge on the 22nd of May. But
4-day test.
You'd have thought Root and Brook could have turned out for more than one game. Reverse pull almost from Ul Hassan. He smashed that one. It's down to fine leg, but he hit that one off the face of the bat, really, sending short third man stroke slip diving, but mullered that one away nicely towards us. And he moves up to 45, 88 without loss. Van Buren bowls, short leg crouches, and Ul Hassan plays that one defensively back to the bowler. So there's a slip and a short leg, shortish mid-wicket, shortish cover in quasi-catching positions, as Ul Hassan steers it into the offside and wanders through for a single, moves to 46 not out. 89 without loss. Glamorgan trailing now by 72 runs. If you are joining us late, Glamorgan were dismissed for 385 in their first innings, despite a Colin Ingram century. And Eddie Byram's brought out the reverse. He didn't really time it at all. Hammond at slip was anticipating a possible catch, but fell over and the ball bounced over him. Not an edifying period of play. As, there wasn't a great shot, to be honest. And then Hammond has gone the wrong way in goalkeeper parlance. Van Buren to Byram, who on the walk plays it up to deep mid on and takes the single. There's a bit of levity around this Glamorgan batting at the moment. They're obviously looking to reduce the deficit as well as survive until the end. I'm not sure whether I like this frivolity. Bah humbug. As Van Buren bowls, that's more like it, lad. Al Hassan props forward and defends back to the bowler. End of the over. 5 remain in the day's play here on BBC Sport Online with Ed Seaborn and Nick Webb. It is 92 for naught, 69 in arrears.
For a moment there, Miles Hammond looked like the famous couldn't quite get his leg over incident as he was pirouetting past the ball. Nobody can make slip fielding quite as entertaining as Miles Hammond. Ben Charlesworth to start a third over. He switched it over the wicket to Byram. Keeper still up to the stumps. Charlesworth bowls, and this is guided towards deep backward point. And 1 run added. The deficit 68.
Stephen Moss is in contact. He says the Yorkshire victory does appear to be an all-time record for the County Championship. Not just Yorkshire, but there have been bigger margins in county versus university matches, but they have tended to be one-sided in a lot of cases. So thank you for that, Stephen. All-time record in runs terms.
Trying to work if that's surprising or not. It's massive in terms of the margin. Charlesworth to Al Hassan, who defends, and Byram comes quite a long way down the pitch saying, why are you not coming through for a single? But I think there's now going to be a bit of a post-mortem there.
Because it's 6:36 and there's another day to bat out.
Yes. Well, fielder was Miles Hammond. Of course it was at backward point. Charlesworth in now, bowls, and this is an open face of the bat from Al Hassan to meet the ball, and just gliding it to Van Buren back on the deep third boundary. 94 without loss. Continuing the close of play roundup, Nottinghamshire 233 for 5. They finish at Trent Bridge, leading Essex by 213. Jack Haynes 49 not out. Hasib Hamid fell 8 shy of 100. Charlesworth moves in and bowls, and Byram plays that one from the crease out into the offside. There's no run. Warwickshire and Durham still going, with Durham having declared on 276 for 8. So setting Warwickshire 339 to win. Warwickshire are 8 for no wicket in the third over. Ryan Campbell wants results one way or the other. I'm not sure what the forecast is like for Chesley Street tomorrow. Charlesworth bowls. It's a short ball. It's pulled away out towards deep mid-wicket. Singdale back on the field, but I suspect his work for the day done apart from fielding. So he sends the throw in, and a single is taken. 95 without loss. Hampshire 25 for 1 at the Oval. They've lost Mark Stoneman, LBW, to Kemar Roach for 3. Brad Wheel in as a night watchman there. Charlesworth bowls a full wide ball, which Al Hassan drives over the top of.
Has that one hit this? Thought for a moment it hit the helmet, but nope, just missed it.
There were 2 helmets back there.
One
of which hasn't been used for some time, I don't think. Bracey's helmet has been donned now, but the other one, Gloucestershire haven't had a short leg for, well, can't actually remember them having one this innings. That's because they're going to have one now. There we go. Bancroft, Gloucestershire's captain, donning the helmet again. 4 overs remain, 95 for no wicket.
Van Buren, left arm spin to Byram, and plays it back down the pitch. Glamorgan have looked a little bit more likely to lose wickets in the last few overs, well, being a bit more expansive. Obviously runs count. As Byram knocks that one wide, a short leg, calls Al Hassan through for a quick single. He goes scampering home, oblivious to the fact that Dent hadn't actually collected the ball cleanly and was on his backside anyway. 96 for naught. Byram to 41. Al Hassan on 47 not out. They thought about another quick single there, but the bowler charged to his right to field.
Ever energetic. Graham van Buren. He might not be feeling quite so energetic when he gets off the field, though.
As Ul Hassan steps back and plays that hard into the offside. Tumbling stop at mid-off. Just the single taken. Glamorgan are looking to some degree to take the initiative in these closing overs, and the more runs they score now, the fewer they will have to score tomorrow to knock off the deficit. Byram plays studied fashion into the offside. Bowler again doing the fielding. Things are getting more amusing by the moment downstairs. As forward comes Byram to block to end the over. 97 for naught, Glamorgan 64 behind, 3 overs left.
Yes, one suspects that attention might be starting to divert a little away from the cricketers. It's been a while since Gloucestershire have had something to cheer about. Of course, there was the great cheer as Zaman Akhtar ripped out Sita Fernando's off stump to ensure that Glamorgan would have to follow on. But, well, you say this is just the pessimism talking, but I struggled to see the cascade of wickets coming in Glamorgan's second innings, but certainly after the way that they've started, these two have really just steadied the ship, and this could just drift this final day to come. Hopefully, from a cricketing point of view, it doesn't, but there is that danger. Glamorgan will need to bat for a decent length of it to be certain of safety, but Gloucestershire will have to hope they can come back refreshed and reinvigorated tomorrow. One late wicket, and that would be something. 3 overs left, and Ollie Price to have a go from the pavilion end. I think we've seen him bowl from this end before, as a almost crepuscular light falls now over Seat Unique Stadium. 3 overs to go. Ul Hassan on strike. Round the wicket goes Price. This is driven and beats extra cover. They'll take a single, but that's all. Matt Taylor fields out on the cover boundary, but despite the fact that there's a bit of ground for him to make up, that's the short side, so no chance of a second run. 98 without loss. 2 slips in place, the second of whom is under the helmet, as this is worked along the floor down to Zaman Akhtar at mid-on. And no run. So, counting down the deliveries, perhaps, Glamorgan supporters, but Glamorgan certainly haven't been batting, as Nick's been saying, as though they're counting down the deliveries. They go through for another run there as this is clipped into the leg side. 99 without loss. Plenty of space for singles if Glamorgan are happy to work against what turn there might be. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a very deep backward square. The 3 fielders on that leg side. Ollie Price bowls, and this is driven to short extra cover. It's sort of hard to take yourself seriously all of a sudden when there's some rather inebriated wailing in the background.
Well lubricated.
Price bowls in a half of the bat. It squeezes towards deep backward square, and well, there's a great cheer going up, because not only is it the Glamorgan 100, but it is also 50 for Zain Ul Hassan. 102 balls is faced. A fairly cursory wave of the bat from Ul Hassan, but he's done a fine job in this second innings. Put the bad ball away. Anything over pitched, he's been happy to drive and has executed some really rather pleasant extra cover drives, which have highlighted his innings And needless to say, of course, it's the 100 partnership as well. Round the wicket, Price trying to fire one in towards Byram's boot, but the bat comes down in the way. And there are 2 overs left. 61 runs trailing by 100 without loss.
Good evening to Vincent Mazoyer in France, who is enjoying our commentary. Thank you for your kind words. Points out that bigger victories from than Yorkshire's have been recorded in Australia, where New South Wales beat Queensland by 685 runs in a 5-day game. As Van Buren bowls to Ul Hassan, pushes forward. The record comes from India. Mumbai beat Uttarakhand. Apologies if that's...
You're about to say utter something else then.
Apologies if
losing
that's
by
not
that
right.
much.
Yeah. By 725 runs. And that was recently in 2022, so just 3 years ago, in the Ranji Trophy. As Ul Hassan flat bats that one out into the offside, but will settle for a single out to deep cover. Thank you for those thoughts, Vincent. Bonsoir to you. As forward stretches Byram, defends to mid-wicket. You wonder whether those beneath us are actually watching the game from the Hammond Terrace, or just enjoying their liquid sustenance. 101 for naught. Oh, down the pitch comes Byram and drives to mid-on. Ul Hassan scampers home, but there's no throw heading his way. Coming down the pitch in the penultimate over. Trying to keep Glamorgan supporters on the edge of their seats.
No fear cricket.
Van Buren to Ul Hassan, who turns one past Bancroft under the helmet, but straight to Dent at short mid-wicket. And there is no run. One more delivery, and the night watcher can take his pads off. Probably Van der Hoogten, I would guess. As Ul Hassan stretches forward, and therefore if a wicket falls now, it will be at the close of proceedings. 102 for naught. Ul Hassan has 51, Byram has 43. Last over of the day, the 100th over plus 1 ball.
You're about to say last orders then. Probably
No,
isn't
that's
last orders down
downstairs.
below. I'm sure that Gloucestershire County Cricket Club will be delighted to receive your order for a little while longer. Ollie Price will have the last over of the day. Brought up that Ranji Trophy quarter-final match from
all right,
21-22. It shows you, really. I mean, it's a quarter-final. It's not as though it was, one top side beating a absolute rock-bottom side. Ollie Price round the wicket bowls. Byram forward to defend. 647 for 8 declared for Mumbai. Uttarakhand were bowled out for 114. Mumbai then decided to bat again, 261 for 3 declared, obviously, and Uttarakhand bowled out for 69.
Ouch.
Ollie Price is in, and another full defence from Eddie Byram. A couple of pretty familiar names in the Mumbai side. Yashasvi Jaiswal got a century in the second innings for Mumbai. Prithvi Shaw captaining and opening with him. Ollie Price bowls, and Byram goes back this time and rolls it back to Ollie Price.
Wonder if we can see him with Northants again this season. Possibly not.
I don't think I've seen it reported, but I suppose maybe for the one-day cup sometimes, as Price bowls and Byram forward into the offside, holds up the bat to say no to Zain Ul Hassan, who I think is probably quite happy to stay at the non-striker's end anyway. Sometimes you see those signings for the 50-over competition. Price is in bowls. There's a... Well, it's not really an edge, is it? It's gone down to the boundary for 4. I think he opened the face on that. Yes, Hammond is at slip and sprawled away, but I don't think he was ever really in the game. And it's 4 more to the total, 106 without loss. Am I being too generous to Eddie Byram?
No, he's
Nah, I
angled
don't think
that
so.
one deliberately. He's run it down.
Yeah, something wrong with that.
That's fair enough. Brings him on to 47.
55 runs the deficit, 1 ball left in the day's play. Gloucestershire have done some sterling work, but they're going to have to do even more tomorrow from this point. Price bowls and Byram defends into the ground, picked up by Bancroft at short leg. And Gloucestershire have thrown just about everything their attack could at Glamorgan today. They have bowled Glamorgan out once, albeit they'd taken 3 of those wickets the previous evening anyway, on the previous day I should say, but they are going to have to bowl Glamorgan out again and surely chase some runs as well tomorrow. 106 without loss. Credit to Zainul Hassan and Eddie Byram. They've applied themselves well in this second innings and have defied Gloucestershire's attack. The day for Gloucestershire belonging to Zaman Akhtar, 5 for 85, his first class 5 for, excuse me, and Ajit Singh Dale 3 for 61. They tore in from either end and gave it their all and produced some cracking deliveries. There's plenty of flying stump action for Glamorgan, day belonging to Colin Ingram with his 103, whilst didn't quite ensure that Glamorgan avoided the follow-on. It certainly appears, especially given the start that Messrs Al Hassan and Byram have got off to, that it may well have done enough that Glamorgan can go on to save this game. Still 1 day to go though. We'll be back, Nick Webb and myself, Ed Seaborn, for the final day of this county championship match between Gloucestershire and Glamorgan at Bristol, and under sunny skies. It is a very good evening. We'll be back with you tomorrow just before 11.
No star.